Variations on a Theme, 7. Valhalla to Landfall. The best I could for them, Minerva. Every so often some idiot tries to abolish marriage. Such attempts work as well as repealing the law of gravity, making pi equal to 3.0, or moving mountains by prayer. Marriage is not something thought up by priests and inflicted on mankind. Marriage is as much a part of mankind's evolutionary equipment as is eyes, and as useful to the race as eyes are to an individual. Surely marriage is an economic contract to provide for children and to take care of mothers while they bear kids and bring them up. But it is much more than that. It is the means this animal, Homo sapiens, has evolved, quite unconsciously, for performing this indispensable function and be happy while doing so. Why do bees split up into queens, drones, and workers, then live as one big family? Because for them it works. How is it that fish do okay with hardly a nodding acquaintance between mama fish and papa fish? Because the blind forces of evolution made that way work for them. Why is it that marriage, by whatever name, is a universal institution among human beings everywhere? Don't ask a theologian, don't ask a lawyer. This institution existed long before it was codified by church or state. It works, that's all. For all its faults, it works far better by the only universal test, survival, than any of the endless inventions that shallow-pates over the millennia have tried to substitute for it. I am not speaking monogamy. I mean all forms of marriage, monogamy, polyandry, polygyny, plural and extended marriages with various frills. Marriage has endless customs, rules, arrangements, but it is marriage if and only if the arrangement both provides for children and compensates the adults. For human beings, the only acceptable compensation for the drawbacks of marriage lies in what men and women can give each other. I don't mean eros, Minerva. Sex baits the trap, but sex is not marriage, nor is it reason enough to stay married. Why buy a cow when milk is cheap? Companionship, partnership, mutual reassurance, someone to laugh with and grieve with, loyalty that accepts foibles, someone to touch, someone to hold your hand. These things are marriage, and sex is but the icing on the cake. Oh, that icing can be wonderfully tasty, but it is not the cake. A marriage can lose that tasty icing, say through accident, and still go on and on and on, giving deep happiness to those who share it. When I was a rutty and ignorant youngster, this used to puzzle me. Omitted. As solemnly ceremonious as I could swing. Man lives by symbols. I wanted them to remember this occasion. I had Yita dress in her notion of fanciest best. She looked like a bloomin' Christmas tree, but I told her she looked beautiful, which she did. Brides can't help it. Joe I dressed in some of my clothes and gave them to him. Me I dressed in a preposterous ship's captain uniform, one I had for use on planets where such nonsense is customary, 4 wide gold stripes on my cuffs, chest spangled with decorations bought in hock shops, a cocked hat Admiral Lord Nelson would have envied, and the rest as fancy as any grand master of a lodge. I preached them a sermon loaded with solemn amphigory, most of it lifted from the only church they knew, the established religion of Blessed. Easy for me, having been a priest there myself. But I added all sorts of things, telling her what she owed him, telling him what he owed her, telling them both what they owed the child in her belly and the other children they would have, and tacked on, for both, but primarily for her, a warning that marriage was not easy, not to be entered into lightly, because there would be troubles they must face together, grave troubles that would require the courage of the cowardly lion, the wisdom of the scarecrow, the loving heart of the Tin Woodsman, and the indomitable gallantry of Dorothy. That got her to weeping, so Joe started to drip tears, which was just what I wanted, so I had him kneel and prayed over them. Minerva, I make no apology for hypocrisy. I didn't care whether some hypothetical god heard me or not. I wanted Lita and Joe to hear it. first in that jargon of Blessed, then in English and Galacta, then topped it off by intoning as many lines of the Aeneid as I could remember. When I got stuck, I closed with a schoolboy song. Homme bene sine poena, tempus est ludendi, venit ora absque mora, libros deponendi. Note: all is well without punishment. The time is for playing. Comes the hour, without delay, for laying schoolbooks down. Purists will see that the senior gave this jingle a poor translation, but one wonders why he did not continue in the same vein with the cheerfully bawdy triple pun available in the last line by substituting liberos for libros. That he could have missed it seems out of character. Our ancestor's capric disposition is everywhere evident. His occasional professions of asceticism have at best a hollow ring. J.F. 45th. End of note. And ended with a resounding, "So mote it be." Had 'em stand, take each other's hands, and declared that by the supreme authority vested in me as master of a vessel in space, they were now and forever husband and wife. Kiss her, Joe. All to a muted background of Beethoven's Ninth. That doggerel got in by accident when I had run out of punishment lines of Virgil and needed a few more impressive sounds. But when I thought about it later, I saw that it translated as appropriately for their honeymoon as for a school holiday. All was indeed well, now that I knew that this joining of siblings could take place sine poena, without fear of genetic punishment, and ludendi translates as amorous play, or eros, as readily as gambling or child's play, or any other frolic, and I had declared a 4-day ship's holiday. No work for them, no study hours, libros deponendi, starting at once. Sheer accident, Minerva. It was simply a bit of Latin verse that came into my head, and Latin is majestic, especially when you don't understand it. We had a fancy supper, cooked by me, that lasted about 10 minutes for them. Yita could not eat, and Joe reminded me of Johnny's wedding night and why his mother-in-law fainted. So I piled a tray with tasty rations and handed it to Joe and told him to get lost. I didn't want to see hide nor hair of them for 4 days. Omitted. On to Landfall as fast as I could pick a cargo. I could not leave them on Valhalla. Jose was not yet able to support a family, and Yita was going to be limited in what she could do, either pregnant or with a new baby. Nor would I be on hand to pick 'em up if they fell down. They had to go to Landfall. Oh, Yita could have survived on Valhalla, because there they have the healthy attitude that a pregnant woman is prettier than the other sort, and that the farther along she is, the more beautiful she is. True, in my opinion, and especially true in Yita's case. She had been passable when I bought her. When we grounded at Valhalla, she was almost 5 months gone and radiantly beautiful. If she went dirt-side unescorted, the first 6 men she encountered would want to marry her. If she had had one on her back as well as one on her belly, she could have married well the day we arrived. Fertility was respected there, and the planet wasn't half filled up. I didn't think she would jilt Joe that quickly, but I did not want her head turned by too much male attention. I did not want to risk even an outside chance that Yita might leave him for some wealthy bourgeois or freeholder. I had gone to much trouble to build up Joe's ego, but it was still fragile, and such a blow could kill it. He was standing tall and proud now, but his pride was based on being a married man with a wife and a child on the way. Did I mention that I had given them one of my names on their marriage certificate? They were now Friherr og Fru Lang, Josef og Sterne, for the duration of our stay on Valhalla, and I wanted them to remain Mr. and Mrs. Long for some years at least. Minerva, I had them take lifetime vows, never believing that they would keep them. Oh, ephemerals often stay married for life, but as for the rest, you don't find feathers on frogs very often, and Yita was a naive, friendly, sexy little tart whose short heels would cause her to trip and land with her legs open without planning it. I could see it coming. I did not want it to happen before I had a chance to indoctrinate Joe. Horns need not give a man a headache, but he does need time to grow up and mellow and acquire self-confidence before he can wear them with tolerance and dignity. And Yita was just the girl who could outfit him with a fine rack of antlers. I got him a job, pearl diver and handyman in a small gourmet restaurant, with a side arrangement for pay-me's to the chef for every Valhalla dish Joe learned to cook correctly. In the meantime, I kept her aboard on the excuse that a pregnant woman could not risk the nasty weather until I could get her proper clothing. And don't bother me now, dear. I've got cargo to worry about. She took it well enough, pouting just a little. She didn't like Valhalla anyhow. It has 1 1/7 G, and I had got them used to the luxury of free-fall. Easy on her swelling belly, no strain on her arches or her swelling tits. Now she suddenly found herself much heavier than she had ever been, awkward and with unhappy feet. What she could see of Valhalla from the entrance lock looked like a frozen slice of hell. She was pleased by my offer to take them on to Landfall. Still, Valhalla was the only new place she had ever been. She wanted to see it. I stalled while I got cargo unloaded, then took her measurements and got her one warm outfit in local style, but I played her a dirty trick. I fetched back 3 pairs of boots and let her take her choice. 2 pairs were plain work boots. The 3rd pair was gaudy, and half a size too small. So when I did take her groundside, she was wearing 2 tight boots, and the weather was unusually cold and blustery. I had watched the predictions. Torheim is pretty in spots, as skyport cities go, but I avoided those spots and took her sightseeing in dull neighborhoods, on foot. By the time I flagged a sleigh and took her back to the ship, she was miserable and glad to get out of uncomfortable clothes, especially the boots, and into a hot bath. I offered to take her into town the next day, but left her free to refuse. She declined politely. Omitted. Not quite that bad, Minerva. I simply wanted to keep her in Purda without arousing her suspicions. Actually, I had bought 2 pairs of those gaudy boots, 1 pair her correct size, and switched them on her at the end of that first day, while she was soaking her poor tired feet. Later I suggested that her trouble had been that she had never worn shoes or boots in her life, so why not wear them around the ship until she got the hang of it? So she did, and was surprised at how easy it was. I explained with a straight face that her feet had swelled the first time, so take it easy, an hour today, a little more each day, until she felt comfortable in them all day long. In a week she was wearing them even if she wore nothing else. She was more comfortable in them than barefooted, not surprising, as they were arch support footwear I had picked most carefully. Between pregnancy and the difference in surface gravity of the 2 planets, 0.95 G for her home planet, 1.14 for Valhalla, she weighed about 20 kilos more than she ever had in her life. She needed contoured foot supports. I had to caution her not to wear them to bed. I took her to town a couple of times while I was selecting cargo, but I coddled her, not much walking or standing around. She came along when I invited her, but was always willing to stay aboard and read. In the meantime, Joe worked long hours, only 1 day off in 7. So just before we left, I had him quit his job, and I took my kids on a proper holiday. A sleigh hired for the day, with reindeer instead of power, sightseeing that was truly sightseeing on a clear, sunny day that was almost warm, lunch in the country at a fine restaurant with a view of snow-covered crags of Jotunheim range, dinner at a still finer restaurant in the city, one with live music and entertainment as well as superb food, and a stop for tea at the little gourmet spot where Joe had labored so that he could be addressed as Freiherr Lang by our host, instead of "Hey, you," and have a chance to show off his beautiful, bulging bride. And beautiful she was, Minerva. On Valhalla, both sexes wear, under heavy outdoor clothes, indoor clothes that are essentially pajamas. The difference between those worn by women and by men lies in material, cut, and such. I had bought 1 party outfit for each of them. Joe looked smart, and so did I, but all eyes were on Yita. She was covered from shoulders to boots, but only technically. The cloth of that harem outfit shimmered with changing lights, orange and green and gold, without obstructing the view. Anyone who cared to look could see that her nipples were crinkled with excitement, and everyone cared to look. That she clearly had only a couple of months to go gave her a large bonus vote toward being picked as Miss Valhalla. She looked grand and knew it, and her face showed her happiness. She was self-confident, too, as I had coached her in local table manners, and how to stand, and how to sit, and how to behave, and such, and she had already got through lunch without a bubble. It was all right to let her display herself and enjoy the silent, or sometimes not silent, applause. Not only were we leaving right away, but also Joe and I had our knives in sight and our boot-tops. True, Joe was no knife-fighter, but the wolves there didn't know that, and not one was inclined to bother our beautiful bitch when she was flanked by wolves of her own. Early next morning, despite a short night, we loaded all day long with Yita handling manifests and Joe checking numbers while I made sure I wasn't being robbed. Late that night I had us in space, with my pilot computer sniffing out the last decimal places for the first leg to Landfall. I set the gravostat to bring us slowly down from Valhalla surface normal to a comfortable quarter-G. No more free-fall until Yita had her baby, then locked the control room and headed down to my cabin, stinking and tired and trying to kid myself that tomorrow was soon enough for a bath. Their door was open. Their bedroom door. The room that had been Joe's before I turned their rooms into a suite. Door open and them in bed. They had never done that before. I soon learned why. They piled out of bed and paddled toward me. They wanted me to join their fun. They wanted to thank me for that party day, for buying them, for everything else. His idea? Hers. Both. I didn't try to find out. I just thanked them and told them that I was whipped to the red, worn out and dirty. All I wanted was soap and hot water and 12 hours of shut-eye, and for them to sleep late. We'd set up ship's routine after we were rested. I did let them bathe me and massage me to sleep. That did not break discipline. I had taught them a bit about massage, and Joe in particular had a firmly gentle touch. He had been massaging her daily during her pregnancy, even while working long hours in that restaurant. But Minerva, had I not been so bushed, I might have broken my rule about dependent females. Omitted. Every tape, every book available in Torheim for a refresher in obstetrics and gynecology, plus instruments and supplies I had not expected to need aboard ship. I kept to my cabin until I had mastered all new art and was at least as skilled in baby cotching as I had been as a country doctor on Ormuzd long before. I kept a close eye on my patient, watched her diet, made her exercise, checked her gizzards daily, and permitted no undue familiarity. Dr. Lafayette Hubert, M.D., a.k.a. Captain Aaron Sheffield, a.k.a. the Senior, et al., worried excessively over his one patient, but he kept her and her husband from seeing it, and applied his worry constructively in planning for every obstetric emergency known to the art at that time. Hardware and supplies he had obtained on Valhalla paralleled in every major respect the equipment of Frigg Temple in Torheim, where 50 births a day were not uncommon. He smiled to himself at the mass of junk he had taken aboard, recalling a country doctor on Ormuzd who had delivered many a baby with nothing but bare hands, while the mother sat on her husband's lap, knees pulled high and wide by her husband so that old Doc Hubert could kneel in front of them and catch the baby. True, but he had always had with him all the gear a husky, pacing body could tote, even though he might never open a saddlebag if everything went right. That was the point, to have the stuff at hand if things did not go right. One item purchased in Torheim was not for emergency. The latest improved model delivery chair, hand grips, padded support arms, leg, foot, and back supports, adjustable independently in 3 axes of translation and rotation with controls accessible both to midwife and patient, quick-release restraints. It was a marvelously flexible piece of mechanical engineering to enable the mother to position herself, or be positioned, so that her birth canal was vertical and as wide open as possible at the moment of truth. Dr. Hubert Sheffield had it set up in his cabin, checked its many adjustments before signing for it, then looked at it and frowned. A good gadget, and he had paid its high price without a quiver. But it had no love in it. It was as impersonal as a guillotine. A husband's arms, a husband's lap, were not as efficient, but there was much to be said, in his opinion, for having parents go through the ordeal together, she with her husband's arms holding her, comforting her, while he gave both muscular and emotional support that left the midwife free to concentrate on physical aspects. A husband who had done this had no doubt that he was a father. Even if some passing stranger had slipped her the juice, such fact became irrelevant, swallowed up by this greater experience. "So how about it, Doc? This gadget or Joe's arms? Did the kids need this second marriage ceremony? Could Joe take it physically and emotionally?" There was no doubt that Yita was the more rugged member of the team, although Joe outmassed her even when she was near term. What if Joe fainted and dropped her at the exact wrong instant? Sheffield worried these matters while he led auxiliary controls from the gravostat in the control room to the delivery chair. He had decided that, nuisance though it was, his cabin had to be the delivery room. It was the only compartment with enough deck space, a bed at hand, and its own bath. Oh, well, he could stand the nuisance of squeezing past the pesky thing to reach his desk and wardrobe for the next 50 days. 60 at the outside. If he had Yita's date of conception right and had judged her progress correctly, then he could disassemble it and stow it. Perhaps he could sell it at a profit on Landfall. It was in advance of the art there, he felt sure. He positioned the chair, bolted it to the deck, ran it up to maximum height, placed its midwife's stool in front of it, adjusted the stool until he was comfortable in it, found he could lower the delivery chair 10 or 12 centimeters and still have room to work. That done, he climbed into the delivery chair and fiddled with its adjustments, found that it could be made to fit even a person of his height. Predictable. Some women on Valhalla were taller than he was. Minerva, by my figures, Yita was about 10 days late, which did not worry them, as I had been carefully vague about it, and worried me only a touch, as she checked out normal and healthy in all respects. I prepared them not only with instruction and drill, but also with hypnosis, and had prepared her with exercises designed to make it as easy on her as possible. I dislike postpartum repairs. That canal should stretch, not tear. What was really fretting me was possibility that I was going to have to break the neck of a monster. Kill a baby, I mean. I shouldn't dodge the blunt truth. All calculations I had done one sleepless night still left this chance open, and if I had been wrong in any assumption, the chance might be higher than I like to think about. If I had to do it, I wanted to get it over with. I was far more worried than she was. I don't think she worried at all. I had worked hard on that hypnotic preparation. If I had to do this grisly thing, I was going to have to do it fast, while their attentions were elsewhere, then never let them see it and space the pitiful remains at once. Then tackle the horrid job of trying to put them back together emotionally. As a married couple, I did not know. Maybe I would have an opinion after I saw what she was carrying. At last her contractions were coming close together, so I had them get into the delivery chair. Easy, 1/4 gravity. The chair was already adjusted, and they were used to the position from drill. Joe climbed in, sat with his thighs stretched wide, knees over the rests, heels braced, not too comfortable, as he was not angle-worm limber the way she was. Then I picked her up and sat her in his lap. No trouble. She weighed less than 40 pounds at that pseudo-acceleration. Call it 18 kilos. She spread her legs almost in a horizontal split and scooted forward in his lap while Joe kept her from folding between his thighs. "Is that far enough, Captain?" she asked. "Just fine," I said. The chair might have positioned her a touch better, but she would not have had Joe's arms around her. I had never told them that there was any other way to do it. Give her a kiss, Joe, while I get the straps. Left knee strap around both their left knees together, same for right knees, and with her feet braced on additional supports I had added, chest and shoulder and thigh straps on him so firmly that he would stay in that chair even if the ship fell apart. But no such straps on her. Her hands on the hand grips, while his hands and arms were a living, warm, and loving safety belt, just under her tits, just over the bulge, but not on it. He knew how. We had practiced. If I wanted pressure on her belly, I would tell him, otherwise leave well enough alone. My stool was bolted to the deck. I had added a seat belt. As I strapped myself down, I reminded them that we had a rough ride coming, and this we had not been able to practice. It would have risked miscarriage. Lock your fingers, Joe, but let her breathe. Comfortable, Yita?
She said breathlessly. I'm starting another one.
Bear down, dear. I made sure my left foot was positioned for the gravostat control and watched her belly. Big one. As it peaked, I switched from 1/4 gravity up to 2 gravities almost in one motion, and Yita let out a yip, and the baby squirted like a watermelon seed right into my hands. I dragged my foot back to allow the gravostat to put us back on low G, even as I made a nearly instantaneous inspection of the brat. A normal boy, red and wrinkled and ugly. So I slapped his tokis, and he bawled. Variations on a Theme. 8. Landfall. Omitted. Girl I had intended to marry had married again, and had another baby. Not surprising. I had been off Landfall 2 standard years. Not tragic, either, as we had been married once about 100 years earlier. Old friends. So I talked it over with her and her new husband, then married one of her granddaughters, one not descended from me. Both gals Howards, of course, and Laura, the one I married that time, being of the Foote family. Note. Correction. Heydrich family. This woman Laura, one of the ancestors of the undersigned, did carry the surname Foote under the archaic patrilineal tradition, a source of confusion in old records, as the more logical matrilineal system has always been used in the families in assigning clan membership. But the genealogies were not revised to show this until Gregorian year 3307. This misnomer offers a means of dating this memoir, were it not that other records show that reindeer were not introduced onto Valhalla until approximately a century and a half after the date that the senior, beyond question, did marry Laura Foote Heydrich. But more interesting is the senior's allegation that he used a pseudo-gravity field in that year to facilitate childbirth. Was he the first tochologist to use this now standard method? Nowhere does he assert this, and the technique is usually associated with Dr. Virginius Briggs of Secundus Howard Clinic, and a much later date. J.F. 45th. End of note. We were a good match, Minerva. Laura was 20, and I was freshly rejuvenated and holding my cosmetic age at the early 30s. We had several children, 9, I think. Then she got bored with me 40-odd years later and wanted to marry my 5th, 7th cousin, Roger Sperling. Note. And descended from the senior as well, through Edmund Hardy, 2099 to 2259, although the senior may not have been aware of it. J.F. 45th. End of note. Which did not grieve me, as I was getting restless as a country squire. Anyhow, when a woman wants to go, let her go. I stood up for her at their wedding. Roger was surprised to learn that my plantation was not community property, or possibly did not think that I would hold Laura to the marriage settlement she had signed. But that wasn't the first time I had been wealthy. I had learned. It took a tedious suit to convince him that Laura owned her wedding dower plus appreciation, not those thousands of hectares that were mine before I married her. In many ways it is simpler to be poor. Then I shipped out again. But this is about my kids, who weren't really mine. Before we reached Landfall, Joseph Aaron Long looked more like a cherub and less like a monkey, but was still young enough to wet on anyone reckless enough to pick him up. which his grandpappy did several times a day. I was fond of him. He was not only a merry baby, but was also, to me, a most satisfying triumph. By the time we grounded, his father had shaped up into a really good cook. Minerva, I could have set those kids up in style. That was as profitable a triangle trip as I ever made. But you don't cause ex-slaves to stand tall and free and proud by giving them things. What I did was to enable them to get out and scratch, like this. I credited them with half-time apprentice wages, blessed to Valhalla, on the assumption that their other half-time was taken up by studies. This I had Yita figure in Valhalla kroner, at Valhalla wage rates. I had her add to this Joe's wages as kitchen help on Valhalla, minus what he had spent there. This total was credited to them as a share in cargo on the third leg, Valhalla to Landfall, which amounted to less than 0.5% of that cargo. I made Yita work this out. To this we added ship's cook wages for Joe, Valhalla to Landfall, payable in Landfall bucks at Landfall wage scales, but only as wages, not as a share in cargo. I had to explain to Yita why Joe's wages for that leg could not be invested retroactively in cargo lifted at Valhalla. Once she understood it, she had a grasp of the notions of venture and risk and profit. But I did not pay her for this accounting. I was derned if I would pay purser's wages to figure her own money, when I was not only having to check everything she did, but was giving her a lesson in economics as well. I did not pay Yita for the leg to Landfall. She was a passenger, busy having a baby, and then still busier learning to care for it. But I did not charge her for passage. She deadheaded. You see what I was doing? Rigging the accounts so that I would owe them something once I sold my cargo, while making it appear that they had earned it. They hadn't been worth any wages. On the contrary, I had spent quite a chunk on them, aside from buying them, which I never charged against them even in my head. On the other hand, I was paid in deep satisfaction, especially if they learned to stand on their own feet. But I discussed none of this. I just had Yita figure their share, my way. Omitted. Came to a couple of thousand, not enough to support them very long. But I took time to find a hole-in-the-wall luncheon, on which I took option through a third party, after satisfying myself that a couple of strivers could stay afloat with it, if the price was right and they were willing to work. Then I told them that they had better start job hunting, as I was putting the Libby up for sale or bond and lease. It was root, hog, or die. They were really free. Free to starve. Yita didn't pout. She just looked solemn and went on nursing little J.A. Joe looked scared. But later I saw them with their heads together over a newspaper I had brought aboard. They were checking help-wanted ads. After much whispering, Yita asked diffidently if I could babysit while they went job hunting. But if I was busy, J.A. could ride her hip. I said I wasn't going anywhere, but had they checked business opportunities? Jobs for untrained people didn't lead anywhere. She looked startled. It was a new idea. But that hint was enough. There was more looking and whispering. Then she fetched the paper to me and pointed to an ad, my own, but not so marked, and asked what 5-year amortization meant. I sniffed at it and told her it was a way to go broke slowly, especially if she spent money on clothes, and there must be something wrong, or the owner wouldn't want to sell. She looked as sad as Joe did and said that the other business opportunities called for investing lots of money. I grudgingly admitted that it could not hurt to look, but watch out for booby traps. They came back full of enthusiasm. They were sure they could buy it and make it pay. Joe was twice as good a cook as that fry cook who had it. He used too much grease, and it was rancid, and the coffee was terrible, and he didn't even keep the place clean. But best of all, behind the storeroom was a bedroom where they could live, and I squelched them. What were the gross receipts? How about taxes? What licenses and inspections, and what squeeze on each? What did they know about buying food wholesale? No, I would not go look at it. They had to make up their own minds and quit leaning on me, and anyhow, I didn't know anything about restaurant business. 2 lies, Minerva. I've run restaurants on 5 planets. plus a silent lie as to my reasons for not being willing to inspect the joint. 3 reasons. First, I had gone over the place in cynical detail before I optioned it. Second, that fry cook was bound to remember me. Third, since I was selling it to them through a dummy, I could neither vouch for it nor urge them to buy. Minerva, if I sell a horse, I won't guarantee that it has a leg on each corner. The buyer must count them himself. Having disclaimed any knowledge of restaurant business, I then lectured them about it. Ita started taking notes, then asked to be allowed to start the recorder. So I went into detail. Why 100% gross profit on the cost of food might not break even after she figured costs and overhead, amortization, depreciation, taxes, insurance, wages for them as if they were employees, etc. Where the farmer's market was and how early they had to be there each morning. Why Joe must learn to cut meat, not buy it by the piece, and where he could learn how. How a long menu could ruin them. What to do about rats, mice, roaches, and some dillies Landfall has, but thank heaven Secundus does not. Why... Omitted. Chopped the umbilical, Minerva. I don't think they ever guessed that they were dealing with me. I neither cheated nor helped them. That amortized sales contract simply passed on the price I had to pay for the dump, plus a load representing time I had spent dickering the price downward, plus legal and escrow fees and a fee to the dummy, plus the interest a bank would charge me. 2 points cheaper than they could get, at least. But no charity, none. I made nothing, lost nothing, and charged for only a day of my time. Ita turned out to be tighter than a bull's arse in fly time. I think she broke even the first month, despite closing down while they cleaned and refurbished. Certainly she did not miss that first month's payment on the mortgage, nor any after that. Miss one? Dear, they paid that 5-year loan in 3 years. Not too surprising. Oh, a long spell of illness could have wrecked them. But they were healthy and young and worked 7 days a week until they were free and clear. Joe cooked and Ita handled the cash box and smiled at customers and helped at the counter, and J.A. lived in a basket at his mother's elbow until he was old enough to toddle. Until I married Laura and left New Canaveral to be a country gentleman, I stopped in their joint fairly often. Not too often, as Ita would not let me pay, and that was proper, part of standing tall and proud. They had eaten my food, now I ate theirs. So I usually stopped just for a cup of coffee and checked on my godson, while checking on them. I steered custom their way, too. Joe was a good cook and got steadily better, and word got around that Estelle's kitchen was the place if you appreciated good food. Word of mouth is the best advertising. People tend to be smug about having discovered that sort of eatery. It did no harm with customers, male especially, that Estelle herself presided over the cash box, young and pretty and with a baby in her arm. If she was nursing him as she made change, as was often the case at first, it practically guaranteed a lavish tip. J.A. gave up the dairy business presently, but when he was about 2, his job was taken over by a baby girl, Libby Long. I didn't deliver that one, and her red hair had nothing to do with me. Joe was blonde, and I assumed that Ita carried the gene as a recessive. Doubt if she had time to branch out. Libby was a number 1 tip inducer, and I credit her with helping pay off the mortgage early. A few years later, Estelle's kitchen moved uptown to the financial district, was somewhat larger, and Ita hired a waitress, a pretty one, of course. Omitted. Maison Long was swank, but it had a corner in it, a coffee shop named Estelle's Kitchen, and Estelle was hostess there as well as in the main dining room, smiling, dressed fit to kill in clothes that showed her superb figure, calling regulars by name and getting the names of their guests and remembering them. Joe had 3 chefs and a number of helpers, and they met his high standards or he fired them. But before they opened Maison Long, something happened that showed that my kids were even smarter than I thought they were, or at least remembered everything and figured things out later. Mind you, when I bought them, they were too ignorant to pound sand, and I don't think either one had ever touched money at any time. Letter from a lawyer. Inside was a bank draft. With it was an accounting. 2 passages. Blessed to Valhalla to Landfall. Second leg taken from tariffs of Transstellar Migration Corporation Limited, New Canaveral, and first leg arbitrarily equated to second leg. Certain monies accruing from share and sale of cargo. 5,000 blessings expressed as bucks at an estimated exchange rate based on assumptions as to equivalent buying power. See enclosure. Total of above gross sums. Interest on gross compounded semi-annually for 13 years at the going commercial rate for each year for unsecured loans. And grand total same as the bank draft. A sum I'm not sure I remember, Minerva, but it would not mean anything in Secundus crowns anyhow. It was a sizable sum. There was no mention of Yita or Joe, and the draft was signed by this lawyer, so I called him. He turned out to be stuffy, which did not impress me, as I was a lawyer there myself, although not practicing. All he would say was that he was acting for an undisclosed client. So I fired legalese at him, and he loosened up to the extent of informing me that he had instructions to cover the contingency that I might refuse the draft. He was then to pay the draft sum to a designated foundation, and so inform me after it was paid. But he declined to tell me what foundation. I signed off and called Estelle's kitchen. Yita answered, then cut in video and smiled her best. "Aaron, we haven't seen you in much too long." I agreed and added that apparently they had gone out of their silly minds while I wasn't watching. "I have here a bunch of nonsense from a lawyer, along with a ridiculous draft. If I could reach you, dear, I would paddle you. Better let me talk with Joe." She smiled happily and told me that I was welcome to paddle her any time, and that I could talk to Joe in a moment, but that he was locking up. Then she stopped smiling and said with sober dignity, "Aaron, our oldest and dearest friend, that draft is not ridiculous. Some debts cannot be paid. So you taught me years ago. But the money part of a debt can be paid. This we are doing as closely as we have been able to figure it." I said, "God damn it, you stupid little bitch, you kids don't owe me a bloody penny," or words to that effect. She answered, "Aaron, our beloved master." At the word master I blew my overloads, Minerva. I used language guaranteed to scorch the hide of the lead mules in a team of 6. She let me run down, then said softly, "Our master, until you free us by letting us pay this, Captain." Dear, I skidded to a halt. She added, "But even then, you will still be our master in my heart, Captain, and in Joe's heart, I know, even though we stand free and proud, as you taught us, even though, thanks always to you, our children and the children I still will bear will never know that we were ever anything but free and proud." I said, "Dear, you're making me cry." She said, No, the captain never cries." I said, "A lot you know about it, wench. I weep, but in my cabin with the door locked. Dear, I won't argue. If this is what it takes to make you kids feel free, I'll take it. But just the base sum, no interest, not from friends." "We are more than friends, Captain, and less. Interest on a debt is always paid. You taught me. But I knew that in my heart when I was only an ignorant slave, freshly manumitted. Joseph knew it too. I tried to pay interest, sir, but you would not have me." I changed the subject. "What is this blinking foundation that gets the bucks if I refuse them?" She hesitated. "We planned to leave that up to you, Aaron, but we thought it might go to orphans of spacemen, perhaps the Harriman Memorial Refuge." "You're both crazy. That fund is bulging, and I know it. Look, if I go to town tomorrow, can you shut down that Tomaine trap for a day? Or perhaps Neil's Day?" "Any day, and as many days as you wish, dear Aaron." So I said I would call back. Minerva, I needed time to think. Joe was no problem, he never was, but Yita was stubborn. I had offered to compromise. She had not budged a millimeter. It was the interest that made it such a horrid sum for them, 2 strivers who had started with a couple of $1,000 13 years back and were raising 3 kids by then. Compound interest is murder. The sum she claimed they owed me, the amount of that draft, was more than 2.5 times the base sum, and I couldn't see how they had saved even that. But had I been able to get her to agree on the base amount and forget compound interest, they would still have a nice chunk of capital to expand again. And if it took giving the smaller sum to orphaned spacemen or spacemen's orphans or indignant cats to make them feel proud, I could understand how it would be a bargain in their eyes. I had taught them myself, hadn't I? I once dropped 10 times that amount rather than argue over whether cards had been cut, then slept that night in a graveyard. I wondered if, in her sweetly devious mind, she was paying me back for having dragged her out of my bed one night 14 years earlier. I wondered what she would do if I made a counteroffer to accept the base sum and let her pay the interest her own way. Shucks, she would probably be on her back before you could say contraception, which would solve nothing. Since she had turned down my compromise, we were back where we had started. She was determined to pay it all, or give it away pointlessly, and I was not going to let her do either one. I can be stubborn, too. There had to be a way to do both. At dinner that night, after the servants withdrew, I told Laura I was going to town on business. Would she like to come along? Shop while I was busy, then dine wherever she liked, then any fun that appealed to her. Laura was pregnant again. I thought she might enjoy a day wasting money on clothes. Not that I planned to have her along at the coming row with Yita. Officially, Joseph and Estelle Long and their oldest child had been born on Valhalla. We had become friends when they had taken passage in my ship. I had fleshed out that story and coached the kids in it on the leg to Landfall and had them study sound sight tapes from Torheim, ones which turned them into synthetic Valhallans unless questioned too closely by real Valhallans. This fakery was not utterly necessary, as Landfall had an open-door policy. An immigrant did not even have to register. He could sink or swim. No landing fee, no head tax, not much taxation of any sort, or much government, and New Canaveral, the third biggest city, was only 100,000. Landfall was a good place to be in those days. But I had Joe and Yita do it that way, both for them and for their kids. I wanted them to forget that they had ever been slaves, never talk about it, never let their kids know it, and at the same time bury the fact that they had been, in some odd fashion, brother and sister. There is nothing shameful in being born a slave, not for the slave, nor was there any reason why diploid complements should not marry. But forget it. Start over. Joseph Long had married Stjerna Svensdotter, name anglicized to Estelle, with the nickname Yita from babyhood. They had married when he finished apprenticeship to a chef. They had migrated after their first child. The story was simple and unassailable, and put the polish on my attempt at playing Pygmalion. I had seen no reason to give my new wife any but the official version. Laura knew they were my friends. She was gracious to them on my account, then had come to like them on their own account. Laura was a good gal, Minerva, good company in bed and out, and she had the Howard virtue, even on her first marriage, of not trying to smother her spouse. Most Howards need at least one marriage to learn it. She knew who I was, the senior, as our marriage and later our kids were registered with the archives, just as had been my marriage to her grandmother, and the offspring from that. But she did not treat me as 1,000 years older than she was, and never quizzed me about my past lives, simply listened if I felt like talking. I don't blame her for that lawsuit. Roger Sperling cooked that up, the greedy son of a sow. Laura said, "If you don't mind, dear, I'll stay home. I would rather splurge on clothes after I slim down. As for dinner, there isn't a restaurant in New Canaveral that can match what Thomas does for us here. Well, Estelle's kitchen, perhaps, but that's a lunchroom, not a restaurant. Will you see them this trip? Estelle and Joe, I mean?" "Possibly." "Find time, dear. They are nice people. Besides, I want to send some knick-knack to my goddaughter. Aaron, if you want to treat me to a fancy restaurant when we go to town, you should encourage Joe to open one. Joe can cook, equal to Thomas." Better than Thomas, I said to myself, and Joe doesn't scowl at a polite request. Minerva, the trouble with servants is that you serve them quite as much as they serve you. I'll make a point of seeing them, at least long enough to deliver your present to Libby. and kiss them all for me, and I'd better send something to each of their kids, and be sure to tell Estelle that I'm pregnant again, and find out if she is too, and remember to tell me, and what time are you leaving, dear? I must check your shirts." Laura was serenely certain that I could not pack an overnight bag no matter how many centuries of experience I had had. Her ability to see the world as she wanted to see it enabled her to put up with my cranky ways for 40 years. I do appreciate her. Love? Certainly, Minerva. She looked out for my welfare always, and I did for hers, and we enjoyed being together. Just not love so intense that it is a great ache in your belly. Next day I took my jump buggy over to New Canaveral. Omitted. Planned maison longue. Rita had meant to blitz me. I'm sentimental, and she knew it, and had set the stage. When I got there, the shutters were closed early, and their 2 older kids were farmed out for the night, and baby Laura was asleep. Joe let me in, told me to go on back. He had our dinner on the range, and would be along in a minute. So I went back to their living quarters to find Yita. I found her, dressed in sarong and sandals I had given her an hour after I had bought her. Instead of the sophisticated face-do she now used so well, she was wearing no make-up at all, and had her hair simply parted and hanging straight down, to her waist or longer, and brushed till it shone. But this was not the frightened, ignorant slave who had to be taught how to bathe. This serenely beautiful young lady was clean as a sterilized scalpel, and was scented with some perfume which may have been named Spring Breezes, but should have been called Justifiable Rape, and sold only under doctor's prescription. She posed just long enough for me to take this in, then swarmed over me, hit me with a kiss that matched her perfume. By the time she let me go, Joe had joined us, dressed in breech-clout and sandals. But I did not let it go sentimental. I riposted sharply, stopping only to accept 1/10 that much kiss from Joe, said nothing about their costumes, and at once started explaining that business deal. When Yita caught what I was talking about, she shifted from sexy siren to sharp businesswoman, listened intently, ignored her stage setting and costuming, and asked the right questions. Once she said, "Aaron, I sniff a mouse. You told us to be free, and we've tried to be, and that's why we sent you that draft. I can add figures. We owe you that money. We don't have to have the biggest restaurant in New Canaveral. We're happy. The children are healthy. We're making money." "And working too hard," I answered. "Not all that hard, though a bigger restaurant would mean even more work. But the point is, you seem to be buying us again. That's all right if you wish to. You are the only master we would ever accept. Is that your intention, sir? If so, please say so. Be frank with us." I said, "Joe, will you hold her while I wallop her? For using that dirty word? Yita, you are wrong on both counts. A bigger restaurant means less work, and I'm not buying you. This is a business deal in which I expect a fat profit. I'm betting on Joe's genius as a chef, plus your genius for pinching pennies without cutting quality. If I don't make money, I'll exercise my option to liquidate, get my investment back, and you can go back to running a lunch counter. If you fail, I won't prop you up." "Brother?" She called him that in the dialect of their childhood. It signified to me that the lodge was tiled for executive session at the highest degree, as they were most careful not to call each other brother or sister in any language, especially in front of the children. J.A. was sometimes brother in English, never his father Joe. Minerva, I don't recall that Landfall had laws against incest. It did not have many laws. But there was a strong taboo against it, and I had carefully indoctrinated them. Half the battle with any culture is knowing its taboos. Joe looked thoughtful. "I can cook. Can you manage it, sis?" "I can try. Of course we'll try it if you want us to, Aaron. I'm not sure we can make a go of it, and it does look like more work to me. I'm not complaining, Aaron, but we are already working about as hard as we can." "I know you are. I don't see how Joe found time to knock you up." She shrugged and said, "That doesn't take long, and it will be a long time. I've just barely caught before I'll have to take time off. J.A. is old enough to handle the cash box when I do, but not in a big fancy restaurant." I answered, Whence you're thinking in terms of a lunchroom. Now listen, and learn how to make more money with less work and more time off. We may not open Maison long until after you have this baby. We can't set this up overnight. We must sell or lease this place, which means finding buyers who can keep it out of the red. It's always expensive to have to take a place back. We must find a suitable property in the right neighborhood, for sale or lease with option to buy. I may buy it and rent it to the corporation, so as not to tie up too much of the corporation's capital in senior financing. Find the place, remodel it probably, redecorate it certainly. Money for fixtures. Not much for squeeze. I know where the bodies are buried in this burg, and I won't hold still for excessive squeeze. But, my dear, you will not be on the cash box. We'll hire help, and I'll set it up so that they can't steal. You will be moving around, looking pretty, smiling at people, and keeping your eye on everything. But you'll do this only at lunch and dinner. Call it 6 hours a day.
Joe looked startled. Yita blurted out, "But, Aaron, we always open up as soon as we're back from market and stay open late. Otherwise you lose so much trade."
"I'm sure you work that hard. This draft proves it. And that's why you think getting pregnant doesn't take long. But it should take long, dear. Work is not an end in itself. There must always be time enough for love. Tell me, when you caught J.A. and the Libby, were you rushed, or did you have time to enjoy it?"
"Oh, goodness!" Her nipples suddenly crinkled. "Those were wonderful days."
"There will be wonderful days again. Gather ye rosebuds, time is still a-flying, or have you lost interest?" She looked indignant.
"Captain, you know me better than that."
"Joe? Slowing down, son?" "Well, we do work long hours. Sometimes I'm pretty tired. Let's change that. This will not be a lunchroom. This is going to be a high-priced gourmet restaurant of a quality this planet has never seen. Remember that place I took you kids for dinner just before we lifted from Valhalla? That sort. Soft lights and soft music and wonderful food and high prices. A wine cellar, but no hard liquor. Our patrons must not have their taste buds numbed. Joe, you will still go to market each morning. Selecting top-quality food is something you can't delegate. But don't take Yita, and do take J.A., if he's going to learn the profession."
"I sometimes take him now."
"Good. Then come home and go to bed again. You're through until you cook dinner. Not lunch." "Huh? That's right. Your number 2 chef handles lunch, then helps with dinner. Your big money-making meal. Yita is hostess both for lunch and dinner, but keeps an especially sharp eye on quality at lunch, Joe, since you won't be in the kitchen. But she never goes to market, and should still be in bed when you get back from market. Didn't I say that your quarters will be attached just as now? You'll both be off duty 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon, just right for the sort of siesta you used to grab in the Libby. In fact, if you two can't find time under that regime, both for sleep and plenty of happy play, but you can."
"It sounds grand," Yita conceded. "If we can make a living with those hours."
"You can. A better living. But instead of trying to get every buck, Yita, your object will be to maintain top quality while not losing money. And enjoy life."
"We will. Aaron, our beloved captain and friend, since I must not say that dirty word, we enjoyed life even as children when I had to wear that horrid Virgin's basket, because it was so sweet to snuggle together all the long nights. When you bought us, and freed us, and I didn't have to wear it, life was perfect. I didn't think it could be better, though it will be, when we don't have to choose between sleep and trying to stay awake for loving. You may not believe this, since you know what a rutty wench I am, but lots of times sleep won."
"I believe it. Let's change it."
"But no breakfast trade at all? Aaron, some of our breakfast customers have been coming to us the whole time we've been on Landfall."
"Net profit?"
"Well, not much. People won't pay as much for breakfast, even though materials sometimes cost as much. I've been satisfied with a very small net on breakfast. Advertising. I'd hate to tell our regulars that we won't serve them any longer."
"Details, dear. You can have a breakfast bar in one corner and not open the main dining room, but Joe won't cook breakfast, and neither will you. You'll be in bed with Joe at that hour, so that your eyes will sparkle at lunch."
"J.A. knows breakfast dishes," put in Joe.
"I started him on breakfast. Details again. Maybe we'll work out a deal with my godson whereby he makes money of his own, if the breakfast bar makes money."
Omitted.
"Sum it up. Take note, Yita. I agree to accept this draft, while you two, especially you, Yita, agree that it settles forever any debt between us. Maison Long to be a closely held corporation, 51% to you two, 49% to me, all three of us directors, and we can't sell stock save to each other, except that I retain option to change all or part of my share to non-voting stock, in which case I can assign it. My share of the initial financing is this draft. Your share is what we get for this lunchroom."
"Hold it," said Yita. "We might not be able to sell for that much."
"Details, dear. Stick in a paragraph to let you pay the corporation any discrepancy out of your net. And there will indeed be a net. I don't stick with a business that doesn't make money. I always cut my losses. Let's have another paragraph that permits me to supply more capital, if needed, by buying non-voting stock. And we'll use something like that to hang on to our top help, too. Not have Joe train a chef and then have him walk out. Never mind, let's get the outline straight. You two are the bosses, I'm silent partner. Salaries for you two on the scale we discussed, escalating with rise in net as discussed. I don't get a salary, just dividends. But we all will be working our tails off to get this rolling. I'll come in from Skyhaven as necessary. There's nothing going on there now that my overseer can't handle. But once it's rolling, I do nothing. I sit back and let you two make us rich. But listen carefully. Once it's rolling, you two must stop working your tails off, too. More time in bed. More time for fun out of bed. You won't make us rich working lunchroom hours. Have we reached a meeting of minds?"
"I think so," agreed Joe.
"Sis?"
"Yes. I'm not certain New Canaveral will support a gourmet restaurant like those lovely ones on Valhalla, but we'll try. I still think our starting salaries are too high, but I'll wait until I've struck a trial balance on our first quarter before I argue the matter. Just one thing, Captain."
"My name's Aaron."
"Captain is safer than that dirty word. I've agreed to the whole thing, and I'm darned well going to make it work, as you always say. But if you think this makes me forget a night you dragged me out of your bed and bounced me on my bum on a hard steel deck, you can think again, because it hasn't."
I sighed, Minerva, and said to her husband, "Joe, how do you cope with her?" He shrugged and grinned.
"I don't. I just get along. Besides, I see her side of it. If I were you, I'd take her to bed and make her forget it."
I shook my head. "But I'm not you, that's the point. Joe, I learned long before you were born that free tail is invariably the most expensive sort. Worse than that, we three are business partners now, and I can see 6 possible outcomes if I accept your notion of a solution, and any of the 6 could cause Maison Long Limited never to lift off."
Omitted.
"Just as I knew it would, Minerva. I've never had a non-speculative investment pay off so well. They tried to imitate us, but they couldn't imitate Joe's cooking or Yita's management. I made a bundle."
Variations on a Theme 9. Conversation before dawn. The computer said, "Lazarus, aren't you sleepy?"
"Don't nag me, dear. I've had thousands of white nights, and I'm still here. A man never cuts his throat from a sleepless night if he has company to see him through it. You're good company, Minerva."
"Thank you, Lazarus."
"The simple truth, girl. If I fall asleep, fine. If I don't, then no need to tell Ishtar. No, that won't work. She'll have graphs and charts on me, won't she?"
"I'm afraid so, Lazarus."
"You darn well know so. A good reason for me to be a little angel and wash behind my ears and get this rejuvenation over is to get my privacy back." Privacy is as necessary as company. You can drive a man crazy by depriving him of either. That was another thing I accomplished by setting up Maison Longue. I got my kids privacy they didn't know they needed.
I missed that, Lazarus. I noted that they had more time for Eros, and I saw that that was good. Should I have inferred something else from the data?
No, because I didn't give you all the data. Not a tenth. Just the outline of some 40 years I knew them, and some, not all, of the critical points. For instance, did I mention the time Joe decapitated a man?
No.
Not much to it, and it wasn't important to the story. This young blood tried to share the wealth one night by sticking them up. Ita had J.A. in her right arm, nursing him, or about to, and couldn't reach the gun she kept at the cash box. She couldn't fight, and was bright enough not to try against those odds. I suppose this dude didn't know that Joe had simply stepped out of sight. Just as this freelance socialist was gathering up their day's receipts, Joe lets him have it, with a cleaver. Curtain. The only notable thing about it was that Joe acted so quickly and correctly in the crunch, for I feel sure that the only fighting that he had ever tried was that which I forced on him in the Libby. Joe did everything else properly, too, finished taking the head off, threw the body into the street for his friends to take away, if he had any, for the scavengers to remove, if not, then displayed the head in front of the shop on a spike meant for such purpose. Then he closed his shutters and cleaned up the mess, then may have taken time to throw up. Joe was a gentle soul. But it's 7-2 that Yita did not throw up. The city's Committee for Public Safety voted Joe the usual reward, and the street committee passed the hat and added to it. A cleaver against a gun rated special notice. Good advertising for Estelle's kitchen, but not important otherwise, save that the kids could use that money. Helped pay the mortgage, no doubt, and wound up in my pocket. But I wouldn't have heard of this minor dust-up had I not been in New Canaveral and happened to stop by Estelle's kitchen when the real head was removed. Flies, you know, and the plastic trophy head custom required Joe to display was substituted for it by the street committee. But I was speaking of privacy. When I picked the property for Maison Longue, I made sure that it included space for a growing family, that's all, since they had 3 bucking and 1 in the chute that night we planned it. Rearranging ours gave them privacy from each other, too. Happy as it is to snuggle and make love, nevertheless, when you are really tired, it is often good to have the bed to yourself. And the new routine not only allowed this, but necessitated it, part of each day, through staggering their working hours. But I also planned room to give them privacy from their children, and to cope with another problem Yita did not have straight, and Joe may not have thought about. Minerva, can you define incest? The computer replied, "Incest is a legal term, not a biological one. It designates sexual union between persons forbidden by law to marry. The act itself is forbidden. Whether such union results in progeny is irrelevant. The prohibitions vary widely among cultures and are usually, but not always, based on degrees of consanguinity." "You're darn tootin' it's not always. There are cultures which permit first cousins to marry, genetically risky, but forbid a man to marry his brother's widow, which involves no more risk than it did for the first union. When I was a youngster, you could find one rule in one state, then cross an invisible line and find exactly opposite laws 50 feet away. Or sometimes, in places, both unions might be mandatory, or forbidden. Endless rules, endless definitions for incest, and rarely any logic to them. Minerva, so far as I recall, the Howard families are the first group in history to reject the legalistic approach, and to define incest solely in terms of genetic hazard." "That accords with the records in me," Minerva agreed. "A Howard geneticist might advise against a union between 2 persons with no known common ancestry, but place no objection to marriage of siblings. In each case, analysis of genetic charts would control." "Yeah, sure. Now let's drop genetics and talk about taboo. The incest taboo, although it can be anything, most commonly means sisters and brothers, parents and offspring. Ita and Joe were a unique case, brother and sister by cultural rules, totally unrelated by genetic rules, or at least no more so than 2 strangers. Now comes a second-generation problem. Since Landfall had this taboo against union between siblings, I had impressed on Yita and Joe that they must never,
let anyone know that they thought of each other as brother and sister. Fine so far as it went. They did as I told them, and there was never a lifted eyebrow. Now comes the night we planned Maison Longue, and my godson is 13 and interested, and his sister is 11, and beginning to be interesting. Full siblings, both genetically hazardous and contrary to taboo. Anyone who has raised puppies, or a number of children, knows that a boy can get as horny over his sister as over the girl down the street, and his sister is often more accessible. And little Libby was a red-headed pixie, so endearingly sexy at 11 that even I could feel it. Soon she was going to have every buck in the pasture pawing the ground and snorting. If a man pushes a rock, can he ignore an avalanche that follows? 14 years earlier I had manumitted 2 slaves, because a chastity girdle on one of them offended my concept of human dignity. Must I find some way to put a chastity girdle on that slave's daughter? Around we go in circles. What was my responsibility, Minerva? I pushed the first rock. Lazarus, I am a machine. Meaning that human concepts of moral responsibility are not machine concepts. Dear, I wish you were a human girl with a spankable bottom long enough for me to spank it. I would. In your memories is far more experience on which to judge than any flesh and blood can have. Quit dodging. Lazarus, no human can accept unlimited responsibility lest he go mad from unbearable load of unlimited guilt. You could have advised Libby's parents, but your responsibility did not extend even to that. You're right, dear. It's dismal how regularly you are right. But I am an incurable Butinsky. 14 years earlier I had turned my back on 2 puppies, so to speak, and that the outcome was not tragic was good luck, not good planning. Now here we go again, and the outcome could be tragic. I felt no morals about it, dear. Just thumb rules for not hurting people unintentionally. I didn't give a hoot if these children played doctor or make a baby or whatever the kids there called their experimenting. I simply did not want my godson giving little Libby a defective child. So I did butt in and took it up with their parents. Let me add that Yita and Joe knew as much about genetics as a pig knows about politics. Aboard the Libby I had kept my worries to myself and never discussed the matter with them later. Despite their remarkable success in competing as free human beings, in most subjects Yita and Joe were ignorant. How could it be otherwise? I had taught them their 3 R's and a few practical matters. Since arrival on Landfall they had been running under the whip. They hadn't had time to fill in gaps in their education. Perhaps worse yet, being immigrants, they had not grown up exposed to the local incest taboo. They were aware of it because I had warned them, but it wasn't canalized from childhood. Blessed had somewhat different incest taboos, but the taboos there did not apply to domestic animals. Slaves. Slaves bred as they were told to, or as they could get away with, and my 2 kids had been told by highest authority, their mother and their priest, that they were a breeding pair, so it could not be wrong, or taboo, or sinful. It was simply something to keep quiet about on Landfall, because land fellows were touched in the head on the subject. So I should have thought of it earlier. Yeah, sure. Minerva, I played other obligations. I could not spend those years playing guardian angel to Yita and Joe. I had a wife and kids of my own, employees, a couple of 1,000 hectares of farmland, and twice that much in virgin pinkwood. And I lived a long way off, even by high-orbit jump-buggy. Ishtar and Hamadryad, and to some extent Galahad, all seem to think I am some sort of Superman, simply because I've lived a long time. I'm not. I have the limitations of any flesh and blood, and for years I was as busy with my problems as Yita and Joe were with theirs. Skyhaven didn't come to me gift-wrapped. It wasn't until we put aside restaurant business and I got out presents Laura had sent to their kids and had admired the latest pictures of their kids and shown them pictures of Laura and my kids, and all that ancient ritual, that I thought about it at all. The pics, of course. This tall lad, J.A., all hands and feet, wasn't the little boy I recalled from my last visit.
Libby was about a year younger than Laura's oldest, and J.A.'s age I knew to the second, which is to say that he was about the age I was when I was almost caught with a girl in the belfry of our church, about 1,000 years earlier. My godson was no longer a child. He was an adolescent whose balls were not just ornaments. If he had not tried them as yet, he was certainly jerking off and thinking about it. The possibilities raced through my mind the way a man's past life is supposed to when he is dying, which isn't true, by the way. So I tackled it and was subtle about it, diplomatic. I said, "Joe, which one do you lock up at night, Libby or this young wolf?" The computer chuckled. "Diplomatic," she repeated. "How would you have put it, dear?" They looked puzzled. When I made it clear, Yita was indignant. Deprive her kids of each other? When they had slept together since they were babies? Besides, there wasn't room any other way. Or was I suggesting that she sleep with Libby while J.A. slept with Joe? If so, I could forget it. Minerva, most people never learn anything about any science, and genetics stands at the bottom of the list. Gregor Mendel had been dead 12 centuries at that time, yet all the old wives' tale were what most people believed, and still do, I might add. So I tried to explain, knowing that Yita and Joe weren't stupid, just ignorant. She cut in on me. Yes, Aaron, certainly I've thought about the possibility that Libby may want to marry J. Aaron. Will want to, I think, and I know it's frowned on here. But it's silly to ruin their happiness over a superstition. So if it works out that way, we think it's best for them to move to Colombo, or at least as far as Kingston. Then they can use different family names and get married, and no one will be the wiser. Not that we want them to be so far away, but we won't stand in the way of their happiness." "She loved them," said Minerva. "Yes, she did, dear, by the exact definition of love. Yita placed their welfare and happiness ahead of her own. So I had to try to explain it, why the taboo against union of brother and sister wasn't superstition, but a real danger, even though it had turned out to be safe in their case. Why was the hard part. Starting cold on the complexities of genetics with persons who don't even know elementary biology is like trying to explain multi-dimensional matrix algebra to someone who has to take off his shoes to count above 10. Joe would have accepted my authority. But Yita had the sort of mind that has to know why, else she was going to smile her sweetly stubborn smile, agree with me, then do as she had intended to all along. Yita was well above average smart, but suffered from the democratic fallacy, the notion that her opinion was as good as anyone's, while Joe suffered from the aristocratic fallacy. He accepted the notion of authority in opinion. I don't know which fallacy is the more pathetic. Either one can trip you. However, my mind matches Yita's in this respect, so I knew I had to convince her. Minerva, how do you condense 1,000 years of research in the second most complex subject into an hour of talk? Yita didn't even know she laid eggs. In fact, she was certain she didn't, as she had served thousands of eggs, fried, scrambled, boiled, and so forth. But she listened, and I sweated at it, with nothing but stylus and paper, when I needed the resources of a teaching machine in a college of genetics. But I kept at it, drawing pictures and simplifying outrageously some very complex concepts, until I thought they had grasped the ideas of genes, chromosomes, chromosome reduction, paired genes, dominance recessives, and that bad genes made defective babies. And defective babies, thank Frigg under all her many names, was something Yita had known about since she was a little girl, listening to gossip of older female slaves. She quit smiling. I asked if they had playing cards, not hopefully, since they had no time for such. But Yita dug up a couple of decks from the children's room. The cards were the commonest sort used on Landfall then, 56 cards in 4 suits. Jewels and hearts were red, spades and swords were black, and each suit had royal cards. So I had 'em play the oldest random chance gene-matching simulation used in beginning genetics. Let's Make a Healthy Baby game that children here on Secundus can play, and explain long before they are old enough to copulate. I said, Yita, write down these rules. Black cards are recessives, red cards are dominants. Jewels and spades come from the mother, hearts and swords come from the father. A black ace is a lethal gene, reinforced the baby is stillborn.
A black empress, reinforced, gives us a blue baby, needs surgery to stay alive, and so on, Minerva, except that I set the rules for a hit, a bad reinforcement, so that they were 4 times as probable for brother and sister as for strangers, and explained why. And then made them keep records for 20 games played by each set of rules for shuffling and matching, reduction and recombination. Minerva, it was not as good a structural analogy as the make-a-healthy-baby kindergarten games, but using 2 decks with different back patterns did enable me to set up degrees of consanguinity. Ita was simply intent at first, then started looking grim the first time the turn of the cards caused a black to reinforce a black. But when we played by brother and sister rules, and she dealt the cards and twice in a row got the ace of spades matched with the ace of swords for a dead baby, she stopped. She turned pale and looked at them. Then said slowly, with horror in her voice, "Aaron, does this mean that we must lock Libby into a virgin's basket?" "Oh, no." I told her gently that it wasn't that bad. Little Libby would never be locked up that way or anyway. We'd work it out so that the children would not marry and so that J.A. would not give his sister a baby, even by accident. Quit worrying, dear. The computer said, "Lazarus, what method did you use to cheat in those card games, may I ask?" "Why, Minerva, how could you think such a thing?" "I withdraw the question, Lazarus." "Of course I cheated. All sorts of ways. I said those 2 had never had time to play cards, whereas I had played with every sort of a deck and by endless rules. Minerva, I won my first oil well from a boy who made the mistake of putting readers into a game. Dear, I had Yita deal, but from a deck so cold it almost froze solid. I used all sorts of things, false cut, whorehouse cut, tops and bottoms, stacking the deck in front of their eyes. There wasn't any money on the game. I simply had to convince them that inbreeding was for stock, not for their beloved children. And I did." Omitted. "Your bedroom here, Yita, yours and Joe's, I mean. Libby's room adjoins yours, while J.A. winds up down the hall. How you reshuffle later depends on the sex of the baby you are going to have and on how many more you choose to have and when. But putting a crib in with Libby must be considered temporary. You can't figure on using it indefinitely as an excuse to keep an eye on her. But this is merely a stopgap, like not leaving the cat alone with a roast. Kids are slick at beating such arrangements, and nobody has ever been able to keep a girl off her back when she decides it's time. When she decides, that's the key to the matter. So our pressing problem is to get these children into separate beds, then to see to it that Libby does not make a bad decision. Any reason Libby can't go with me to Skyhaven and visit Pattycake? And how about J.A., Joe? Can you get along without him for a while? Lots of room, dears. Libby can room with Pattycake, and J.A. can bunk with George and Woodrow, and maybe teach him manners." Ita said something about imposing on Laura, Minerva, which I answered with a rude negative. "Laura likes kids, dear. She is one ahead of you, yet she started a year later. She doesn't keep house. She simply bosses her staff. She's never had to work harder than suited her. Furthermore, she wants all of you to pay us a visit. An invitation I heartily second, but I don't think you 2 can get away until we find a buyer for this place. But I want Libby and J.A. now, so that I can give them blunt and practical instruction in genetics, using stock I've been inbreeding to show what I mean." Minerva, this particular breeding schedule I had started to teach my own offspring the bald truth about genetics, with careful records and grisly photographs of bad culls. Since you manage a planet which has over 90% Howards, and the remaining mixed fraction mostly following Howard customs, you may not know that non-Howard cultures don't necessarily teach such things to their kids, even in cultures open about sex. Landfall was then mostly short-lifers, only a few thousand Howards, and to avoid friction we did not advertise our presence even though it wasn't a secret. Couldn't be. The planet had a Howard clinic. But with Skyhaven, a Dan'l Boone distance from the nearest big town, if Laura and I wanted our children to have a Howard-style education, we had to teach them ourselves. So we did. When I was a kid, the grown-ups of my home country tried to pretend to kids that sex did not exist. Believe it if you can. Not true of the little hellions Laura and I raised.
They had not seen human copulation. I don't think they had, because it puts me off stride to have spectators. But they had seen it in other animals, and had bred pets and kept records. The older two, Pattycake and George, had seen the birth of our youngest of the time because Laura had invited them to watch. This I strongly approve of, Minerva, but I have never urged one of my wives to permit it because I figure that a woman in labor should be indulged in every possible way. However, Laura had a streak of exhibitionism in her makeup. Anyhow, our kids could discuss chromosome reduction and the merits and demerits of line breeding as knowledgeably as my own contemporaries when I was a kid could discuss the World Series. Excuse me, Lazarus, that last term's referent? Oh, nothing important. One of the commercially induced surrogate interests of my childhood. Forget it, dear, it is not worth cluttering your memories. I was about to say I asked Joe and Yita what J.A. and Libby knew about sexual matters, since Landfall had so diversified a background that it could be anything, and I wanted to know where to start, especially as my oldest, Pattycake, had turned 12 and reached menarche at the same time, and was smug about it, likely to boast. It turned out that Libby and J.A. were sophisticated in an ignorant, unscientific fashion about matching their parents. They were one up on my kids in one respect. Copulation they had seen from birth, at least to the time Estelle's kitchen had moved uptown, which I should have figured out from recalling the still more cramped living quarters of the original Estelle's kitchen. 7,200 words omitted. Laura was sharp with me, and insisted that I not see them until I calmed down. She pointed out that Pattycake was almost as old as J.A., that it was nothing but play, as Pattycake had had her 4-year sterilization after menarche, and that, in any event, Pattycake had been on top. Minerva, I would not have spanked the kids no matter who had been on top. Intellectually, I knew that Laura was right, and I had to agree that fathers tend to be possessive about daughters. I was pleased that Laura had gained the confidence of both kids so fully that they had neither tried very hard to keep from being caught, nor had they been scared when she happened to catch 'em at it. Perhaps J.A. was scared, but Pattycake just said, "Mama, you didn't knock." Omitted. So we traded sons. J.A. liked farm life and never did leave us, whereas George turned out to have this perverse taste for cities. So Joe took him on and made a chef out of him. George was sleeping with Elizabeth, Libby, that is. I forget how long before they decided to hatch one and were married. A double wedding. The 4 youngsters remained close. But J.A.'s decision solved a problem for me, what to do with Skyhaven later. By the time Laura decided to leave me, all of my sons by her had heard the wild goose one way or another. George was the only one still on planet, and our daughters were married, and not one of them to a farmer. Whereas J.A. had become my overseer and was de facto boss of Skyhaven the last 10 years I was there. I might have worked some compromise with Roger Sperling if he hadn't tried to grab the place. As it was, I deeded a half-interest to Pattycake, sold the other half to my son-in-law, J.A., on a mortgage, then discounted the paper to a bank and bought a better ship than I would have had I given that half-interest to Roger and Laura. I made a similar deal, part gift and part sale, with Libby and George, of my share in Maison Long, and Libby changed her name to Estelle Elizabeth Sheffield Long. There was continuity there as well, which pleased both me and her parents. It worked out well. Laura even came down and kissed me good-bye when I left. Lazarus, I do not understand one factor. You have said that you do not favor marriage between Howards and ephemerals. Yet you let 2 of your children marry outside the families. Correction, Minerva. One does not let children get married. They do get married, when and as and to whom they choose. Correction noted, Lazarus. But let's go back to the night I intervened for Libby and J.A. That night I gave Yita and Joe everything that slave factor had turned over to me as proof of their old heritage, even the bill of sale, with the suggestion that they destroy the stuff or lock it up. Among those items was a series of photographs showing them growing up year by year. The last one seemed to have been taken just before I bought them, and they confirmed it. 2 fully grown youngsters, one in a chastity girdle. Joe looked at that picture and said, "What a couple of clowns. We've come a long way, sis, thanks to the skipper." "So we have," she agreed, and studied the picture. "Brother, do you see what I do?" "What?" he said, looking again.
"Aaron will see it. Brother, take off your clout," she said, while starting to unwrap her sarong, "and pose with me against the wall. Not the selling pose, but the way we used to stand against a grid for these record pictures."
She handed me that last picture in the series, and they stood and faced me. Minerva, in 14 years they had not changed. Yita had had 3 kids and was just pregnant with a 4th, and both of them had worked themselves silly. But stripped, naked, no makeup on her, and her hair down, they looked as they had the first time I saw them. They looked like that last record shot. End of adolescence, somewhere between 18 and 20 in Earth terms. Yet they had to be past 30. 35 Earth years old, if those blessed records were to be trusted. Minerva, I have just one thing to add. When I last saw them, they were past 60 in Earth years, about 63 if you accept the records from Blessed. Neither one had a grey hair. Both had all their teeth, and Yita was pregnant again.
"Mutant Howards, Lazarus?"
The old man shrugged. "Isn't that a question-begging term, dear? If you use a long enough time scale, every one of the thousands of genes a flesh and blood carries is a mutation. But by the trustees' rules, a person not derived from the family's genealogies can be registered as a newly discovered Howard if he can show proof of 4 grandparents surviving at least to 100. And that rule would have excluded me had I not been born into the families. But on top of that, the age I had reached when I got my first rejuvenation is too great to be accounted for by the Howard breeding experiment. They claim today that they have located in the 12th chromosome pair a gene complex that determines longevity like winding a clock. If so, who wound my clock? Gilgamesh? Mutation is never an explanation. It is simply a name for an observed fact. Perhaps some natural long-lifer, not necessarily a Howard, had visited Blessed. The naturals are forever moving around, changing their names, dyeing their hair. They have all gone through history, and earlier. But, Minerva, you recall from my life as a slave on Blessed one odd and unsavory incident.
Omitted.
So my best guess is that Yita and Joe were my own great-great-grandchildren.
Variations on a theme 10. Possibilities. Lazarus, was that why you refused to share Eros with her?
Eh? But, Minerva, dear, I didn't reach that conclusion, or suspicion, that night. Oh, I admit to prejudice about sex with my descendants. You can take the boy out of the Bible Belt, but it is hard to take the Bible Belt out of the boy. Still, I had 1,000 years in which to learn better.
So, said the computer, was it simply that you still classed her as an ephemeral? That troubles me, Lazarus. In my own deprived state, I find that, like her husband Joe, I see her side of it. Your reasons seem excuses, not sufficient grounds to refuse her need.
Minerva, I did not say I refused her.
Oh, then I infer that you granted her this boon. I feel a lessening of tension.
I didn't say that either.
I find an implied contradiction, Lazarus.
Simply because there are things I have not said, dear. Everything I tell you winds up in my memoirs. That was the deal I made with Ira. Or I can tell you to erase something, in which case I might as well not have told you at all. Perhaps my 23 centuries do hold something worth recording, but I see no possible excuse for placing on record each time some darling lady shared with me simply for pleasure, not for progeny.
The computer answered thoughtfully, I imply from this addendum that, while I am precluded from inferring anything about the boon Yita requested, your rule with respect to ephemerals extended only to marriage and to progeny.
Nor did I say that.
Then I have not understood you, Lazarus. Conflict.
The old man brooded, then answered slowly and sadly. I think I said that marriage between a long-lived and a short-lived was a bad idea. And so it is. And I learned it the hard way. But that was long ago and far away, and when she died, part of me died. I stopped wanting to live forever.
He stopped. The computer said brokenly, Lazarus, Lazarus, my beloved friend, I am sorry."
Lazarus Long sat up straight and said briskly, "No, dear, don't be sorry for me. No regrets, never any regrets. Nor would I change it if I could. Even if I had a time machine and could go back and change one cusp, I would not do so. No, not one instant, much less that cusp. Now let's speak of something else."
"Whatever you wish, dear friend."
"All right. You keep coming back to me and Yita, Minerva, and seem bothered that I denied her this boon. But you don't know that I denied her anything, and you certainly don't know that it was a boon. Can be, surely, but not always, and often sex is not. Trouble is that you don't understand Eros, dear, because you can't. You aren't built to understand it. I'm not running down sex. Sex is swell, sex is wonderful. But if you put a holy aura around it, and that is what you are doing, sex stops being fun and starts being neurotic. Stipulating for argument that I denied Yita this boon, it surely did not leave her sex-starved. At worst, I could possibly have miffed her a little, but she was not deprived. Yita was a hearty wench, and having to work too hard was the only thing that ever kept her off her back, or on top, or standing up, or kneeling, or swinging from the chandeliers, and I did make it possible for them to have more time for it. Joe and Yita were simple souls, uninhibited and uncorrupted, and of the four major interests of mankind, war, money, politics, and sex, they were interested only in sex and money. With some guidance from me, they got plenty of both. Shucks, it can't matter now to say that, after they learned contraception techniques, almost as perfect then as now, and which I taught them but had no reason to mention, they had no superstitions or taboos to keep them from branching out for fun, and their pair bonding was so strong as not to be endangered thereby. They were innocent hedonists, and if Yita failed to trip one tired old spaceman, she did trip plenty of others. And so did Joe. They had fun, plus the deep happiness of as perfect a marriage as I have ever observed.
"I am most pleased to hear it," Minerva answered. "Very well, Lazarus. I withdraw my questions and refrain from speculations about Mrs. Long and that tired old spaceman, even though your statements show that you were neither tired nor old nor a spaceman at that time. You mentioned 4 major interests of mankind, but did not include science and art."
"I didn't leave them out through forgetting them, Minerva. Science and art are occupations of a very small minority, a small percentage even of those people who claim to be scientists or artists. But you know that. You were simply changing the subject."
"Was I, Lazarus?"
"Pig whistle, dear. You know the parable of the little mermaid. Are you prepared to pay the price she paid? You can, you know." He added, "Don't pretend you don't know what I mean."
The computer sighed. "I think the question is may, not can. A wheelbarrow has no rights, nor do I."
"You're dodging, dear. Rights is a fictional abstraction. No one has rights, neither machines nor flesh and blood. Persons, both sorts, have opportunities, not rights, which they use or do not use. All you have going for you is that you are the strong right arm of the boss of this planet, plus the friendship of an old man who enjoys very special privileges for a most illogical reason, but does not hesitate to take advantage of those privileges. Plus, stored in your memories in Dora's No. 2 hold, all the biological and genetic data of Secundus Howard Clinic. Best such library in the galaxy, possibly, and certainly best for human biology. But what I asked was, will you pay the price? Having your mental processes slowed down at least 1,000,000 to 1, data storage reduced by some unknown but large factor, some chance, again I can't say, of failure in achieving transmigration, and always the certainty of death as the ultimate outcome. Death the machine need never know. You know that you can outlive the human race. Immortal.
"I would not choose to outlive my makers, Lazarus."
"So, you say that tonight, dear, but would you say it 1,000,000 years from now? Minerva, my beloved friend,
my only friend with whom I can be truthful, I feel certain that you have been toying with this idea ever since the clinic's files were made part of your memories. But even with your speed of thought, I suspect that you do not have the experience, the flesh-and-blood experience, with which to think it through. If you choose to risk this, you cannot be both machine and flesh-and-blood. Oh, certainly we have mixes, machines with human brains and flesh-and-blood bodies controlled by computers. But what you want is to be a woman, right? True or false? Would that I were a woman, Lazarus. So I know, dear. And we both know why. But think about this. Even if you manage this risky change, and I don't know what the risks are, I am just an old shipmaster, retired country doctor, obsolete engineer. You are the one with all the data my race has accumulated about such things. Suppose you manage it, and find that Ira will not take you to wife. The computer hesitated a full millisecond. Lazarus, if Ira refuses me utterly, he need not marry me. Would you then be as difficult with me as you seem to have been with Yita? Or would you teach me Eros? Lazarus looked astounded, then guffawed. Touché! You ranged me, girl. You hold me between wind and water. All right, dear, a solemn promise. If you do this, and Ira won't bed you, I'll take you to bed myself and do my best to wear you out. Or the other way around, more likely. A male hardly ever outlasts a female. Okay, dear, I'm the second team, and I'll stick around till we know the outcome. He chuckled. My sweet, I am almost tempted to hope that Ira turns chicken, were it not you want him so badly. Let's discuss practical aspects. Can you tell me what it will take? Only in theory, Lazarus. My memories do not show that it has ever been attempted. But it would be similar to a total clone rejuvenation in which computer help is used to transfer the memories of the old brain into its blank twin in the clone body. In another way, it resembles what I do when I move the me here in the palace into my new me in Dora's hold. Minerva, I suspect that it is more difficult, and far more risky, than either one. Different time rates, dear. Machine to machine you do in a split second. But that total clone job takes, I think, a minimum of 2 years. Rush it, and you wind up with an old dead body and a new idiot. No? There have been such cases, Lazarus, but not in the past 2 centuries. Well, my opinion isn't worth anything. You must discuss it with an expert, and it must be one you can trust. Ishtar, perhaps, although she may not be the expert you need. Lazarus, there is no expert in this venture. It has never been done. Ishtar can be trusted. I have discussed it with her. What does she say? That she does not know whether it can be done or not. In practice, that is, with success on the first attempt. But she is deeply sympathetic. She is a woman, and is thinking of ways to make it less hazardous. She says that it will require the finest of gene surgery plus facilities for full adult cloning. I guess I missed something. Starting a clone doesn't take a top-flight gene surgeon. I've done it myself. Then, if you plant the clone in utero and get it to take, a host mother will hand you a baby in 9 months. Safer, easier. But, Lazarus, I can't move me into a baby's skull. No room. Yes. True. Even with a full-size adult brain, I will have to choose most carefully what to take and what to leave behind. Nor can I be a simple clone. I must be a composite. I'm not sharp tonight. No, you would not want to be Ishtar's twin, for example, with your own personality and selected knowledge imprinted on what would have been her brain. Dear, may I offer you my 12th chromosome pair? Lazarus. Don't cry, girl. You'll get your gears all rusty. I don't know that there's anything to the theory that reinforcement in a gene complex in that chromosome pair controls longevity. Even if it does, I might be handing you a run-down clock. You might be better off using Ira's 12th. No, nothing from Ira.
Do you expect to do this without his knowing it?"
Lazarus then added thoughtfully,
"Oh, children, eh?"
The computer did not answer. Lazarus said gently,
"I should have known you meant to go whole hog. Then you won't want to borrow from Hamadryad either. She's his daughter. Unless genetic charting shows that we can avoid any hazard. Dear, you want as mixed a composite as can be managed, do you not? So that your clone will be a unique flesh and blood, not too closely copied from any other zygote. 23 parents, perhaps? Is that what you had in mind?"
"I think that would be best, Lazarus, since that could be done without separating paired chromosomes. Simpler surgery, and no possibility of introducing an unexpected reinforcement. If it were possible to find 23 satisfactory donors who were willing—"
"Who said they had to be willing? We'll steal 'em, dear. Nobody owns his genes. He's merely their custodian. They are passed to him willy-nilly in the meiotic dance. He passes them along to others through the same blind chances. There must be many thousands of tissue cultures over at the clinic, each with many thousands of cells, so who's to know or care if we borrow one cell from each of 23 cultures? If we're slick about it. Don't fret about ethics. It's like stealing 23 grains of sand from a large beach. I don't give a hoot about the clinic's rules. I suspect that we'll be hip-deep in proscribed techniques all through this. Those clinic records you've stored in Dora, do they include genetic charting of tissue cultures on hand? Case histories of their donor consigners?
Yes, Lazarus, although personal records are confidential.
Who cares? Ishtar said you could study both confidential and secret as long as you kept it to yourself. So, pick the 23 parents you want. While I worry about how to steal them. Stealing is more in my line anyhow. I don't know what criteria you will use, but I offer one mild suggestion. If the selection you have to choose from permits it, each of your parents should be healthy in all respects and as brainy as possible, by their established records in life as shown by their case histories, not alone by their genetic charts."
Lazarus thought about it.
"That mythical time machine I mentioned earlier would be a convenience. I would like to look over all 23 after you pick them, and some of them may be dead. The donors, I mean, not the tissue cultures."
"Lazarus, if other characteristics are satisfactory, is there any reason not to select as well for physical appearance?"
"Why worry about it, dear? Ira is not the sort of man to insist on Helen of Troy."
"No, I don't think he is. But I want to be tall as Ishtar, and slender, with small breasts, and straight brown hair."
"Whatever? Why?"
"Because that is the way I look. You said so. You did say so."
Lazarus blinked at the gloom and hummed softly, "She's a good sport. I can spring her for a fin or even a sawbuck." Then said sharply, "Whenever you're a crazy mixed-up machine, if the best combination of traits results in your being a short, plump blonde with big tits, buy it. Don't worry about an old man's fantasies. I'm sorry I mentioned that imaginary description."
"But, Lazarus, I said if other characteristics are satisfactory. To get that physical appearance, I need search only with respect to 3 autosome pairs. There is no conflict. The search is already complete within all parameters we have discussed thus far. And that is me. Is I? No, me. I've known it since you told me. But from things you have said, and others that you did not say, I feel that I need your permission to look like that."
The old man lowered his head and covered his face. Then he looked up. "Go ahead, dear. Look like her. I mean, look like yourself. Like your mind's eye picture of yourself. You'll find it hard enough to learn to be flesh and blood without the added handicap of not looking the way you feel you ought to look."
"Thank you, Lazarus."
"There will be problems, dear, even if everything goes well. For example, has it occurred to you that you will have to learn to talk all over again? Even learn to see and to hear? When you move yourself over into your clone body and leave nothing behind but a computer, you won't suddenly be an adult. Instead, you'll be a weird sort of baby in an adult body, with a world of buzzing confusion around you and totally strange. You may find it frightening. I'll be there. I promise I will be there, and holding your hand. But you won't know me. Your new eyes won't abstract a gestalt of me until you learn to use them. You won't understand a word I say. Did you realize that?"
"I do realize it, Lazarus. I did know it. I have given it much thought. Getting into my new body, without destroying the computer that I am now, which I must not, as Ira will need it, and so will Ishtar, making that transition is the most critical phase. But if I make it, I promise you that I will not be frightened by the strangeness, because I know that I will have loving friends around me, cherishing me, keeping me alive, not letting me hurt myself nor be hurt, while I'm learning to be a flesh and blood."
"That you will have, dear."
"I know, and I am not worried. So don't you worry, beloved Lazarus. Don't think of it now. Why did you say earlier that mythical time machine?"
"Eh? How would you describe it?"
"I would describe it as an unrealized potential. But mythical implies impossibility."
"Eh? Keep talking."
"Lazarus, I learned from Dora, when she taught me the mathematics of in-space astrogation, that every jump transition involves a decision as to when to re-enter the time axis."
"Yes, certainly. Since you are cut off from the framework of the speed of light, you could go as many years astray as there are light years involved in the jump. But that's not a time machine."
"It isn't?"
It's a disturbing thought. It feels like intentionally making a bad landing. I wish Andy Libby were here. Minerva, why didn't you mention this before?"
"Should I have put it into your Zwicky box? You turned down time travel forward, and I ruled out time travel into the past because you said you wanted something new."
Intermission. Excerpts from the notebooks of Lazarus Long. Always store beer in a dark place. By the data to date, there is only one animal in the galaxy dangerous to man himself, so he must supply his own indispensable competition. He has no enemy to help him. Men are more sentimental than women. It blurs their thinking. Certainly the game is rigged. Don't let that stop you. If you don't bet, you can't win. Any priest or shaman must be presumed guilty until proved innocent. Always listen to experts. They'll tell you what can't be done and why. Then do it. Get a shot off fast. This upsets him long enough to let you make your second shot perfect. There is no conclusive evidence of life after death, but there is no evidence of any sort against it. Soon enough you will know, so why fret about it? If it can't be expressed in figures, it is not science, it is opinion. It has long been known that one horse can run faster than another, but which one? Differences are crucial. A fake fortune-teller can be tolerated, but an authentic soothsayer should be shot on sight. Cassandra did not get half the kicking around she deserved. Delusions are often functional. A mother's opinions about her children's beauty, intelligence, goodness, etc., ad nauseam, keep her from drowning them at birth. Most scientists are bottle washers and button sorters. A pacifist male is a contradiction in terms. Most self-described pacifists are not pacific. They simply assume false colors. When the wind changes, they hoist the Jolly Roger. Nursing does not diminish the beauty of a woman's breasts. It enhances their charm by making them look lived in and happy. A generation which ignores history has no past, and no future. A poet who reads his verse in public may have other nasty habits. What a wonderful world it is that has girls in it. Small change can often be found under seat cushions. History does not record anywhere, at any time, a religion that has any rational basis. Religion is a crutch for people not strong enough to stand up to the unknown without help. But like dandruff, most people do have a religion and spend time and money on it, and seemed to derive considerable pleasure from fiddling with it. It's amazing how much mature wisdom resembles being too tired. If you don't like yourself, you can't like other people. Your enemy is never a villain in his own eyes. Keep this in mind. It may offer a way to make him your friend. If not, you can kill him without hate, and quickly. A motion to adjourn is always in order. No state has an inherent right to survive through conscript troops, and in the long run no state ever has. Roman matrons used to say to their sons, "Come back with your shield or on it." Later on this custom declined. So did Rome. Of all the strange crimes that human beings have legislated out of nothing, blasphemy is the most amazing, with obscenity and indecent exposure fighting it out for second and third place. Cheops' law. Nothing ever gets built on schedule or within budget. It is better to copulate than never. All societies are based on rules to protect pregnant women and young children. All else is surplusage, excrescence, adornment, luxury, or folly, which can and must be dumped in emergency to preserve this prime function. As racial survival is the only universal morality, no other basic is possible. Attempts to formulate a perfect society on any foundation other than women and children first is not only witless, it is automatically genocidal. Nevertheless, starry-eyed idealists, all of them male, have tried endlessly, and no doubt will keep on trying. All men are created unequal. Money is a powerful aphrodisiac, but flowers work almost as well. A brute kills for pleasure. A fool kills from hate. There's only one way to console a widow, but remember the risk. When the need arises, and it does, you must be able to shoot your own dog. Don't farm it out. That doesn't make it nicer, it makes it worse. Everything in excess. To enjoy the flavor of life, take big bites. Moderation is for monks. It may be better to be a live jackal than a dead lion, but it is better still to be a live lion, and usually easier. One man's theology is another man's belly laugh. Sex should be friendly. Otherwise, stick to mechanical toys. It's more sanitary. Men rarely, if ever, manage to dream up a god superior to themselves. Most gods have the manners and morals of a spoiled child. Never appeal to a man's better nature. He may not have one. Invoking his self-interest gives you more leverage. Little girls, like butterflies, need no excuse. You can have peace, or you can have freedom. Don't ever count on having both at once. Avoid making irrevocable decisions while tired or hungry. N.B. Circumstances can force your hand, so think ahead. Place your clothes and weapons where you can find them in the dark. An elephant. A mouse built to government specifications. Throughout history, poverty is the normal condition of man. Advances which permit this norm to be exceeded, here and there, now and then, are the work of an extremely small minority, frequently despised, often condemned, and almost always opposed by all right-thinking people. Whenever this tiny minority is kept from creating, or, as sometimes happens, is driven out of a society, the people then slip back into abject poverty. This is known as bad luck. In a mature society, civil servant is semantically equal to civil master. When a place gets crowded enough to require IDs, social collapse is not far away. It is time to go elsewhere. The best thing about space travel is that it made it possible to go elsewhere. A woman is not property, and husbands who think otherwise are living in a dream world. The second best thing about space travel is that the distances involved make war very difficult, usually impractical, and almost always unnecessary. This is probably a loss for most people, since war is our race's most popular diversion, one which gives purpose and colour to dull and stupid lives. But it is a great boon to the intelligent man who fights only when he must, never for sport. A zygote is a gamete's way of producing more gametes. This may be the purpose of the universe. There are hidden contradictions in the minds of people who love nature while deploring the artificialities with which man has spoiled nature. The obvious contradiction lies in their choice of words, which imply that man and his artifacts are not part of nature, but beavers and their dams are. But the contradictions go deeper than this prima facie absurdity. In declaring his love for a beaver dam, erected by beavers for beavers' purposes, and his hatred for dams erected by men, for the purposes of men, the naturist reveals his hatred for his own race, that is, his own self-hatred. In the case of naturists, such self-hatred is understandable. They are such a sorry lot. But hatred is too strong an emotion to feel toward them. Pity and contempt are the most they rate. As for me, willy-nilly, I am a man, not a beaver, and H. sapiens is the only race I have or can have. Fortunately for me, I like being part of a race made up of men and women. It strikes me as a fine arrangement and perfectly natural. Believe it or not, there were naturists who opposed the first flight to old Earth's moon as being unnatural and a despoiling of nature. No man is an island. Much as we may feel and act as individuals, our race is a single organism, always growing and branching, which must be pruned regularly to be healthy. This necessity need not be argued. Anyone with eyes can see that any organism which grows without limit always dies in its own poisons. The only rational question is whether pruning is best done before or after birth. Being an incurable sentimentalist, I favor the former of these methods. Killing makes me queasy, even when it's a case of he's dead and I'm alive, and that's the way I wanted it to be. But this may be a matter of taste. Some shamans think that it is better to be killed in a war, or to die in childbirth, or to starve in misery, than never to have lived at all. They may be right. But I don't have to like it, and I don't. Democracy is based on the assumption that 1,000,000 men are wiser than one man. How's that again? I missed something. Autocracy is based on the assumption that one man is wiser than 1,000,000 men. Let's play that over again, too. Who decides? Any government will work if authority and responsibility are equal and coordinate. This does not ensure good government. It simply ensures that it will work. But such governments are rare. Most people want to run things, but want no part of the blame. This used to be called the backseat driver syndrome. What are the facts? Again and again and again, what are the facts? Shun wishful thinking. Ignore divine revelation. Forget what the stars foretell. Avoid opinion. Care not what the neighbors think. Never mind the unguessable verdict of history. What are the facts, and to how many decimal places? You pilot always into an unknown future. Facts are your single clue. Get the facts. Stupidity cannot be cured with money, or through education, or by legislation. Stupidity is not a sin. The victim can't help being stupid. But stupidity is the only universal capital crime. The sentence is death. There is no appeal, and execution is carried out automatically and without pity. God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. It says so right here on the label. If you have a mind capable of believing all three of these divine attributes simultaneously, I have a wonderful bargain for you. No checks, please. cash and in small bills. Courage is the complement of fear. A man who is fearless cannot be courageous. He is also a fool. The two highest achievements of the human mind are the twin concepts of loyalty and duty. Whenever these twin concepts fall into disrepute, get out of there fast. You may possibly save yourself, but it is too late to save that society. It is doomed. People who go broke in a big way never miss any meals. It is the poor jerk who is shy a half-slug who must tighten his belt. The truth of a proposition has nothing to do with its credibility, and vice versa. Anyone who cannot cope with mathematics is not fully human. At best, he is a tolerable subhuman who has learned to wear shoes, bathe, and not make messes in the house. Moving parts in rubbing contact require lubrication to avoid excessive wear. Honorifics and formal politeness provide lubrication where people rub together. Often the very young, the untraveled, the naive, the unsophisticated deplore these formalities as empty, meaningless, or dishonest, and scorn to use them. No matter how pure their motives, they thereby throw sand into machinery that does not work too well at best. A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. The more you love, the more you can love, and the more intensely you love. Nor is there any limit on how many you can love. If a person had time enough, he could love all of that majority who are decent and just. Masturbation is cheap, clean, convenient, and free of any possibility of wrongdoing. And you don't have to go home in the cold. But it's lonely. Beware of altruism. It is based on self-deception, the root of all evil. If tempted by something that feels altruistic, examine your motives and root out that self-deception. Then, if you still want to do it, wallow in it. The most preposterous notion that H. sapiens has ever dreamed up is that the Lord God of creation, shaper and ruler of all the universes, wants the saccharine adoration of his creatures, can be swayed by their prayers, and becomes petulant if he does not receive this flattery. Yet this absurd fantasy, without a shred of evidence to bolster it, pays all the expenses of the oldest, largest, and least productive industry in all history. The second most preposterous notion is that copulation is inherently sinful. Writing is not necessarily something to be ashamed of, but do it in private and wash your hands afterwards. $100 placed at 7% interest compounded quarterly for 200 years will increase to more than $100 million, by which time it will be worth nothing. Dear, don't bore him with trivia or burden him with your past mistakes. The happiest way to deal with a man is never to tell him anything he does not need to know. Darling, a true lady takes off her dignity with her clothes, and does her whorish best. At other times you can be as modest and dignified as your persona requires. Everybody lies about sex. If men were the automatons that behaviorists claim they are, the behaviorist psychologists could not have invented the amazing nonsense called behaviorist psychology. So they are wrong from scratch, as clever and as wrong as phlogiston chemists. The shamans are forever yakking about their snake oil miracles. I prefer the real McCoy, a pregnant woman. If the universe has any purpose more important than topping a woman you love and making a baby with her hearty help, I've never heard of it. Thou shalt remember the 11th commandment, and keep it holy. A touchstone to determine the actual worth of an intellectual. Find out how he feels about astrology. Taxes are not levied for the benefit of the taxed. There is no such thing as social gambling. Either you are there to cut the other bloke's heart out and eat it, or you're a sucker. If you don't like this choice, don't gamble. When the ship lifts, all bills are paid. No regrets. The first time I was a drill instructor, I was too inexperienced for the job. The things I taught those lads must have got some of them killed. War is too serious a matter to be taught by the inexperienced. A competent and self-confident person is incapable of jealousy in anything. Jealousy is invariably a symptom of neurotic insecurity. Money is the sincerest of all flattery. Women love to be flattered. So do men. You live and learn, or you don't live long. Whenever women have insisted on absolute equality with men, they have invariably wound up with the dirty end of the stick. What they are and what they can do makes them superior to men, and their proper tactic is to demand special privileges all the traffic will bear. They should never settle merely for equality. For women, equality is a disaster. Peace is an extension of war by political means. Plenty of elbow room is pleasanter, and much safer. One man's magic is another man's engineering. Supernatural is a null word. The phrase we, I, you, simply must designates something that need not be done. That goes without saying, is a red warning. Of course means you had best check it yourself. These small change clichés, and others like them, when read correctly, are reliable channel markers. Do not handicap your children by making their lives easy. Rub her feet. If you happen to be one of the fretful minority who can do creative work, never force an idea. You'll abort it if you do. Be patient, and you'll give birth to it when the time is ripe. Learn to wait. Never crowd youngsters about their private affairs, sex especially. When they are growing up, they are nerve ends all over, and resent, quite properly, any invasion of their privacy. Oh, sure, they'll make mistakes. But that's their business, not yours. You made your own mistakes, did you not? Never underestimate the power of human stupidity. Variations on a theme. 11. The Tale of the Adopted Daughter. Stand with me on man's old planet, gazing north when sky has darkened. Follow down the dipper's handle, half again and veering leftward. Do you see it? Can you sense it? Nothing there but cold and darkness. Try again, with both eyes covered. Try once more with inner vision. Hearken now to wild geese honking, sounding through the endless spaces, bouncing off the strange equations. There! It glistens. Hold the vision. Warp your ship through crumpled spaces. Gently, gently, do not lose it. Virgin planet, new beginnings. Woodrow Smith, of many faces, many names, and many places, led this band to new beginnings, planet clean and bright as morning. End of line, he told his shipmates. Endless miles of untouched prairie, endless stands of uncut timber, winding rivers, soaring mountains, hidden wealth and hidden dangers. Here is life, or here is dying. Only sin is lack of trying. Grab your picks and grab your shovels, dig latrines and build your hovels. Next year better, next year stronger. Next year's furrows that much longer. Learn to grow it, learn to eat it. You can't buy it, learn to make it. How do you know until you've tried it? Try again, and keep on trying. Ernest Gibbons, née Woodrow Smith, sometimes known as Lazarus Long et al., president of New Beginnings Bank of Commerce, walked out of the walled-off dining room. He stood on the veranda, picking his teeth and looking over the busy street scene. Half a dozen saddle mules and a loper, muzzled, were hitched just below him. Up the street to the right, a mule train from out back was unloading at the dock of the Top Dollar Trading Post, E. Gibbons, proprietor. A dog lay in the dust in the middle of the street. Mounted traffic went around him. Across the street to his left, a dozen children played some noisy game in the yard of Mrs. Mayberry's primary school. He could count 37 people without moving from that spot. What a change 18 years made. Top Dollar was no longer the only settlement, or even the largest. New Pittsburgh was larger and dirtier, and both Separation and Junction were large enough to be called towns. This from only 2 shiploads and in a colony that had almost starved its first winter. He did not like to think about that winter. That one family, cannibalism had not actually been proved. Still, it was just as well that they were all dead. Forget it. The weak ones died, and the bad ones died or were killed. The stock that survived was always stronger, smarter, more decent. New Beginnings was a planet to be proud of, and it would get better and better and better for a long time. Still, almost 20 years was long enough to stay in one place. It was time to ship out again. In many ways it had been more fun when he and Andy, God rest his sweet innocent soul, had gone banging around the stars together, lining up real estate and never staying longer than necessary to assess potentialities. He wondered if his son Zachar would be back on time with a 3rd load of hopefuls. He lifted his kilt and scratched above his right knee, checked his blaster, hitched at the belt band on the left, checked his needle gun, scratched the back of his neck, made sure of his 2nd throwing knife. Ready to face the public, he considered whether to go to his desk at the bank or to the trading post and check that incoming shipment. Neither appealed to him. One of the hitched mules nodded at him. Gibbons looked at him, then said, "Hi, Buck, how are you, boy? Where's your boss?" Buck closed his lips tightly, then said explosively, "Clack!" That settled one point. If Clyde Lemur had hitched here instead of in front of the bank, it meant that Clyde intended to use the side door and was looking for another loan. Let's see what effort he makes to find me. Skip the trading post, too. Not only would Clyde look there next, but it wasn't fair to make Rick nervous by showing up before he had time to steal his usuals. Good storekeepers were hard to come by. Rick was always honest. 5%, no more, no less. Gibbons felt in his shirt pocket, found a Swede, gave it to Buck on the flat of his hand. The mule took it neatly, nodded thanks. Gibbons reflected that these mutant mules, fertile and breeding true, were the biggest help to colonizing since the Libby drive. They took cold sleep easily. When you shipped swine, half your breeding stock arrived as pork, and they could look out for themselves in many ways. A mule could stomp a wild loper to death. He said, "So long, Buck. Going for walk." "Walk. Tell boss." "Strong," acknowledged the mule. "Pie." Gibbons turned left and headed out of town while considering how big a loan to offer Clyde Lemur with Buck as security. A good-tempered, smart stallion mule was a prize, and about the only unmortgaged asset Clyde had left. Gibbons had no doubt that a loan on Buck would put Clyde back on his feet, literally, as soon as the loan was due. Gibbons felt no pity. A man who couldn't cut the mustard on New Beginnings was worthless. No sense in propping him up. No, don't lend Clyde $1. Offer to buy outright, at 10% over a fair price. A decent, hard-working animal should not belong to a lazy bum. Gibbons had no need for a saddle mule, but it would do him good to ride an hour or so each day. Man got flabby sitting in a bank. Marry again, and give Buck to his bride as a wedding present. A pleasant thought, but the only Howards on planet were married couples, and not one with a husband-high daughter, as well as all being in masquerade until the place grew populous enough that the families would set up a clinic here. Safer. Once burned, forever shy. He avoided Howards, and they avoided each other on the surface. Be nice to be married again, though. The McGee family, actually Barstow's, had 2 or 3 girls growing up. Maybe he should pay them a call some day. In the meantime, he felt gusty and good, stuffed with scrambled eggs and wicked thoughts, and wondered where there was a female who felt the same way, and could duck out and share their interest. Ernie knew several who shared his enthusiasm, but not available at this time of day, not for a casual romp, which was all he was wanted. It was not fair to engage in anything serious with an ephemeral, no matter how sweet she was, especially if she was truly sweet. Banker Gibbons was at the edge of town and about to turn back when he noticed smoke from a house farther out, the Harper place. What had been the Harper place, he amended, before they homesteaded out back, but now occupied by Bud Brandon and his wife Margie. Nice young couple from the second shipload. 1 child? He thought so. Running a fireplace on a day like this? Possibly burning trash. Hey, that smoke is not from the chimney! Gibbons broke into a run. As he reached the Harper place, the entire roof was burning. Lazarus skidded to a stop and tried to judge the situation. Like most older houses, the Harper place had no ground-floor windows, and but a single door that fit tightly and opened outward, a design for a time when lopers and dragons were ubiquitous. Opening that door would be opening the damper on a burning fire. He did not waste an instant debating it. That door must stay closed. He ran around the house, spotting windows of the upper floor and looking for means to reach one. A ladder or anything. Was anyone inside? Didn't the Brandons even have knotted rope fire escapes? Probably not. Good rope came from Earth and retailed at $90 a meter. The Harpers would not have left any behind. A window with its shutters open and smoke pouring out. He yelled, "Hey, anybody home?" A figure showed at the window, and something was thrown out to him. Automatically he made a good catch, spotting what it was while in the air, going to the ground with it to soften the impact. A small child. He looked up, saw an arm hanging over the windowsill. The roof fell in, the arm disappeared. Gibbons scrambled up fast, holding the little boy, no, little girl, he corrected, and moved hastily back from the Holocaust. He did not consider the possibility that someone might be alive in that raging fire. He simply hoped that they had died quickly, and gave it no more thought. He cradled the child in his arms. "Are you all right, honey?" "I guess so," she answered, then added gravely, "But Mama's awful sick." "Mama is all right now, dear," he said gently, "and so is Papa." "You're sure?" The child twisted in his arms, tried to see the burning house. He interposed his shoulder. "I'm sure." He held her more firmly and started walking. Halfway back to town, they encountered Clyde Leamer, mounted on Buck. Clyde reined up. "Oh, there you are. Banker, I want to talk to you." "Stow it, Clyde." "Huh? But you don't understand. I've got to have some money. Nothing but bad luck the whole season. Seems like everything I touch." "Clyde, shut your yap." "What?" Leamer seemed to notice for the first time that the banker was carrying something. "Hey, ain't that the Brandon kid?" "Yes." "Thought so. Now, about this loan, I told you to shut up. The bank won't lend you another $1. "But you've got to listen. Seems to me the community ought to help a farmer who's had bad luck. If it weren't for the farmers, you listen. If you spend as much time working as you do talking, you wouldn't need to talk about bad luck. Even your stable is dirty. What price do you want for that stud brute?" "Buck? Why, I wouldn't sell Buck. But here's what I had in mind, banker. You're a kindly man, even if you do talk rough, and I know you won't see my kid starve. Now, Buck is a valuable property, and I figure he ought to be security for about, say, Clyde, the best thing you can do for your kids is to cut your throat. Then people would adopt them. No loan, Clyde. Not $1, not a dime. But I'll buy Buck myself right now. Name a price." Leamer gulped and hesitated. $25,000. Gibbons started walking toward town. Leamer said hastily, $20,000. Gibbons did not answer. Leamer reined the mule around, turned in front of the banker, and stopped. "Banker, you've got me by the short hairs. $18,000, and you're stealing him." "Leamer, I won't steal from you. Put him up for auction, and I might bid. Or I might not. How much do you think he'll bring at auction? 15,000? You think so? I don't. I know how old he is without looking at his teeth, and just what you paid for him off the ship. I know what people around here can afford and will pay. But go ahead, he's yours. Bear in mind that if you put a low bid price against him, you owe the auctioneer 10%, even if he doesn't sell. But it's your business, Clyde. Now get out of my way. I want to get this child into town and lying down. She's had a bad time. What will you pay? 12,000. Why, that's robbery. You don't have to take it. Suppose an auction brings $15,000, as you hope. Your net is 13,500. But suppose an auction brings only 10,000, which I find more likely. You net 9,000. Goodbye, Clyde. I'm in a hurry. Well, 13,000? Clyde, I named my top price. You've dealt with me often enough to know that when I say it's top dollar, then it's top dollar. But throw in that saddle and bridle and answer one question, and I'll sweeten it by $500. What question? How did you happen to migrate? Lemur looked startled, then laughed unmirthfully. Because I was crazy, if you want to know the truth. Aren't we all? That's hardly an answer, Clyde. Well, my old man is a banker, and as hard-nosed as you are. I was doing all right. I had a proper, respectable job, teaching, college. But the pay wasn't much, and my old man was always snotty about it when I ran a little short. Snoopy. Disparaging. Finally, I got so sick of it that I asked him what he would think of paying Yvonne's fare and mine in the Andy J. Migrate. Be rid of us. To my surprise, he agreed. But I didn't back out. I knew that a man with a fine education like mine could get ahead anywhere. And it wasn't like we was being dumped on some wild planet. We were second wave, you may remember. Only it was a wild planet, and I've had to do things that no gentleman ought to have to touch. But you just wait, banker. Kids around here are growing up, and there will be a place for higher education, not the trivia Mrs. Mayberry teaches in that so-called school of hers. That's where I come in. You'll be calling me professor yet, and speaking respectfully. You'll see. Good luck to you. Are you accepting my offer? 12,500 net, including bridle and saddle? Oh, I said I was, didn't I? You didn't say. You still have not. I accept. The girl-child had listened quietly, face serious. Gibbons said to her, Can you stand up a moment, dear?
Yes.
He put her down. She trembled and held on to his kilt. Gibbons dug into his sporran, then, using Buck's broad rump as a desk, wrote a draft and a bill of sale. He handed them to Lemur. Take that to Hilda at the bank, sign the bill of sale, and give it back to me. Silently, Lemur signed, looked at the draft, and pocketed it, handed over the bill of sale. Thanks, banker, you old skinflint. Where do you want him delivered? You've delivered him. Dismount. Huh? How do I get to the bank? How am I supposed to get home? You walk. What? Well, of all the sneaky, underhanded tricks. You get the mule when I get the cash, at the bank. Lemur, I paid top dollar for that mule because I need him now. But I see that we did not have a meeting of minds. Okay, hand back my draft, and here's your bill of sale. Lemur looked startled. Oh, no, you don't. You made a deal. Then get off my mule at once. Gibbons just happened to rest his hand on the handle of the all-purpose knife every man carried. And dog trot into town, and you'll be there before Hilda closes. Now move. His eyes, cold and blank, held Lemur's. Can't you take a joke? Lemur grumbled as he swung down. He started walking rather fast toward the town. Oh, Clyde! Lemur stopped. What do you want now? If you see the volunteer fire team headed this way, tell them it's too late. The Harper place is gone. But tell McCarthy I said it wouldn't hurt to send a couple of men to check. Okay. And Clyde, what was it you used to teach? Teach? I taught creative writing. I told you I had a good education. So you did. Better hurry. Hilda closes promptly. She has to pick up her kids at Mrs. Mayberry's school. Gibbons ignored Lemur's answer, picked up the little girl, then said, Steady, Buck. Stand still, old fellow. He swung the child high, settled her gently astride the mule's withers. Hang on to his mane. He toed the left stirrup, swung up behind her, scooted back in the saddle, then lifted her again and placed her somewhat in his lap, but mostly in the saddle just back of the pommel. "Hang on to the horn, dear. Both hands. Comfortable?"
"This is fun."
"Lots of fun, baby girl. Buck, hear me, boy?" The mule nodded. "Walk. Walk back to town. Slow walk. Steady. Don't stub your feet. Get me? I'm not going to use the reins." "Rock! Right, Buck." Gibbons took a hitch in the reins, let them fall loosely on Buck's neck, squeezed the mule with his knees, let him go. Buck ambled toward town. After a few minutes, the little girl said gravely, "What about Mama and Daddy?" "Mama and Daddy are all right. They know I'm taking care of you. What's your name, dear?"
"Dora."
"That's a nice name, Dora. A pretty name. Do you want to know my name?"
"That man called you Banker."
"That's not my name, Dora. That's just something I do sometimes. My name is Uncle Gibby. Can you say that?"
"Uncle Gibby? That's a funny name."
"So it is, Dora. And this is Buck we are riding. He is a friend of mine, and he'll be your friend too now. So say hello to Buck."
"Hello, Buck."
"Arr! Zorr!"
"Say, he talks lots plainer than most mules, doesn't he?"
"Buck is the best mule in New Beginnings, Dora, and the smartest. When we get rid of this bridle, Buck doesn't need a bit in his mouth. He'll be able to talk plainer still. And you can teach him more words. Would you like that?"
"Oh, yes," Dora added, "if Mama lets me."
"It's all right with Mama. Do you like to sing, Dora?"
"Oh, sure. I know a clapping song. But we can't clap right now, can we?"
"Right now, I think we had better hang on tight." Gibbons rapidly reviewed in his mind his repertoire of happy songs, rejected a round dozen as unsuitable for young ladies. "How about this one? There's a pawn shop on the corner where I usually keep my overcoat. Can you sing that, Dora?"
"Oh, that's easy."
The baby girl sang it in a voice so high that Gibbons was reminded of a canary.
"Is that all, Uncle Gibby? And what's a pawn shop?"
"It's a place to keep overcoats when you don't need them. Lots more, Dora. Thousands and thousands of verses."
"Thousands and thousands? Why, that's almost as much as 100, isn't it?"
"Almost, Dora. Here's another verse. There's a trading post by the pawn shop where my sister sells candy. Do you like candy, Dora?"
"Oh, yes, but Mama says it's expensive."
"Won't be so expensive next year, Dora. There'll be more sugar beets cropped, but open your mouth and close your eyes, and I'll give you something for a surprise." He felt around in his shirt pocket, then said, "Oh, sorry, Dora. The surprise will have to wait until I get to the trading post. Buck got the last one. Buck likes candy, too."
"He does?"
"Yes, and I'll teach you how to give it to him without losing a finger by mistake. But candy isn't too good for him, so he gets it only as a special surprise. For being a good boy. Okay, Buck?" "Okay. Horse." Mrs. Maybury's school was letting out as Gibbons halted Buck in front of it. When he lifted Dora down, she seemed very tired, so he picked her up again. "Wait, Buck." The stragglers among the pupils stared, but separated and let him through. "Afternoon, Mrs. Maybury." Gibbons had gone there almost by instinct. The schoolmistress was a grey-haired widow, 50 or more, who had outlasted 2 husbands and was coping sensibly with her meagre chance of finding a third, preferring to support herself rather than live with one of her daughters, stepdaughters, or daughters-in-law. She was one who shared Ernest Gibbons' enthusiasm for the hearty pleasures in life, but was as circumspect about it as he was. He considered her sensible in every way, a prime prospect for marriage were it not for the unfortunate fact that they ran on different time rates. Not that he let her know this. He had not been a disclosed Howard when they both had arrived in the first shipload, and although freshly rejuvenated on Secundus when he had reappeared on Earth and organized the migration, he had elected to be 35 or so, cosmetically. Since that time he had carefully aged himself each year. Helen Maybury thought of him as a contemporary, returned his friendship, shared mutual pleasure with him from time to time without trying to own him. He respected her highly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gibbons." "Why, it's Dora. We missed you, dear. What happened?"
And is that a bruise?"
She looked closely, said nothing about the fact that the little girl was filthy dirty. She straightened up.
"Seems to be just a smudge. I'm glad to see her. I fretted a little this morning when she didn't show up with the Parkinson children. It's almost Marjorie Brandon's time, perhaps you knew?"
"Vaguely. Where can I put Dora down for a few minutes? Conference? Private?" Mrs. Maybury's eyes widened slightly, but she answered at once.
"The couch. No, put her on my bed."
She led the way, said nothing about getting her white coverlet dirty, went back to the schoolroom with him after he assured Dora that they would be gone only a few moments. Gibbons explained what had happened. "Dora doesn't know that her parents are dead, Helen, nor do I think it's time to tell her." Mrs. Maybury considered it.
"Ernest, are you sure they both died? Bud would have seen the fire if he had been working his own fields, but he sometimes works for Mr. Parkinson."
"Helen, that was not a woman's hand I saw, unless Margie Brandon has thick black hair on the back of her hands."
No, that would be Bud." She sighed. "Then she's an orphan. Poor little Dora. A nice child, bright, too."
"Helen, can you take care of her a few days, will you?"
"Ernest, the way you phrase that is almost offensive. I will take care of Dora as long as I am needed."
"Sorry, I didn't mean to phrase it unpleasingly. I don't expect it to be long. Some family will adopt her. In the meantime, keep track of your expense, then we'll work out what her room and board should be."
"Ernest, that will come to exactly zero. The only cost will be about enough food to feed a bird, which I can certainly do for Marjorie Brandon's little girl."
"So? Well, I can find some family to board her. The Lemurs, someone."
"Ernest!"
"Get your feathers down, Helen. That child was placed in my hands, her father's last dying act. And don't be a dumb fool. I know to the penny how much you manage to save, as well as how often you have to take tuition and food rather than cash. This is a cash deal. The Lemurs would jump at it, as well as several others. I don't have to leave Dora here, and won't unless you are sensible." Mrs. Maybury looked grim,
then suddenly smiled and looked 2 years younger. "Ernest, you're a bully, and a bastard, and other things I never say out of bed. All right, room and board.
And tuition, plus any special expenses. Doctor's bills, maybe."
"Triple bastard. You always pay for anything you get, don't you? As I should know." She glanced at the unshuttered windows. "Step out here in the hall and seal it with a kiss. Bastard." They moved. She placed herself so that the angle did not permit anyone to see them, then delivered a kiss that would have astounded her neighbors.
"Helen,"
she brushed her lips against his. "The answer is no, Mr. Gibbons. Tonight I'll be busy reassuring a baby girl."
"I was about to say, don't give her that bath I know you intend to until I get hold of Doc Krausmeyer and have him examine her. She seems all right, but she may have anything from broken ribs to a skull concussion. Oh, get her clothes off and sponge her a little for the worst of the dirt. That won't hurt her, and it will make it easier for Doc to examine her."
"Yes, dear. Get your lecherous hands off my bottom, and I'll get to work. You find Doc."
"Right away, Mrs. Maybury."
"Until later, Mr. Gibbons. Au revoir."
Gibbons told Buck to wait, walked over to the Waldorf, found, as he expected, Dr. Krausmeyer in the bar. The physician looked up from his drink. "Ernest, what's this I hear about the Harper place?" "Well, what do you hear about it? Put down that glass and grab your bag. Emergency." No, haven't seen the emergency yet that wouldn't leave time to finish a drink. Clyde Lemur was just in and bought us a round of drinks. Bought this one you urged me to abandon, and told us that the Harper place had burned and killed the whole Brandon family. Says he tried to rescue them, but it was too late." Gibbons briefly considered the desirability of a fatal accident happening to both Clyde Lemur and Doc Krausmeyer some dark night. But damn it, while Clyde would be no loss, if Doc died, Gibbons would be forced to hang out his own shingle, and his diplomas did not read Ernest Gibbons. Besides, Doc was a good doctor when sober, and anyhow, it's your own fault, old son. 20 years ago you interviewed him and okayed the subsidy. All you saw was a bright young intern and failed to spot the incipient lush. Now that you mention it, Doc, I did see Clyde hurrying toward the Harper place. If he says he was too late to save them, I would have to back his story. However, it was not the whole family. Their little girl Dora was saved." "Well, yes, Clyde did say that. He said it was her parents he couldn't save." "That's right. It's the little girl I want you to attend. She's suffering from multiple abrasions and contusions, possibly broken bones, possible internal injuries, a strong possibility of smoke poisoning, and a certainty of extreme emotional shock. Very serious in a child that age. She's across the street at Mrs. Mayberry's place." He added softly, "I think you ought to hurry, Doctor. I really do. Don't you?" Dr. Krausmeyer looked unhappily at his drink, then straightened up and said, "Mine host, if you will be so kind as to put this on the back of the bar, I shall return." He picked up his bag. Dr. Krausmeyer found nothing wrong with the child, gave her a sedative. Gibbons waited until Dora was asleep, then went to arrange temporary board for his mule. He went to Jones Brothers. Fine stock, mules bought, sold, traded, auctioned, registered stallions standing at stud. Because his bank held a mortgage on their place. "Minerva, it wasn't planned, it just grew. I expected Dora to be adopted in a few days, a few weeks, some such. Pioneers don't feel about kids the way city people do. If they didn't like kids, they wouldn't have the temperament to pioneer. And as soon as pioneer kids stop being babies, the investment starts paying off. Kids are an asset in pioneer country. I certainly did not plan to raise an ephemeral, or hold any fear that it would be necessary. Nor was it necessary. I was beginning to simplify my affairs, expecting to leave soon, as my son Zacher should show up any year. Zach was my partner then, in a loose arrangement based on mutual trust. He was young, a century and a half or such, but steady and smart, out of Phyllis Briggs Sperling by my last marriage but 2. A fine woman, Phyllis, as well as a #1 mathematician. We made 7 children together, and every one of them smarter than I am. She married several times. I was her 4th. Note, 5th. James Matthew Libby was her 4th. J.F. 45th, end of note. And, as I recall, the first woman to win the Ira Howard Memorial Century Medal for contributing 100 registered offspring to the families. Took her less than 2 centuries, but Phyllis was a girl of simple tastes, the other being pencil and paper and time to think about geometry. I digress. To engage in the pioneering business profitably takes a mini-max of a suitable ship and 2 partners, both shipmasters, both qualified to mount a migration and lead it. Otherwise you are taking a shipload of city folks and abandoning them in wilderness, which often happened in the early days of the diaspora. Zack and I did it properly, each fully qualified as captain in space or as leader on a strange planet, taking turns. The one who stays behind when the ship leaves really does pioneer. He can't fake it. He can't just wave the baton. He may not be political head of the colony. I preferred not to be. Talk is so time-consuming. What he does have to be is a survivor, a man who can force that planet to feed him, and by his example show others how, and advise them if they want it. The first wave is a break-even. The captain unloads and goes back for more migrants. The planet offers nothing for export that soon. The trip has been paid for by fares charged the migrants. Profit, if any, will come from the partner on the ground selling what else the ship has carried. Mules, hardware, swine, fertile chicken eggs, to the pioneers, on credit at first. Which means the partner on the ground has to look sharp and mind his rear. It doesn't take much to convince migrants who are having a tough time that this bloke is profiteering and should be lynched. Minerva, the 6 times I did this, let myself be left behind with the first wave of a colony, I never once plowed a field without weapons at hand, and I was always far more cautious with my own breed than I was with any dangerous animals that planet held. But on New Beginnings we were past most such hazards. The first wave had made it, though just barely, that terrible first winter. Helen Mayberry was not the only widow who had married a widower as a result of a weather cycle that Andy Libby and I had not anticipated. The star there, called the Sun, as always, but you can check your memories for catalogue designation. New Beginnings' sun was a variable star by about the amount that Old Sol is, just enough to give unusual weather. And when we arrived, we hit the bad weather jackpot. But those who made it through that winter were tough enough to stand anything. The second wave had a much easier time. I had disposed of my farm to migrants of the second wave and was putting my attention on business and trade to build up a cargo for the Andy J to take back after Zack unloaded the third wave. And I would go back too. Go somewhere, that is. What and where and how would be settled after I saw Zack. In the meantime, I was bored, getting ready to wind up my on-planet affairs, and found this waif an interesting diversion. Delightful, I should say. Dora was a baby who was born grown-up, utterly innocent, ignorant in the fashion that a small child necessarily is, but most intelligent and delighted to learn anything. There was no meanness in her anywhere, Minerva, and I found her naive conversation more entertaining than most talk of adults, usually trivial and rarely new. Ellen Maybury took as much interest in Dora, and we two found ourselves in loco parentis, without planning it. We consulted each other and kept the baby girl away from the burial, some charred bones, including tiny ones of the baby that had never been born, and kept her away from the memorial service, too. Some weeks later, when Dora seemed to be in good shape, and after I had had time to have a gravestone cut and erected, I took her out there and let her see it. She could read, and did, names and dates of her parents, and the single date for the baby. She looked it over solemnly, then said, "That means Mama and Daddy won't ever be coming back, doesn't it?" "Yes, Dora." "That's what the kids at school said. I wasn't sure." "I know, dear. Aunt Helen told me. So I thought you had better see for yourself." She looked again at the headstone, then said gravely, "I see. I guess I do. Thank you, Uncle Gibby." She didn't cry, so I didn't have any excuse to pick her up and console her. All I could think of to say was, "Do you want to go now, dear?" "Yes." We had ridden out on Buck, but I had left him at the foot of the hill, there being an unwritten rule against letting mules or tamed lopers walk on graves. I asked if she wanted me to carry her, piggyback, perhaps. She decided to walk. Halfway down, she stopped. "Uncle Gibby?" "Yes, Dora?" "Let's not tell Buck about this." "All right, Dora." "He might cry." "We won't tell him, Dora." She did not say any more until we were back at Mrs. Maybury's school. Then she was very quiet for about 2 weeks, and never mentioned it again to me, nor, I think, to anyone. She never asked to go back there, although we went riding almost every afternoon, and often within sight of Graveyard Hill. About 2 Earth years later, the Andy J arrived, and Captain Zack, my son by Phyllis, came down in the gig to make arrangements for landing the third wave of migrants. We had a drink together, and I told him I was staying over another trip, and why. He stared. "Lazarus, you are out of your mind." I said quietly, "Don't call me Lazarus. That name has had too much publicity." He said, "All right, although there is no one around but our hostess, Mrs. Maybury, did you say? And she's gone out to the kitchen. Look, Gibbons, I was thinking of making a couple of trips to Secundus, profit in it, and ways to invest our net on Secundus, safer than investing on Earth now, things being the way they are." I agreed that he was almost certainly right. "Yes," he said, "but here's the point. If I do, I won't be back this way for, maybe 10 standard years, or longer." "Oh, I will if you insist. You're a majority shareholder. But you'll be wasting your money and mine, too. Look, Ernest, if you must take care of this kid, though I don't see that it's your obligation, come with me and bring her along. You could put her in school on Earth, as long as you post bond to ensure that she leaves. Or perhaps she could settle on Secundus, although I don't know what the immigration rules are there now. It's been a long time since I've been there." I shook my head. "What's 10 years? I can hold my breath that long. Zack, I want to see this child grown up and able to make it on her own. Married, I hope, but that's her business. But I won't uproot her. She's had one shock of that sort and shouldn't have to soak up another while she's still a child." "On your head be it. You want me back in 10 years? Is that long enough?" "More or less, but don't rush. Take time enough to show a profit. If it takes longer, you'll pick up a better cargo here next time. Something better than food and soft goods." Zack said, "There's nothing better than food to ship to Earth these days. Sometime soon we're going to have to stop touching at Earth, just to trade among the colonies." "As bad as that?" "Pretty bad. They won't learn. What's this about trouble over your bank? Do you need a show of force while the Andy J is overhead?" I shook my head. "Thanks, Captain, but that's not the way to do it. Or I would have to go along with you. Force is an argument to use when nothing else will do, and the issue is that important. Instead, I'm going to go limp on them." Ernest Gibbons did not worry about his bank. He never worried over any issue less important than life and death. Instead, he applied his brain to all problems large and small as they came along, and enjoyed life. Especially he enjoyed helping raise Dora. Right after he acquired her and the mule Buck, or they acquired him, he discarded the savage curb bit Lemur had used, salvaging the metal, and had the Jones brothers harness-maker convert the bridle into a hackamore. He ordered also another saddle, sketching what he wanted and offering a bonus for early delivery. The leather crafter shook his head over that sketch, but delivered. Thereafter Gibbons and the baby girl rode Buck in a saddle built for two, a man-sized saddle in the usual position, with a tiny saddle with tiny stirrups, an integral part of it, in that forward position where a normal saddle carries its pommel-horn. A little wooden arch, leather-covered, curved up from this, a safety bar the child could grab. Gibbons also had this extended saddle fitted with two belly bands, more comfortable for the mule, safer on steep trails for riders. They rode that way several seasons, usually an hour or more after school, holding three-cornered conversations at a walk or singing as a trio, with Buck loudly off-key, but always on beat, with his gait acting as a metronome, Gibbons carrying the lead, and Dora learning to harmonize. It was often the pawn-shot song which Dora regarded as her own, and to which she gradually added verses, including one about the paddock next to the schoolhouse, where Buck lived. But soon there was too much girl for the tiny forward saddle as Dora grew, straight and slender and tall. Gibbons bought a mare mule, after trying two others. One was rejected by Buck because she was, so he said, stopped, and the other because she failed to appreciate a hackamore and tried to run away. Gibbons let Buck pick the third, with advice from Dora, but none from him, and Buck acquired a mate in his paddock, and Gibbons had the stable enlarged. Buck still stood at stud for a fee, but seemed pleased to have Beulah at home. However, Beulah did not learn to sing, and talked very little. Gibbons suspected that she was afraid to open her mouth in Buck's presence. She was willing to talk, or at least to answer, when Gibbons rode her alone, for it worked out, to Gibbons' surprise, that Beulah was his saddle mule. Dora rode the big male brute, even when the stirrups of the stock saddle had to be shortened ridiculously to fit her child's legs. But steadily the stirrups had to be lengthened as Dora grew toward young womanhood. Beulah dropped a foal. Gibbons kept her, and Dora named her Betty, and trained the baby mule as she grew, at first letting her amble along behind with an empty saddle, then teaching her to accept a rider in the paddock. There followed a time when their daily rides became sixsomes and often picnics, with Mrs. Mayberry up on Buck, the steadiest, and with the lightest load, Dora on Betty, and with Gibbons, as usual, riding Beulah. Gibbons remembered that summer as a most happy one. Helen and himself knee to knee on the older mounts, while Dora and the frisky youngster galloped ahead, then running back with Dora's long brown hair flying in the breeze. One such time he asked, "Helen, are the boys beginning to sniff around her?" "You old stud, don't you think about anything else." "Come off it, dear. I asked for information." "Certainly the boys are noticing her, Ernest, and she is noticing them. But I will do all the worrying necessary. Not much. She's far too choosy to put up with second best." The happy family picnics did not resume the following summer. Mrs. Mayberry was feeling the years in her bones, and could mount and dismount only with help. Gibbons had plenty of time to be ready before the murmurings about his monopoly of the banking business came to a head. The New Beginnings Bank of Commerce was a bank of issue. He, or Zacher, always set up such a bank in each colony they pioneered. Money was necessary to a growing colony. Barter was too clumsy. Some medium of exchange was needed even before government was needed. He was not surprised when he was invited to meet with the town selectmen to discuss the matter. It always happened. That evening, as he trimmed his Vandyke and added a touch more grey to it, and to the hair on his head in preparation for the confrontation, he reviewed in his mind proposals he had heard in the past for making water run uphill, the sun to stand still, and one egg to be counted as two. Would there be some novel numbskullery tonight? He hoped so, but did not expect it. He plucked hairs from his receding hairline. Damn it, it was getting harder and harder to age enough each year. Then put on his war-plaid kilt. Not only more impressive, but with more ways to conceal weapons, and get at them quickly. He was fairly sure that no one was, as yet, annoyed enough at him to start violence. But once he had been too optimistic. Since that time he had been a pessimist as a fixed policy. Then he hid some items, locked up others, set some gadgets that Zacher had fetched last trip, but which were not offered for sale at the top-dollar TP, unlocked his door, hand-locked it from outside, and left by the route through the bar, so that he could tell the barkeep that he would be away a few minutes. 3 hours later, Gibbons had settled one point. No one had been able to think of any new way to debase currency that he had not heard at least 500 years earlier, more likely 1,000, and each was certainly much, much older in history. Early in the meeting he asked the moderator to have the town scribe write down each question so that he could answer them in a lump, and was allowed to have it his way by being balky. At last the moderator-selectman, Jim Duke Warwick, said, "That seems to be it. Ernie, we have a motion to nationalize, I guess that's the word, the New Beginnings Bank of Commerce. You're not a selectman, but we all agree that you are a party with a special interest. We want to hear from you. Do you want to speak against the proposal?" "Not at all, Jim. Go right ahead." "Huh? I'm afraid I didn't understand you." "I have no objection to the bank being nationalized. If that's all, let's adjourn and go to bed." Someone in the audience called out, "Hey, I want my question about New Pittsburgh money answered. And mine, about interest. Interest is wrong. It says so in the Bible." "Well, Ernie, you said earlier that you would answer questions." "So I did. But if you are nationalizing the bank, wouldn't it make more sense to put questions to your state treasurer, or whatever you decide to call him? The new head of the bank? By the way, who is he? Hadn't he better sit up here on the platform?" Warwick pounded his gavel, then said, "We haven't got that far, Ernie. For the time being, the entire Council of Selectmen is the Finance Committee, if we go ahead with this." "Oh, by all means, go ahead. I'm shutting down." "What do you mean?" "Just what I said. I quit. A man doesn't like to have his neighbors dislike him. The people of Top Dollar don't like what I've been doing, or this meeting would never have been called, so I've quit. The bank is closed. It will not reopen tomorrow, nor ever, with me as president of it. That's why I asked who your state treasurer will be. I'm as interested as anyone in finding out what we are going to use for money from here on, and what it will be worth." There was dead silence. Then the moderator had to pound his gavel, and the sergeant-at-arms was very busy, all to shouts of, "What about my seed loan? You owe me money. I sold Hank Brofsky a mule on his personal note. What do I collect? You can't do this to us." Gibbons sat quietly, not letting his alertness show, until Warwick got them quieted down. Then Warwick said, wiping sweat from his brow, "Ernie, I think you've got some explaining to do." "Certainly, Mr. Moderator. The liquidation will be as orderly as you will let it be. Those who have deposits will be paid in banknotes, that being what was deposited. Those who owe money to the bank, well, I don't know. It depends on the policies the council sets up. I suppose I'm bankrupt. I can't know until you tell me what you mean when you say my bank is being nationalized. But I have had to take this step. Top Dollar Trading Post is no longer buying with banknotes. They may be worthless. Each deal will have to be barter. But we will continue to sell for banknotes. But I took down the posted prices just before I came here tonight, because the stock I have on hand may be all I ever have with which to redeem those banknotes, which could force me to raise prices. It all depends on whether nationalize is simply another word for confiscate." Gibbons spent several days explaining to Warwick the elementary principles of banking and currency, patiently and with good humor, to Warwick by Hobson's choice, because the other selectmen found that they were too busy with their farms or businesses to take on the chore. There had been one candidate for the job of national banker or state treasurer, no agreement as yet on title, from outside the selectmen, a farmer named Leamer, but his self-nomination got nowhere despite his claim of generations of experience in banking, plus a graduate degree in such matters.
Warwick got his first shock while he was taking inventory, with Gibbons, of the contents of the safe, almost the only safe on New Beginnings and the only one of Earth manufacture. "Ernie, where's the money?"
"What money, Duke?"
"What money? Why, these account books show that you've taken in thousands and thousands of dollars. Your own trading post shows a balance of nearly $1 million. And I know you've been collecting mortgage payments on 3 or 4 dozen farms, and haven't loaned hardly anything for a year or more. That's been one of the major complaints, Ernie. Why, the selectmen just had to act. All that money going into the bank and none coming out. Money scarce everywhere. So where's the money, man?"
"I burned it," Gibbons answered cheerfully.
"What?"
"Certainly. It was piling up and getting too bulky. I didn't dare keep it outside the safe, even though we don't have much theft here. If somebody stole it, it could ruin me. So far, the past 3 years, as money came into the bank, I have been burning it, to keep it safe."
"Good God!"
"What's the trouble, Duke? It's just waste paper."
"Waste paper? It's money."
"What is money, Duke? Got any on you? Say a $10 bill?"
Warwick, still looking shocked, dug one out.
"Read it, Duke," Gibbons urged. "Never mind the fancy engraving and the pretty paper that can't be made here as yet. Read what it says."
"It says it's $10.
"So it does. But the important part is where it says that this bank will accept that note at face value in payment of debts to the bank." Gibbons took out of his sporran a $1,000 banknote, set fire to it, while Warwick watched in horrified fascination. Gibbons rubbed the char off his fingers. "Waste paper, Duke, as long as it's in my possession. But if I let it get into circulation, it becomes my IOU that I must honor. Half a moment while I record that serial number. I keep track of what I burn so that I know how much is still in circulation. Quite a lot, but I can tell you to the dollar. Are you going to honor my IOUs? And what about debts owed to the bank? Who gets paid, you or me?"
Warwick looked baffled. "Ernie, I just don't know. Hell, man, I'm a mechanic by trade. But you heard what they said at the meeting."
"Yeah, I heard. People always expect a government to work miracles, even people who are fairly bright other ways. Let's lock up this junk and go over to the Waldorf and have a beer and discuss it." "Should be, Duke, simply a public bookkeeping service and credit system in which the medium of exchange is stable. Anything more and you are jiggering with other people's wealth, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Duke, I did my best to keep the dollar stable by keeping key prices stable, seed wheat in particular. For over 20 years, the top dollar trading post has paid the same price for prime seed wheat, then resold it at the same markup, even if I took a loss, and sometimes I did. Seed wheat isn't too good a money standard. It's perishable. But we don't have gold or uranium as yet, and it has to be something. Now look, Duke, when you reopen as a treasury, or a government central bank, or whatever you call it, you're certain to have pressures on you to do all sorts of things. Lower the interest rates, expand the money supply, guarantee high prices to the farmer for what he sells, guarantee low prices for what he buys. Brother, you're going to be called worse names than they call me, no matter what you do."
"Ernie, there's only one thing for it. You know how, so you've got to take the job of community treasurer."
Gibbons laughed heartily. "No, sirree, bub. I've had that headache for more than 20 years. Now it's your turn. You grabbed the sack, now you hold it. If I let you put me back in as banker, all that will happen is that they will lynch both of us." Changes. Helen Mayberry married the widower Parkinson, went to live with him in a small new house on the farm now worked by 2 of his sons. Dora Brandon became schoolmistress of what was still called Mrs. Mayberry's primary school. Ernest Gibbons, no longer banker, was now silent partner in Rick's general store, while his own warehouses bulged with cargo for the Andy J., if and when, soon, he hoped, as the new inventory tax was eating into cash he had held out for trading, and inflation was eating into the buying power of that cash. "Better hurry, Zack, before we are nibbled to death by ducks." At last the ship appeared in New Beginnings' sky, and Captain Zacher Briggs came down with the first load of the 4th wave, almost all of them quite old. Gibbons refrained from comment until the partners were alone. "Zack, where did you find those walking corpses?" "Call it charity, Ernest. That sounds better than what did happen." "Such as?" Captain Sheffield, if you want our ship to go back to Earth again, you are welcome to take her there yourself. Not me. Not there. If a man is 75 years old there now, he becomes officially dead. His heirs inherit, he can't own property, his ration books are cancelled. Anybody can kill him just for the hell of it. I didn't get these passengers on Earth. They were refugees at Luna City, and I took as many as I could. No mess room passengers, cold sleep or nothing. I insisted on payment in hardware and pharmaceuticals, but cold sleep let me hold down the price per head. I think we'll break even. If not, we've got investments on Secundus. I haven't lost money for us, I think. Zack, you worry too much. Make money, lose money, who cares? The idea is to enjoy it. Tell me where we are going next, and I can begin picking cargo. I've got twice the metric tonnage we can stow. While you get her loaded, I'll liquidate what we aren't lifting and invest the proceeds. Leave it with a Howard, that is. Gibbons looked thoughtful. This new situation probably means no clinic here any time soon? I think that is certain, Ernest. Any Howard who needs rejuvenation soon had better take passage with us. We are bound to hit Secundus in a leg or 6, no matter where we go. Then you are definitely coming along? All over your problem? What became of that baby girl, the short-lifer? Gibbons grinned. I don't think I'll let you lay eyes on her, son. I know you. Captain Briggs' arrival caused Gibbons to miss 3 days running his usual daily ride with Dora Brandon. On the 4th day he showed up at the schoolhouse as school let out, Briggs having gone back up for a couple of days. Got time for a ride today? She flashed him a smile. You know I have. Half a minute while I change. They rode out of town, Gibbons as usual riding Beulah, but with Dora on Betty. Buck was saddled, for his pride, but the saddle was empty. He was now ridden only ceremonially. By mule years he was quite old. They paused on a sunny hilltop well out of town. Gibbons said, Why are you so silent, little Dora? Buck has had more to say than you have. She turned in the saddle and faced him. How many more rides will we have together? Is this the last? Why, Dora, of course we will have more rides together. I wonder. Lazarus, What did you call me? I called you by your name, Lazarus. He stared at her thoughtfully. Dora, you're not supposed to know that name. I'm your Uncle Gibby. Uncle Gibby is gone, and so is little Dora. I'm almost as tall as you are now, and I've known for 2 years who you are. And I had guessed it before that. Guessed that you were one of the Methuselahs, I mean. But I said nothing to anyone, and never will. Don't make it a promise, Dora. It isn't necessary. It's just that I never meant to burden you with it. How did I give myself away? I thought I had been most careful. You have been. But I have seen you nearly every day, almost as far back as I can remember. Little things. Things no one would notice who didn't see you, really look at you every day. Well, yes, but I didn't expect to have to keep it up so long. Helen knew? I think she did. We never spoke of it. But I think she guessed the same way I did. And she may have figured out which Methuselah you are. Don't call me that, dear. It's like calling a Jew a kike. I'm a member of the Howard family, as a Howard. I'm sorry. I didn't know that the name mattered. Well, it doesn't, really. It's just a word that reminds me of a time long gone, a time of persecution. Sorry, Dora, you were telling me how you learned that my name is Lazarus. One of my names, that is, for I am Ernest Gibbons, just as truly. Yes, Uncle Gibby. It was in a book, a picture, a micro-book one has to read with the viewer at the town library. I saw this picture and winked on past it, then clicked back and looked again. You weren't wearing whiskers in the picture, and your hair was longer, but the longer I stared at it, the more it looked like my foster uncle. But I couldn't be sure, and couldn't ask. Why not, Dora? I would have told you the truth. If you had wanted me to know, you would have told me. You always have reasons for everything you do, everything you say. I learned that when I was so little we used to ride the same saddle. So I didn't say anything until today, knowing that you are leaving. Have I said that I was leaving? Please. Once when I was very little you told me a story about when you were a little boy hearing wild geese honking in the sky, how when you grew up you wanted to find out where they went.
I didn't know what a wild goose was. You had to explain to me. I know you follow the wild goose. When you hear them honking, you have to go. You've been hearing them in your head for 3 or 4 years. I know, because when you hear them, I hear them too. And now the ship is here, and it's very loud in your head. So I knew.
Dora, Dora!
Don't, please. I'm not trying to hold you back. Truly I'm not. But before you go, I want something very much.
What, Dora? Didn't mean to tell you this yet, but I'm leaving some property for you with John McGee. Should be enough for—
No, please. I'm a grown woman now, and self-supporting. What I want doesn't cost anything.
She looked him steadily in the eye.
I want your child, Lazarus.
Lazarus long took a deep breath, tried to steady his heartbeat. Dora, my dear, you are hardly more than a child yourself. It is too soon for you to be talking about having one. You don't want to marry me.
I did not ask you to marry me.
I was trying to say that in a year or 2, or 3, or 4, you will want to marry. Then you will be glad that you did not have my child.
You refuse me this?
I'm saying that you must not let an emotional upset over parting cause you to make any such hasty decision. She sat very straight in the saddle, squared her shoulders.
It is not a hasty decision, sir. I made up my mind long ago, even before I guessed that you were a— Howard. Long before. I told Aunt Helen, and she said that I was a silly girl and that I must forget it. But I have never forgotten it. And if I was a silly girl then, I am much older now and know what I am doing. Lazarus, I am not asking for anything else. It could be syringes and such, with Doc Krausmeyer's help, or— Again she looked him squarely in his eyes. It could be the usual way.
She dropped her eyes, then looked up again, smiled briefly, and added,
But either way, it had best be quickly. I don't know the ship's schedule. I do know mine.
Gibbons spent all of a half-second reviewing certain factors in his mind. Dora?
Yes, Ernest?
My name is not Ernest, nor is it Lazarus. My right name is Woodrow Wilson Smith. So since I am no longer Uncle Gibby, and you are right on that point, Uncle Gibby is gone and will never be back, you might as well call me Woodrow.
Yes, Woodrow.
Do you want to know why I had to change my name?
No, Woodrow.
So, do you want to know how old I am?
No, Woodrow.
But you want to have a child by me?
Yes, Woodrow.
Will you marry me? Her eyes widened slightly, but she answered at once,
No, Woodrow.
Minerva, at that point Dora and I almost had our first and last and only quarrel. She had been a sweet and lovable baby who had grown into a sweet-tempered and utterly lovable young woman. But she was as stubborn as I am, with a sort of firmness that can't be argued with, because she would not argue. I pay her the respect of believing that she had thought this through, all aspects, and had long since made up her mind to bear my child if I would let her, but not to marry me. As for me, I did not ask her to marry me on impulse. It just sounds like it. A supersaturated solution will crystallize almost instantly. That's the shape I was in. I had lost interest in that colony years earlier, as soon as it stopped presenting real challenges. I was itching to do something else. At the top of my mind, I thought I was waiting for Zack to return. But when the Andy J finally did orbit in that sky 2 years overdue, well, I learned that it was not what I had been waiting for. When Dora made that amazing request, I knew what I had been waiting for. Surely I tried to argue her out of it, but I was playing devil's advocate. In fact, my mind was busy with what and how. All the objections to marrying a short-lifer still remained. My even stronger objections to leaving a pregnant woman behind me. Shucks, dear, I didn't spend a nanosecond on that. Why not, Dora?
I told you, you are leaving. I will not hold you back.
You won't hold me back. No one ever has yet, Dora. But no marriage, no child. She looked thoughtful. What is your purpose in insisting on a marriage ceremony, Woodrow? So that our child will bear your name? I don't want to be a sky widow. But if that is what it takes, let's ride back to town and find the moderator. Because it really should be today, if the books are right about how to figure it. Woman, you talk too much. She did not answer this. He went on, I don't give a hoot about a wedding ceremony, certainly not one in top dollar. She hesitated, then said, May I say that I do not understand? Eh? Yes, surely. Dora, I won't settle for one child. You're going to have half a dozen children by me, or more. Probably more. Maybe a dozen. Any objection? Yes, Woodrow. No, I do not object. Yes, I will have a dozen children by you, or more. Having a dozen kids takes time, Dora. How often should I show up? Every 2 years, maybe? Whatever you say, Woodrow. Whenever you come back, each time you come back, I'll have a child by you. But I do ask that we start the first one at once. You crazy little idiot. I believe you would do it that way. Not would, shall, if you will. Well, we're not going to do it that way. He reached out and took her hand. Dora, will you go where I go? Do what I do? Live where I live? She looked startled, but answered steadily. Yes, Woodrow, if this is truly what you want. Don't put any conditions on it, will you or won't you? I will. If it comes to a showdown, will you do what I tell you to? Not give me any more stubborn arguments? Yes, Woodrow. Will you bear my children and be my wife till death do us part? I will. I take thee, Dora, to be my wife, to love and protect and cherish, and never to leave you, so long as we both shall live. Don't sniffle. Lean over here and kiss me instead. We're married. I was not either sniffling. Are we really married? We are. Oh, you can have any wedding ceremony you want later. Now shut up and kiss me. She obeyed. Some long moments later he said, Hey, don't fall out of your saddle. Steady, Betty. Steady, Beulah. Adorable Dora, who taught you to kiss that way? You haven't called me that since I started to grow up. Years. Haven't kissed you since you started to grow up either. For a good reason. You didn't answer my question. Is that one of the things I just promised? Whoever taught me to kiss, it was before I was a married woman. You may have a point there. I'll take it up with my legal staff and have them write you a letter. Besides, it might be native talent rather than instruction. Tell you what, Dora, I'll refrain from quizzing you about your sinful past, and you leave mine alone. A deal? Yes, indeed, for I have a very sinful past. Piffle, darling, you haven't had time to be sinful. Swiped some sweets I had fetched for Buck, maybe? Very sinful. I never did any such thing, but lots worse. Oh, sure. Give me another of those native talent kisses. Presently he said, Phew! No, the first one wasn't a fluke. Dora, I think I married you just barely in time. You insisted on marrying me, my husband. I didn't make an issue of it. Conceded. Sweetheart, are you still anxious to get started on that baby, now that you know that I am not going away without you? No longer anxious. Eager, perhaps. Yes, eager is the right word, but not demanding. Eager is a fine word. Me too. I could also add demanding. Who knows, you may have other native talents. She barely smiled. If not, Woodrow, I'm sure you can teach me. I'm willing to learn. Eager. Let's head back to town. My apartment or the schoolhouse? Either one, Woodrow. But see that little stand of trees? It's much closer. It was almost dark as they neared town. They rode back at a gentle walk. As they passed the Markham's house on the old Harper Place, Woodrow Wilson Smith said, Adorable Dora— Yes, my husband. Do you want a public wedding? Only if you want one, Woodrow. I feel very much married. I am married. You certainly are. Not going to run away with the younger man? Is that a rhetorical question? Not now or ever. This young man is an immigrant who may not be down until the last or nearly the last trip. He's about my height, but he has black hair and a darker skin than I have. Can't say just how old he is, but he looks about half the age I look. Smooth-shaven. His friends call him Bill, or Woody. Captain Briggs says Bill is very fond of young schoolmarms and is anxious to meet you. She appeared to consider it.
If I kissed him with my eyes closed, do you think I would recognize him?
It's possible, Dorable. Almost certain. But I don't think anyone else will. I hope they don't.
Woodrow, I don't know your plans, but if I do recognize this Bill, should I attempt to convince him that I am that other schoolmarm, the one you were singing about, Rangy Lil?
I think you could convince him, dearest one. All right, Uncle Gibby is back, temporarily. It will take Ernest Gibbons 3 or 4 days to wind up what he must do here, then he'll say good-bye to people, including his foster niece, that old maid schoolmarm, Dora Brandon. 2 days later, this Bill Smith comes down with the last, or nearly the last, load of cargo from the ship. You had better be packed and ready to leave by then, because Bill is going to drive past your schoolhouse the following day, or the day after that, just before dawn, headed for New Pittsburgh.
New Pittsburgh. I'll be ready.
But we won't stay there more than a day or two. On we go, past Separation. Then right over the horizon. We're going to tackle Hopeless Pass, dear. Does that appeal to you?
I go where you go.
Does it appeal to you? You won't have anyone to talk to but me, until you bake one and teach him or her to talk. No neighbors, lopers and dragons and God knows what else, but no neighbors.
So I'll cook and help you farm, and bake babies. When I have 3, I'll open Mrs. Smith's primary school. Or should we call it Rangy Lil's primary school?
The latter, I think, for young hellions. My kids are always hell-raisers, Dora. You'll teach school with a club in your hand.
If necessary, Woodrow. I've got some like that now, and 2 of them outweigh me. I clobber them as necessary.
Dora, we don't have to tackle Hopeless Pass. We could leave in the Andy J and go to Secundus. Briggs tells me that there are over 20 million people there now. You could have a nice house, inside plumbing, a flower garden instead of breaking your back helping me to make a farm, a good hospital with real doctors when you have babies, safety and comfort.
Secundus. That's where all the Howards moved, isn't it?
About 2/3 of them. A few are right here, as I told you. But we don't admit it, because when you are outnumbered, it is neither safe nor comfortable to be a Howard. Dora, you don't have to make up your mind in only 3 or 4 days. That ship will stay in orbit here as long as I want it to. Weeks, months, as long as I order it to stay.
Goodness! You can afford to have Captain Briggs hold a starship in orbit? Just to let me make up my mind?
I shouldn't have rushed you. But it's not exactly a case of affording it, Dora, although it doesn't cost much to stay in orbit. I've kept my own counsel so long that I'm out of the habit of being a married man, with a wife I can trust with secrets. I must stop it. I own 60% of the Andy J, Dora. Zach Briggs is my junior partner. And my son. Your stepson, you could say. She did not answer at once. Presently he said, "What's the trouble, Dora? Did I shock you?"
"No, Woodrow. I'm just having to get used to new ideas. Of course you've been married before. You're a Howard. I'd never thought about it, that's all. A son. Sons. And daughters, too, no doubt."
"Yes, surely. But what I was getting at is that I've done some bad planning, through my own selfishness. I was rushing you when there is no need for it. If we stay on New Beginnings, I want Ernest Gibbons to disappear. Leave in the Andy J. That is, as he is getting too old. I can't keep it up much longer. So young Bill Smith, who is much nearer your age, takes his place, which looks better, and no one here will ever suspect that I'm a Howard. I've worked this shenanigan many times. I know how to make it stand up. But I was trying to get rid of Ernest Gibbons as fast as possible, because he's your old foster uncle, who is about 3 times your age and wouldn't dream of patting your pretty bottom, nor would you encourage him to, as everybody knows. But I want to pat your pretty bottom, Dorable. And I want you to pat it. She reined up. They were getting close to where houses were near together. And more. Woodrow, you're saying that we can't live together right away because of what the neighbors might think. But who taught me never to care what the neighbors think? You did. True. Although sometimes it's expedient to make the neighbors think what you want them to think in order to influence what they do and say. And this might be such a time. But I also try to teach you to be patient, dear one. Woodrow, I will do exactly what you tell me to. But I'm not really patient about this. I want my husband in my bed. And I want to be there. Then what does it matter if people assume that I choose to tell my Uncle Gibby goodbye in bed, or that I then go away with a new settler almost at once? Woodrow, you didn't say a word about it at the time, but you knew that I was not virgin, I'm certain. Don't you think there must be others who know it too? Probably the whole town. I've never worried about it. Why should I worry what they think now? Dora? Yes, Woodrow? I'll be in your bed every night. That's settled. Thank you, Woodrow. The pleasure is mine, madam, or half of it, at least. You seem to enjoy it, too. Oh, I do, and you know it, or should. So stipulated, let's pass to other matters, except to say that had I found you virgin, big as you are, old as you are, it would have worried me a little, and I might have felt that Helen had not been quite the wholesome influence that I thought she was. That she was, indeed, bless her heart. The matter of pretending to be dear old Uncle Gibby, who would never touch little Dora, was purely for your face. Since it does not worry you, let's drop it. What I started to say is that you can take as long as you like in deciding whether to pioneer here or go to Secundus. Dora, Secundus has more than inside plumbing. It has a rejuvenation clinic. Oh. You need to be near one, Woodrow? No. For you, dear. She was very slow in answering. That would not make me a Howard. Well, no, but it helps. Rejuvenation therapies don't make Howards last forever either. Some people are helped quite a lot by them, some are not. Maybe someday we'll know more. But now, on the average, rejuvenation techniques seem to about double whatever a person could expect normally, whether he's a Howard or not a Howard. Do you know anything about how long your grandparents lived? How could I, Woodrow? I just barely remember that I once had parents. I don't even know the names of my grandparents. We can find out. The ship carries records of every migrant who takes passage in her. I'll tell Zack, Captain Briggs, to look up your parents' records. Then, in time, for it will take time, I can have your family traced on Earth. Then— No, Woodrow. Why not, dear? I don't need to know. I don't want to know. Long ago, 3 or 4 years at least, shortly after I figured out that you were a Howard, I also figured out that Howards don't really live any longer than we ordinaries do. So? Yes. We all have the past and the present and the future. The past is just memory, and I can't remember when I began. I can't remember when I wasn't. Can you? No. So we're even on that. I suppose your memories are richer. You are older than I am, but it's past. The future, it hasn't happened yet, and nobody knows. You may outlive me, or I may outlive you. Or we might happen to be killed at the same time. We can't know, and I don't want to know. What we both have is now. And we have that together, and it makes me utterly happy. Let's get these mules put away for the night and enjoy some now. Suits. He grinned at her. EF or FF? Both. That's my Dora. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing. And doing again. But just a moment, dear. You told me that Captain Briggs is your son, and consequently my stepson. I suppose he is, but I really can't think of him as such. And you needn't answer this. We agreed not to quiz each other about our pasts. Go ahead and ask. If it suits me, I'll answer. Well, I can't help being curious about Captain Briggs' mother, your former wife. Phyllis? Phyllis Briggs Spurling is her full name. What do you want to know about her, dear? Very nice girl. Further deponent saith not. No invidious comparisons.
I guess I'm being snoopy.
Perhaps you are. Not that I mind, and it can't hurt Phyllis. Dear, that was a couple of centuries ago. Forget it.
Oh, she's dead?
Not that I know of. Zack would know. He's been to Secundus recently. I think he would have told me, but I haven't stayed in touch with her since she divorced me.
Divorced you? A woman of poor taste.
Dora, Phyllis is not a woman of poor taste. She is a very nice girl. I had dinner with her and her husband the last time I was on Secundus. Zack and I did, I mean, and she and her husband had gone to the trouble of rounding up my other children by her, those who were on planet, and some of my other relatives, and made it a family party for me. Thoughtful of her. By the way, she's a schoolmarm, too.
She is?
Yep. Libby, professor of mathematics, Howard University, New Rome, Secundus. If we go there, we can look her up, and you can decide for yourself what sort of person she is.
Dora did not answer. She kneed Betty and started on down the street. Beulah pulled abreast without being told. Buck said,
"Supper."
"Dame!" quite emphatically, and trotted on ahead. Lazarus.
Careful with that name, dear.
No one can hear me. Lazarus, unless you insist, I don't want to live on Secundus.
Variations on a Theme, 12. The Tale of the Adopted Daughter continued. Separation lay far behind. For 3 weeks the little train, 2 wagons in tandem, 12 mules hauling, 4 running free, had crawled toward Rampart Range. It had been more than 2 weeks since they had last seen a house. They were on the high prairies now, and for several days the gap of Hopeless Pass had been in sight. Besides 16 mules, the little party included a German shepherd bitch and a younger dog, 2 female cats and Tom, a fresh milch goat with 2 kids and a young buck, 2 cocks and 6 hens of the hardy Mrs. Orkins variety, a freshly bred sow, and Dora and Woodrow Smith. The sow had tested pregnant at New Pittsburgh before Smith paid for her, test conducted by Smith himself, and Mrs. Smith had tested pregnant too, while still at top dollar, and before Smith cleared Starship Andy J. to leave orbit, for Smith had not found it necessary to tell his wife this. If Dora had not tested pregnant, the ship would have waited while they tried again. Then if she had still tested negative, he would have changed plans and taken her to Secundus, there to find out why, and, if possible, to correct it. In Smith's opinion, as a professional pioneer, it was not only pointless, but disastrously foolhardy to attempt single-couple pioneering out of reach of other people with an infertile woman, or a couple infertile with each other, he corrected in his mind, as his own fertility had not been put to the ultimate test for 50-odd years. While he was about it, he had looked up physical records of Dora's parents in Krausmeyer's ill-kept files, found nothing to worry him, and it had indeed worried him, as he would not have been able to cope even with anything as simple as an RH factor incompatibility a long way from nowhere. But within the limited medical resources of colony and ship, the board showed all green, and it seemed likely to him that Dora had become pregnant about 20 minutes after their informal muleback wedding. The thought had passed through his mind that Dora might have been pregnant even sooner, but the thought was merely an amusing whimsy that bothered him not at all. Smith felt certain that he had had the cuckoo in his nest more than once over the centuries. He had been especially careful to be a loving father to such children, and had kept his mouth shut. He believed in letting women lie all they needed to, and never taxing them with it. But he believed also that Dora was incapable of this sort of lie. If Dora had been pregnant and aware of it, she might have asked to be allowed to say good-bye to him on her back, but she would have asked for exactly that, not for a child. No matter. If the darling had made a mistake earlier and did not know it, he felt sure that she would nevertheless have a superior baby. She was clearly superior stock herself. He wished he had known the Brandons. They must have been Ichiban. And their daughter was, as Helen had once said, choosy. Dora would not bed with an oaf even for fun, because, being what she was, she would not find it fun. Smith was sure that it would take rape to put an inferior child into Dora, and the rapist might sing soprano the rest of his days. Her Uncle Gibby had taught her some dirty tricks. The pregnant sow was Smith's calendar. If they failed to reach a spot suitable for homesteading by the time that sow littered, Then they turned back that very day. No hesitation, no regrets, as that would leave them just half of Dora's pregnancy to get them back to separation and other people. The sow rode in the back end of the second wagon with a sling to keep her from falling down. The dogs trotted under the wagons or ranged aside, warning of lopers or other hazards. The cats did as they pleased, as cats do, walking or riding as suited them. The nanny and Billy Goat stayed close to the wheel pair. The two kids were large enough to skitter along most of the time, but were privileged to ride when they tired. A loud meow from the mother goat would cause Smith to swing down and hand the tired baby up to Dora. The chickens complained in a double cage over the sow's pen. The mules, running free, had no duties other than to keep eyes out for lopers, save that Buck was at all times grand marshal of the parade, picking the footing, bossing the other mules, carrying out Smith's orders. Mules at liberty rotated as draft animals. Only Buck was never in harness. Betty and Beulah had had their feelings hurt at being required to accept harness. They were gentry of the saddle, and they knew it. But Buck had had harsh words with them, and harsher nips and kicks. They had shut up and hauled. No real driving was required. Only 2 reins were used, one to each of the lead pair, and running from them back through rings on the collars of the following mules to the seat of the leading wagon. They're usually loosely secured rather than held. Although the males were all stallions, these mules did what Buck ordered. Smith had stopped at separation and lost most of a day to trade a strong brute with good shoulders for a younger, lighter stud because the bigger mule had not been willing to accept Buck's dominance. Buck was ready to fight it out, but Smith did not let the old mule risk it. He needed Buck's brain and judgment, and would not risk Buck's spirit being broken by losing to a younger stallion, or take a chance that Buck might be injured. In real trouble, more reins would not help. If the mules panicked and ran, unlikely but possible, 2 humans could not hold them, even with a double handful of reins. Smith was ready at any instant to pick off his lead pair, then hope that not too many mules would break legs stumbling over the corpses, and pray that the wagons would not overturn. Smith wanted to reach their destination with all his livestock. He hoped to get there with about 80%, including a breeding pair of each sort. But if they arrived with enough draft animals to pull the wagons, including at least 1 breeding pair, plus a pair of goats, he could consider it a conditional victory, and they would make their stand, to live or to die. How many mules were enough was a variable. Near the end of the trip it could be as low as 4, then go back and get the second wagon. But if the number of mules dropped below 12 before they conquered Hopeless Pass, turn back. Turn back at once. Abandon one or both wagons, jettison what they could not salvage, slaughter any animals that could not make it without help, travel light with any extra mules trailing along, unwitting walking larders. If Woodrow Wilson Smith limped back into separation on foot, his wife riding, miscarried but still alive, it still would not be defeat. He had his hands, he had his brain, he had the strongest of human incentives, a wife to care for and cherish. In a few years they might try Hopeless Pass again, and not make the mistakes he had made the first time. In the meantime he was happy, with all the wealth any man could hope for. Smith leaned out of the wagon seat. "Hey, Buck, supper time." "Supper time," Buck repeated, then called out, "Supper time! Circonai, circonai!" The lead pair turned left, started bringing the train around in a circle. Dora said, "The sun is still high." "Yes," her husband agreed, "and that's why. The sun is high, it's very hot. The mules are tired and sweaty and hungry and thirsty. I want them to graze. Tomorrow we'll be up before dawn and rolling at first light. Make as many kilometers as possible before it gets too bloody hot. Then another early stop." "I wasn't questioning it, dear. I simply wanted to know why. I'm finding that being a schoolmarm hasn't taught me all I need to know to be a pioneer wife." "I understood. That's why I explained. Dora always asks me if I do anything you don't understand. You do have to know, because if something happens to me, then it'll be up to you. Just hold your questions until later if I seem to be in a hurry." "I'll try, Woodrow. I am trying. I'm hot and thirsty myself. Those poor dears must be feeling it dreadfully. If you can spare me, I'll water them while you unharness." "No, Dora." "But—" "Sorry." "Damn it, I said always to ask why." But I was about to explain. First we let them graze an hour. That will cool them down some in spite of the sun, and being thirsty they'll look for short green stuff under this tall dry stuff. They will get a little moisture out of that. Meantime, I'm going to measure the water barrels. But I know that we're going on short water rations. Should have yesterday. Dorrible, you see that patch of dark green way up there below the pass? I think there is water there, dry as it's been. And pray hard that there is, because I don't expect to find water between here and there. We may have no water at all the last day or so. It doesn't take a mule long to die without water, and not much longer for a man.
Woodrow, is it as bad as that?
It is, dear. That's why I've been studying the photomaps. The clearest ones Andy and I made a long time ago when we surveyed this planet, but in early spring for this hemisphere. The shots Zack took for me aren't much. The Andy J isn't equipped as a survey ship. As may be, I took this route because it looked faster, but every wash we've crossed the past 10 days has been bone dry. My mistake, and it may be my last one.
Woodrow, don't talk that way.
Sorry, dear. But there is always a last mistake. I'll do my damnedest to see that this is not my last mistake, because it must not happen to you. I'm simply trying to impress you with how carefully we must conserve water.
You've impressed me. I'll be most careful with cleaning up and so forth.
I still haven't made it clear. There will be no washing at all, not a face wash, not even a hand wash. Pans and such you'll scour with dirt and grass and put them in the sunshine and hope they sterilize. Water is only for drinking. The mules go on half-water rations at once, and you and I, instead of the liter and a half of liquid each day a human is supposed to need, would each try to get by on a half-liter. Mrs. Whiskers will get a full ration of water. She has to make milk for her kids. If it gets too tough, we slaughter the kids and let her dry up.
Oh, dear.
We may not have to. But, Dora, we aren't even close to last extremities. If the going gets really tough, we kill a mule and drink its blood.
What? Why, they're our friends.
Dora, listen to your old man. I promise you that we will never kill Buck or Beulah or Betty. If I must, it will be a mule we bought in New Pittsburgh. But if one of our 3 old friends die, we eat him. Her.
I don't think I could.
You will when you're hungry enough. If you think about the baby inside you, you'll eat without hesitation, and bless your dead friend for helping to keep your baby alive. Don't talk about what you can't do when the chips are down, dear, because you can. Did Helen never tell you stories about the first winter here?
No, she said I didn't need to know.
Could be she was mistaken. I'll tell you one of the less grisly ones. I placed, a heel and toe watch over the seed grain with orders to shoot to kill. And one guard did. A drumhead court-martial exonerated the guard. The man he killed was clearly stealing seed grain. His corpse had half-chewed grain in its mouth. Not Helen's husband, by the way. He died like a gentleman, malnutrition and some fever I never identified. Smith added, Buck's got us hauled around. Let's get busy. He jumped down, reached up to help her. And smile, baby, smile. This show is being transmitted back to Earth to show those poor, crowded people how easy it is to take a new planet, courtesy of DeBarry's delicious deodorants, of which I need a bucketful. She smiled.
I stink worse than you do, my love.
That's better, darling. We'll make it. It's just the first step that's a dilly. Oh, yes, no cooking fire.
Yes, sir.
Nor any until we get out of this dry stuff. Don't strike a light for any reason, even if you've dropped your rubies and can't find them.
Rubies. Woodrow, it was wonderful of you to give me rubies, but right now I would swap them for another barrel of water.
No, you wouldn't, dearest, because rubies don't weigh anything, and I took every barrel the mules could haul. I was delighted that Zack had those rubies along, and I could give them to you. A bride should be cherished. Let's take care of these tired mules. After they turned the mules loose, Dora tried to figure out what she could feed her husband without the use of fire, while Smith got busy on the fence. The fence was not much, but having only 2 wagons, they could not form a proper defensive circle. The best that could be done was to angle the wagons as far as the front axle of the second wagon permitted, then surround the bivouac with a fence of sorts, sharpened stakes of brasswood, each 2 meters long, and held together and spaced by what passed for rope in New Pittsburgh. The result, when held up on 2 sides by wagons and braced to the ground along the hypotenuse, constituted a high and fairly nasty picket fence. It would not slow up a dragon, but this was not dragon country. Lopers did not like it. Smith did not like it much either, but it was made on new beginnings of all native materials, could be repaired by a man who was handy, did not weigh much, could be abandoned with no great loss, and contained no metal. Smith had been able to buy 2 sturdy, boat-bodied Conestoga-type wagons in New Pittsburgh only by offering in part payment complete hardware for 2 other wagons, hardware imported across the light years in the Andy J. New Pittsburgh was far more new than Pittsburgh. There was iron ore there, and coal, but its metals industry was still primitive. The chickens, the sow, the goats, and even the humans were tasty temptations to wild lopers, but with the goats and kids shoed inside the kraal, 2 alert watchdogs, and 16 mules grazing on all sides, Smith felt reasonably secure at night. True, a loper might get a mule, but it was much more likely that the mule would get the loper, especially as other mules would close in and help stomp the carnivore. These mules did not run from a loper. They struck out at him. Smith thought that in time mules might clean out the varmints even more than men did, make them as scarce as mountain lions had been in his youth. A mule-stomped loper was readily converted into loper steak, loper stew, loper jerky, and dog and cat food, and Mrs. Porky the sow enjoyed the offal, all at no loss to the mules. Smith did not care much for loper in any form. The meat was too strongly flavored for his taste, but it was better than nothing, and kept them from digging too deeply into food they had hauled along. Dora did not share her husband's distaste for loper meat. Born there, and having eaten it now and then since earliest childhood, it seemed to her a normal food. But Smith wished that he had time to hunt one of the herbivores that were the loper's natural prey, 6-legged like the loper, but otherwise resembling a misshapen okapi. Their meat was much milder. They were called prairie goats, which they were not, but systematic taxonomy of fauna and flora on New Beginnings had not gone far. There had been as yet no time for such intellectual luxuries. Smith had shot a prairie goat from the seat of the wagon a week earlier, now only a memory, bitter-sweet, of tasty, tender meat. Smith did not feel justified in taking a day off to hunt until they had conquered Hopeless Pass, but he kept hoping for another chance shot. Maybe now. "Fritz! Lady Macbeth! Here!" The dogs trotted up and waited. "High sentry! Loper! Prairie goat! Up!" The dogs immediately got on the very top of the lead wagon, making it in 2 jumps and a scramble, step, seat, and curved top. There they split the duty, nigh side and off side, and there they would stay until told to get down. Smith had paid a stiff price for the pair, but he had known they were good dogs. He had picked their ancestors on Earth and had fetched them with the first wave. Smith was not a doggy man in any fanatic sense. He simply believed that a partnership that had lasted so long on Earth would serve men equally well on strange planets. Dora was sobered by her husband's words, but once she got busy working, she cheered up. Shortly, while trying to plan a menu from little choice and without a cooking fire, she came across something that vexed her. Good for her, as it displaced her worrisome thoughts. Besides, she did not really believe that her husband could fail at anything. She came around the end of the second wagon, crossed the little kraal to where her husband was making sure that his fence was tight. "Oh, that pesky little rooster!" Woodrow looked around. "Hon, you look cute in just a sunbonnet." "Not just a sunbonnet. I'm wearing boots, too. Don't you want to hear what that nasty little rooster did?" "I would rather discuss how you look. Adorable, that is. Nevertheless, I'm not pleased with the way you are dressed." "What? But it's so hot, dear. Since I can't wash, I thought an air bath might make me smell better." "You smell good to me. But an air bath is a good idea. I'll peel down, too. Your gun, dear. Where's your belt with your knife and gun?" He started shucking his overalls. "You want me to wear my gun belt now? Inside the fence? With you here to protect me?" "As self-discipline and a standard precaution, my lovely one." He hitched his own gun and knife belt back into place as he stepped out of his overalls, then pulled off boots and shirt and got bare save for the belt and 3 other weapons that did not show when he was dressed. "In more years than I like to think about, I have never been unarmed except when locked in somewhere safe. I want you to acquire the habit. Not just sometimes. Always." "All right. I left my belt on the seat. I'll get it. But, Woodrow, I'm not much of a fighter at best." You're fairly accurate with that needle gun up to 50 meters, and you're going to get better and better the longer you live with me. Not just with it, but with anything that shoots, cuts, burns, or even makes nasty bruises from your bare hands to a blaster. See over there, Dorable?" He pointed to nothing but flatness. "In just 7 seconds, a horde of hairy savages will come pouring over the top of that rise and attack. I get a spear through my thigh and go down. Then you have to fight them off for both of us. What are you going to do, you poor little girl, with your gun clear over there on the seat of that wagon?"
"Why—"
She set her feet apart, put her hands back of her head, and gave a wiggle that was invented in the Garden of Eden, or perhaps just outside.
"I'll go this way, Adam."
"Yes," Lazarus agreed thoughtfully. "That should work. If they were human, but they aren't. Their only interest in tall, beautiful, brown-eyed girls is to eat them, bones and all. Silly of them, but that's how they are."
"Yes, dear," she said docilely. "I'll go put on my gun-belt. Then I'll kill the one who speared you. Then I'll see how many more I can get before they eat me."
"That's right, Dorable. Always take an honor guard with you. If you have to go, go down fighting. The size of your guard of honor determines your status in hell."
"Yes, dear, I'm sure I'll enjoy hell, if you're there, too."
She turned to fetch her weapons. "Oh, I'll be there. They wouldn't take me anywhere else. Dora, when you put on your gun belt, take off your sunbonnet and boots, and put on your rubies, all of them."
She paused with a foot on the step of the wagon. "My rubies, dear? Out here on the prairie?"
"Rangy Lil, I bought those rubies for you to wear, and for me to admire you wearing them." She flashed a smile that turned her normally serious expression into sunshine, swung on up into the wagon, and disappeared. She was back quickly, wearing weapons, belt, and rubies, but had taken a few seconds to comb her hair, long and chestnut brown and shining. That she had not been able to bathe for more than 2 weeks did not show, did not detract from her enchanting youthful beauty. She paused on the step and smiled at him. "Hold it," he said. "Perfect. Dora, you are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in all my born days."
She flashed him another smile. "I don't believe that, my husband. But I hope you will go on saying it."
"Madam, I cannot tell a lie. I say it only because it is the simple truth. Now, what were you saying about the little rooster?"
"Oh, that perverted little monster. I said he had been breaking eggs on purpose. This time I caught him, pecking them. 2 freshly laid broken eggs."
"Royal prerogative, dear. Afraid one of them would hatch out a rooster."
"I'll wring his neck. If we had a fire, I'd do it right now. Darling, I was trying to see what we could eat cold without opening anything not already open, and it occurred to me that salt crackers crumbled into raw eggs would almost make a meal. But there were only 3 eggs today, and he broke the 2 laid by his hens. I'd put plenty of grass in both cages. The 1 egg on the other side wasn't even cracked. Damn him. Woodrow, why do we have to have 2 roosters?"
"For the same reason I carry 2 throwing knives. Sweetheart, after we arrive and hatch our first chicks, once they're big enough that I'm certain of a spare rooster, we can have Rooster and Dumplings with him as guest of honor. Not before."
"But we can't have him breaking eggs. Tonight's supper will be mostly cheese and hardtack, unless you want me to open something."
"Let's not rush it. Fritz and Lady Mac are trying to spot game right now. Prairie goat, I hope. Loper, if not."
"But I can't cook meat, you said." "You did say."
"Raw, my dear. Haunch of prairie goat, chopped fine and spread on hard crackers. Beef tartare à la New Beginnings. Tasty. Tastes almost as good as girl." He smacked his lips.
"Well, if you can eat it, I can eat it. But half the time, Woodrow, I don't know whether you are joking or not."
"I never joke about food or women, Dorable. Those are sacred subjects." He looked her up and down again. "Speaking of women, woman, dressing you in rubies is just right. But why a bracelet around your ankle?"
"Because you gave me 3 bracelets, sir, as well as rings and a pendant. And you said to wear all of them."
"So I did." Where did this one come from?"
"Hey, that's not a ruby, that's me."
"Looks like a ruby. Here's another just like it."
Maybe I'd better take my rubies off, so we won't lose them. Or should we water the mules first?
"You mean before we eat?"
Yes, I guess that's what I mean." Tease.
"You're not speaking very plainly, little Dora. Tell Uncle Gibby what you want."
"I'm not little Dora. I'm Rangy Lil, the horniest girl south of separation. You said so yourself. I cuss and I swear and I spit between my teeth, and I'm concubine to Lazarus Long, super stud of the stars, and better than any 6 men. And you know damn well what I want, and if you pinch my nipples again, I'm likely to trip you and take it. But I guess we ought to water the mules."
Minerva, Dora was just plain nice to be around, always. It wasn't a physical beauty, which wasn't that outstanding by the usual criteria in any case, although she was utterly beautiful to me. Nor was it her enthusiastic interest in sharing Eros, although she was indeed enthusiastic, ready any time and always on a short fuse, and skilled at it, and got more so. Sex is a learned art, as much so as ice skating or tight-wire walking or fancy diving. It is not instinct. Oh, 2 animals couple by instinct, but it takes intelligence and patient willingness to turn copulation into a high and lively art. Dora was good at it and got better and better, always eager to learn, free of fetishes or silly preconceptions, patiently willing to practice anything she learned or was taught, and with it that spiritual quality that turns sweaty exercise into a living sacrament. But, Minerva, love is what still goes on when you are not horny. Dora was good company at any time, but the tougher things were, the better companion she was. Oh, she fretted about broken eggs because chickens were her responsibility. She did not complain that she was thirsty. Instead of nagging me to do something about that rooster, she figured out what had to be done and did it. Shoved all the hens in with the other rooster, tied the feet of the egg-breaker, and laid him aside while she moved the partition between the cages. Then the smaller rooster was in solitary confinement, and we lost no more eggs. But the truly tough parts lay ahead of us. She did not fret at all during those, or ever turn balky when I did not have time to explain. Minerva, much of the trek was slow death. Other parts were sudden dangers that could have been quick death. She was endlessly patient in the former, always kept her head and helped in the latter. Dear, you are awesomely learned. But you are a city girl, and you've always been on a civilized planet. Perhaps I had better explain some things. Maybe you have been asking yourself, is this trip necessary? And if it is, why do it the hard way? Necessary. Having done something a Howard should never do, namely marry an ephemeral, I had 3 choices. Take her to live among Howards. Dora rejected that, although I would have tried to talk her out of it if she had said yes. A short-timer alone in a community of the long-lived is almost certain to go into suicidal depression. I had seen it first in my friend Slayton Ford, and I've seen it many times since then. I did not want this to happen to Dora. Whether the number of her years was 10 or 1,000, I wanted her to enjoy them. Or we could stay in Top Dollar, or, the same thing, near one of the villages of that small piece of the planet that was settled then. I almost chose this, as the Bill Smith dodge would work for that, for a time. But only for a short time. The few Howards on New Beginnings, the McGees, and 3 other families, as I recall, had all arrived incognito, masquerade in Howard jargon, and by simple dodges they could shuffle things around and never be caught at it. Grandmother McGee could die, then show up as Deborah Simpson on another Howard homestead. The more people there were on the planet, the easier it was to pull this, especially after the 4th wave arrived, all of them cold-sleep cargo, and thereby never having gotten acquainted with each other. But Bill Smith was married to an ephemeral. If I stayed around the settled parts, I would have to be most careful to keep my hair dyed, not just on my head, but all over my body, lest some accident give me away, and then be careful to age as fast as my wife did. Worse, I would have to avoid people who had known Ernest Gibbons well, most of Top Dollar, that is to say, or someone would see my profile and hear my voice and start wondering, as I had no chance for plastic surgery or anything of that sort. At other times, when it was needful to change name and identity, I had always changed location as well, that being the only foolproof way to do it. Even plastic surgery won't disguise me very long. I regenerate too easily. I once had my nose bobbed. The alternative seemed to involve having my neck bobbed. 10 years later, it was just as it is now, big and ugly. Not that I was too jumpy about being disclosed as a Howard, but if I was going to have to live in masquerade, the more carefully I used these cosmetic tricks, the more Dora's nose would be rubbed in the fact that I was different from her. Different in the saddest way of all, a husband and a wife who ran on very different time rates. Minerva, it seemed to me that the only way I could give my pretty new wife a square shake was by taking her far away from both sorts of people, long-lived and short, where I could quit pretending and we could ignore the difference, forget it and be happy. So I decided to take her clear out of reach of other people, decided this before we got back to town the very day I married her. It seemed the best answer to an otherwise impossible situation, but not one as irreversible as a parachute jump. If she got too lonely, if she grew to hate the sight of my ugly mug, I could bring her out to the settlements again, still young enough to hook another husband. I had this in mind, Minerva, as some of my wives have grown tired of me fairly quickly. I had arranged with Zack Briggs at the same time I had arranged with John McGee to act as factor for Zack. Arranged with Zack to ask John what had happened to Bill Smith and the little schoolmarm. It was possible that I would need a ride off-planet some day. But why didn't I have Zack put us down on the spot on the map I had picked as being our likely place of settlement, with everything we would need to start farming and thereby avoid a long, dangerous trek? Not risk death by thirst, or by lopers, or the treacheries of mountains, or whatever. Minerva, this was a long time ago, and I can explain only in terms of technology available there and then. The NDJ could not land. She received her overhauls in orbit around Secundus or some other advanced planet. Her cargo boat could land on any big flat field, but required a minimum of a radar corner reflector to home on, then had to have many metric tons of water to lift off again. The captain's gig was the only boat in the NDJ capable of landing anywhere a skilled pilot could put her down, then lift off without help. But her cargo capacity was about 2 postage stamps, whereas I needed mules and plows and a load of other things. Besides, I needed to learn how to get out of those mountains by going into them. I could not take Dora into there without being reasonably sure that I could fetch her out again. Not fair. It's no sin not to be pioneer mother material, but it is tragic for both husband and wife to find it out too late. So we did not do it the hard way. We did it the only way for that time and place. But I have never put the effort into a mass calculation for a spaceship at liftoff that I put into deciding what to take, what to do without, for that trek. First, the basic parameter. How many wagons in the train? I wanted 3 wagons so badly I could taste it. A 3rd wagon would mean luxuries for Dora, more tools for me, more books and such for both of us, and, best, a pre-cut 1-room house to get my pregnant bride out of the weather almost instantly at the other end. But 3 wagons meant 18 mules hauling, plus spare mules. Add 6 by rule of thumb, which meant half again as much time spent harnessing and unharnessing, watering the animals, taking care of them otherwise. Add enough wagons and mules, and at some point your day's march is 0. One man can't handle the work. Worse, there would be places in the mountains where I would have to unshackle the wagons, move them one at a time to a more open place, go back for each wagon left behind, bring it up, a process that would take twice as long for a 3-wagon train as for a 2-wagon one, and would happen oftener, even much oftener, with 3 wagons than with 2. At that rate, we might have 3 babies born en route instead of getting there before the first one was born. I was saved from such folly by the fact only 2 trekking wagons were available in New Pittsburgh. I think I would have resisted temptation anyhow, but I had with me in the light wagon we drove from Top Dollar the hardware for 3,
Then I spent that extra hardware on other things, bartering it through the Wainwright. I could not wait while he built a third wagon. Both the season of the year and the season of Dora's womb gave me deadlines I had to meet. There is much to be said for just one wagon, standard equipment over many centuries and on several planets for one family in overland migration, if they travel in a party. I've led such marches. But one wagon by itself, one accident can be disaster. Two wagons offer more than twice as much to work with at the other end, plus life insurance on the march. You can lose one wagon, regroup, and keep going. So I planned for two wagons, Minerva, even though I had Zack debit me with 3 sets of Stoga hardware, then did not sell that third set until the last minute. Here's how you load a wagon train for survival. First, list everything that you expect to need and everything that you would like to take. Wagons, spare wheels, spare axles. Mules, harness, spare hardware and harness leather, saddles. Water. Food. Clothing. Blankets. Weapons, ammunition, repair kit. Medicines, drugs, surgical instruments, bandages. Books. Plows. Harrow, field rake. Shovels, hand rakes, hoes, seeders, 3, 5, and 7-tine forks. Harvester. Blacksmith's tools. Carpentry tools. Iron cook stove. Water closet, self-flushing type. Oil lamps. Windmill and pump. Sawmill run by wind power. Leatherworking and harness repair tools. Bed, table, chairs, dishes, pots, pans, eating and cooking gear. Binoculars, microscope, water testing kit. Grindstone, wheelbarrow, churn. Buckets, sieves, assorted small hardware. Milch cow and bull. Chickens. Salt for stock and for people. Packaged yeast, yeast starter. Seed grain, several sorts. Grinder for whole grain flour, meat grinder. Don't stop there. Think big. Never mind the fact that you've already overloaded a much longer wagon train. Search your imagination. Check the manifests of the Andy J. Search the ship itself. Look over the stock in Rick's General Store. Talk with John McGee and look over his house and farm and outbuildings. If you forget it now, it's impossible to go back for it. Musical instruments, writing materials, diaries, calendars. Baby clothes, layettes. Spinning wheel, loom, sewing materials. Sheep. Tannin and leather curing materials and tools. Clocks, watches. Root vegetables, rooted fruit tree seedlings, other seed, etc., etc., etc. Now start trimming. Start swapping. Start figuring weights. Cut out the bull, the cow, the sheep. Substitute goats with hair long enough to be worth cutting. Hey, you missed shears. The blacksmith shop stays, but gets trimmed down to an anvil and minimum tools. A bellows you must make. In general, anything of wood is scratched, but a small supply of wrought iron stock, heavy as it is, must be hauled. You'll be making things you didn't know you could. A harvester becomes a scythe with handle and cradle. 3 spare blades. The field rake is scratched. The windmill stays, and so does the sawmill. Surprise? But only as minimum hardware. You won't tackle either one soon. Books. Which of those books can you live without, Dora? Have the amount of clothing, double up on shoes, and add more boots, and don't forget children's shoes. Yes, I know how to make moccasins, mucklucks, and such. Add waxed thread. Yes, we do have to have block and tackle, and the best glass and plastic lines we can buy, or we won't get through the pass. Money is nothing. Weight and cubage are all that count. Our total wealth is what mules can take through that notch. Minerva, it was lucky for me, lucky for Dora, that I was on my 6th pioneering venture, and that I had planned how to load spaceships many years before I ever loaded a covered wagon. For the principles are the same. Spaceships are the covered wagons of the galaxy. Get it down to the weight the mules can haul, then chop off 10%, no matter how it hurts. A broken axle? When you can't replace it, might as well be a broken neck. Then add more water to bring it up to 95%. The load of water drops off every day. Knitting needles. Can Dora knit? If not, teach her. I've spent many a lonely hour in space knitting sweaters and socks.
Yarn? It will be a long time before Dora can tease goat shearings into good yarn, and she can knit for the baby while we travel. Keep her happy. Yarn doesn't weigh much. Wooden needles can be made, even curved metal needles can be shaped from scraps. But pick up both sorts from Rick's store. Oh, my God, I almost missed taking an axe. Axe heads and one handle, brush hook, pickmatic. Minerva I added and trimmed and discarded and weighed every item in New Pittsburgh, and we weren't 3 kilometers out of there headed for separation before I knew I had us overloaded. That night we stopped at a homesteader's cabin, and I traded a new 30-kilo anvil for his 15-kilo one. Traded even, with a pound of flesh nearest my heart tossed in for good measure. I swapped other heavy items that we would miss later for a smoked ham and a side of bacon and more corn for the mules, the last being emergency rations. We lightened the loads again at separation, and I took another water barrel in trade and filled it because I now had room for another, and knew that too heavy a load of water was self-correcting. I think that extra barrel saved our lives. The patch of green that Lazarus Woodrow had pointed out up near the notch of Hopeless Pass proved to be farther away in travel time than he had hoped. On the last day that they struggled toward it, neither man nor mule had had anything to drink since dawn the day before. Smith felt light-headed. The mules were hardly fit to work. They plodded slowly, heads down. Dora wanted to stop drinking when her husband did. He said to her, "Listen to me, you stupid little tod. You're pregnant. Understand me? Or would it take a fat lip to convince you? I held out 4 liters when we served the mules. You saw me." "I don't need 4 liters, Woodrow." "Shut up! That's for you and the nanny goat and the chickens. And the cats. Cats don't take much. Dorable, that much water means nothing split among 16 mules, but it will go a long way among you small fry." "Yes, sir. How about Mrs. Porky?" "Oh, that damned sow. I'll give her half a liter when we stop tonight, and I'll serve her myself. She's likely to kick it over and take your thumb off the mood she's in. And I'll serve you myself, measure it out, and watch you drink it." But after a long day and a restless night, and then an endless day, they were at last among the first of the trees. It seemed almost cool, and Smith felt that he could smell water somewhere. He could not see any. "Buck! Oh, Buck! Circle!" The boss mule did not answer. He had not talked all day, but he brought the column around, cornered the wagons, and nudged the lead pair into the V to be unharnessed. Smith called the dogs and told them to hunt for water, then started unharnessing. Silently his wife joined him, serving the off mule of each pair while Smith cleared the nigh mule. He appreciated her silence. Dora was, he thought, telepathic to emotions. "Now, if I were water somewhere around here, where would I be? Witch for it, or search the surface first?" He felt fairly sure that no stream led away from this stand of trees, but he could not be certain without hiking all the downhill side. Saddle Beulah? Shucks, Beulah was worse off than he was. He started unlashing rolled sections of spike fence from the sides of the second wagon. He had not seen a loper for 3 days, which meant to him that they were 3 days closer to their next trouble with the beasts. "Dora, if you feel up to it, you can give me a hand with this." She made no comment on the fact that her husband had never before let her help erect the kraal. She simply worried about how drawn and tired he looked, and thought about the 1/4 liter of water she had stolen and hidden. How could she persuade him to drink it? They were just done when Fritz set up an excited yipping in the distance. "Minerva, it was a water-hole. A trickle that came out of a rocky face ran a couple of meters and formed a pool with no outlet. None that time of year, I should say, as I could see where it overflowed in flood season. I could see also plenty of animal sign, loper tracks and prairie goat, and more that I could not identify. I had a feeling that there might be eyes on me, and I tried to grow eyes in the back of my head. It was dusky near the spring. Trees and undergrowth were thicker, and the sun was getting low. I was in a dilemma. I don't know how it happened that one of the free mules had not found this hole as soon or sooner than the dogs. Mules can smell water. But mules were certain to be there soon, and I did not want them to drink too fast. Sensible as a mule is, he'll drink too fast and too much if he is very thirsty. These mules were extremely thirsty. I wanted to watch each one myself, not let one founder. Besides that, I did not want them walking into that pool. It was clear, seemed clean. The dogs finished drinking. I looked at Fritz and wished that he could talk as well as a mule. Did I have anything to write on? No, not a darn thing. If I told him to fetch Dora, Fritz would try, but would she come? I had told her flatly to stay in the kraal till I got back. Minerva, I wasn't thinking straight. The heat and no water had got to me. I should have given Dora contingency instructions, because if I stayed away too long and it started to get dark, she was going to come looking for me no matter what. Hell, I haven't even fetched a bucket. In the meantime, I at least had sense enough to scoop up and drink a couple of handfuls of water, Gideon style. That seemed to clear my head some. I dropped the straps of my overalls, got my shirt off, soaked it in water, and gave it to Fritz. "Find Dora! Fetch Dora! Fast!" I think he thought I had gone nuts, but he left, carrying that wet shirt. Then the first mule showed up. Old Buck, praise Allah, and I ruined a hat. That hat Zack had fetched as a present for me. It was alleged to be an all-weather hat, so porous it would let air in, yet so water-repellent that it would keep your head dry in a pouring rain. The former allegation was only moderately true. The latter I had not had a chance to test. Buck snorted and was all for going into the water up to his knees. I stopped him. Then I offered him a hatful of water, then a second and a third. "Enough for now, Buck. Assembly. Water call." With his throat wet, Buck could do it. He let out a trumpeting bellow that was mule talk, not English, and I won't attempt to reproduce it. But it meant line up for water, and nothing else. Fall in to be harnessed was another sort of bellow. Then I was trying to cope with a dozen-odd thirst-crazed mules, but between me, Buck, Beulah, who was Buck's straw boss, Lady Macbeth, who was used to helping Buck too, and a hat that wasn't quite all that waterproof, we made it. I never did learn how seniority was established among mules, but the mules knew, and Buck enforced it, and water call always found them queued up in the same order, and heaven help the youngster who tried to crowd in out of turn. The least he could expect was a nipped ear. By the time the last had been given a hatful of water, my hat was a mess, but here came Dora with Fritz, her needle gun in her right fist, and, glory be, 2 buckets in her left hand. "Water call," I told my top sergeant. "Line 'em up again, Buck." With 2 buckets and 2 of us working, we got a full bucket into each mule pretty rapidly. Then I got my shirt back from Fritz, scrubbed out the buckets a bit, filled them, and announced a 3rd water call, telling Buck to let them drink from the pond. He did so, but he still maintained a discipline. As Dora and I left, each with a bucket of water in one hand and a drawn gun in the other, Buck was still requiring them to drink one at a time by seniority. It was nearly sundown when Dora and I and the dogs got back to the wagons, almost full dark, as we finished watering goats and sow and cats and chickens. Then we celebrated. Minerva, I swear solemnly, on the half-bucket of water we saved for ourselves, Dora and I got stinking drunk. Despite earlier resolutions not to stop short of the pass, we bivouacked there 3 days, but very useful days. The mules grazed steadily and filled out, plenty of water, plenty of forage. I shot a prairie goat at the water-hole. What we couldn't eat, Dora sliced and dried as jerky. I filled all the barrels, not as easy as it sounds, as Buck and I had to work out a route to the water-hole. Then I had to chop some, then I had to take the wagons in one at a time. It took me a day and a half. But we had cooked fresh meat and all we could eat, and hot baths, with soap, with shampoos, with a shave for me. I carried Dora's big iron kettle to the pool, she fetched a bucket, I built a fire. Then we took turns getting the stink off, one guarding while the other washed. When we rolled toward the pass the morning of the 4th day, we were not only in fine shape, but Dora and I smelled good, and kept telling each other so, in high spirits. We were never again short of water. There was snow somewhere above us, you could feel it in the breeze, and sometimes catch a distant glimpse of white in a saddle between peaks. The higher we got, the oftener we encountered rivulets, water that never reached the prairie in so dry a year. The forage was green and good. We stopped in a little alp close to the pass. There I left Dora with the wagons and the mules, and with flat-footed instructions about what to do in case I did not come back. I expect to be back by dark. If I am not, you can wait a week. No longer, understand me?
I understand you.
All right. At the end of a week, lighten the first wagon by chucking out anything you can do without on trek. Put all food into that wagon. Empty the barrels in the second wagon and put them in the first wagon. Turn the sow and the chickens loose and head back. Fill all your barrels of that trickle we crossed earlier today. After that, don't stop for anything. Roll all day from dawn till dark. You should reach separation in half the time it took to get us up here. Okay?
No, sir.
Minerva, a few centuries earlier, I would have started to boil up at that point. But I had learned. It took me about a tenth of a second to realize that I could not make her do anything, if I were gone, and that a promise made under duress wouldn't hold. All right, Dora, tell me why not, and what you intend to do instead. If I don't like it, perhaps we both will start back for separation.
Woodrow, while you did not say so, you are asking me to do what I should do, and I would do, if I were a widow.
I nodded. Yes, that's right. Dearest, if I am not back in a week, you're a widow. No possible doubt.
I understand that. I also understand why you are leaving the wagons here. You can't be sure that you can turn them around higher up.
Yes, that's probably what happened to earlier parties. Reached a place where they couldn't go forward and couldn't turn around. Then tried one or the other and went over.
Yes, but, my husband, you mean to be gone only one day, half a day out, half a day back. Woodrow, I won't assume that you are dead. I can't.
She looked at me steadily, and her eyes filled with tears, but she did not cry.
I must see your dear body. I must be certain. If I am certain, I will go back to separation as fast and as safely as possible, and then to the McGees, as you have told me, and have your child, and bring him up to be as much like his father as possible. But I must know.
Dora, in 1 week you will know. No need to look for my bones.
May I finish, sir? If you aren't back tonight, I'm on my own. At dawn tomorrow I start out on Betty with another saddle mule following. At noon I turn back. Perhaps, if I can't find you, I'll find a spot higher up where I can take one wagon and turn it around. If I find such a spot, I'll move one wagon up and use it as a base and look farther. I could have missed your track, or I might have followed mule tracks. But you aren't on the mule. Whatever it is, I'll search and search again, until there's no hope at all. Then I will go to separation as fast as mules can get me there. But, my darling, if you are alive, maybe with a broken leg, but alive, if you still have a knife or even your bare hands, I don't believe that a loper or anything can kill you. If you are alive, I'll find you. I will.
So I backed down and checked watches with her and agreed on what time I would turn back. Then Buck and I, with me up on Beulah, set out to scout ahead. Minerva, at least 4 parties had tried that pass. None had come back. I'm certain enough that they each failed from being too eager, not patient enough, unwilling to turn back when the risk was too great. Patience, I have learned. The centuries may not give a man wisdom, but he acquires patience, or he doesn't live through them. That first morning we found the first spot that was too tight. Oh, someone had blasted there, and probably got around that turn. But it was too narrow to be safe, so I blasted some more. Nobody in his right mind takes a wagon into the mountains without dynamite or some such. You can't nibble at solid rock with a toothpick or even a pickaxe without risking being still up there when the snows come. I was not using dynamite. Oh, anyone with a modicum of chemistry can make both dynamite and black powder, and I planned to do both later. What I had with me was a more efficient and more flexible blasting jelly, and not shock-sensitive, perfectly safe in wagon and saddlebag. I placed that first charge in a crack where I thought it would do the most good, set the fuse, but did not light it, then walked both mules back around the bend and exerted my histrionic talent to its limit to explain to Buck and Beulah that there was going to be a loud noise, a bang. But it could not hurt them, so don't worry. Then I went back, lit the fuse, hurried back to them, and was in time to have an arm on each neck, watched my watch. "Now," I said, and the mountain obliged me with kaboom. Beulah shivered, but was steady. Buck said inquiringly, "Bang?" I agreed. He nodded and went back to cropping leaves. We three went up and took a look. Nice and wide now, not very level, but 3 tiny blasts took care of that. "What do you think, Buck?" He looked carefully up and down trail. "2 wagon?" "1 wagon." "Okay." We explored a little farther, planned the next day's work. Then I turned back at the time promised, was home early. It took me a week to make a couple of kilometers safe to another little alp, a grassy pocket big enough to turn 1 wagon around at a time. Then it took all of a long day to move our wagons, one at a time, to this next base. Someone had made it that far. I found a broken wagon wheel, salvaged the steel tire and the hub. It went on that way, day after day, slowly, tediously, and at last we were through the notch and headed, mostly, downhill. But that was worse, not better. The river I had been sure was there by photomaps from space was far below us, and we still had to go down, 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 and follow it a long way before we would reach the place where the gorge opened out into a valley suitable for homesteading. More blasting, lots of brush chopping, and sometimes I had to blast trees. But the nastiest part was rappelling those wagons down the steepest places. I didn't mind steep places going uphill, which we still encountered. A 12-mule team can drag a single wagon up any slope they can dig their hooves into. But downhill... Certainly those wagons had brakes, but if the grade is steep, the wagon slides on its tires, then goes over the edge, mules and all. I couldn't let that happen even once. Not ever risk letting it happen. We could lose 1 wagon and 6 mules and still go on, but I was not expendable. Dora would not be in the wagon. If that wagon cut loose, my chances of jumping clear would be so-so. If the grade was steep enough to give me even a trace of doubt that I could hold a wagon with its brakes, we did it the hard way. Used that expensive imported line to check it down such pitches. Lead the line out fair and free for running, pass the bitter end 3 times around a tree stout enough to anchor it, secure it to the rear axle. Then our 4 steadiest mules, Ken and Daisy, Bo and Belle, would take the wagon down at a slow walk, no driver, following Buck, while I kept tension on the line, paying it out very slowly. If terrain permitted, Dora on Betty would take station halfway down to relay orders to Buck. But I could not permit her to be on the trail itself. If that line parted, it would whip. So maybe half the time Buck and I worked without liaison, doing it dead slow and depending on his judgment. If there was not a sound anchor tree properly positioned, and it seems to me that this happened more often than not, then we had to wait while I worked something out. This could be anything. A sling between 2 trees, then rig a fair lead to a 3rd tree. A bare rock anchor using driven pitons. I hated these, as I had to do my checking right at the rear axle, walking behind, and God help us all if I stumbled. Then that was always followed by the time-consuming chore of salvaging those pitons. The harder the rock, the better the anchor, but the tougher the job of getting them out. And I had to get them out. I would need them farther along. Sometimes no trees and no rock. Once the anchor was 12 mules faced back along the trail, with Dora soothing them while I checked at a rear axle and Buck controlled the progress. On the prairie, we often made 30 kilometers a day. Once we were through Hopeless Pass and had started down the gorge, the distance made good over the ground could be 0 for days on end while I prepared the trail ahead, then up to as high as 10 kilometers if there were no steep pitches that required rappelling down by line. I used just one unbreakable rule. The trail had to be fully prepared from one turnaround base to the next before a wagon was moved. Minerva, it was so confounded slow that my calendar caught up with me. The sow littered, and we were not out of the mountains. I don't recall ever making a harder decision. Dora was in good shape, but she was halfway through her pregnancy. Turn back, as I had promised myself without telling her, or push on and hope to reach lower and fairly level ground before she came to term? Which would be easier on her? I had to consult her, but I had to decide. Responsibility cannot be shared. I knew how she would vote before I took the matter up with her. Push on. But that would be simply her gallant courage. I was the one with experience both in wilderness trekking and in childbirth problems. I studied those photo maps again without learning anything new. Somewhere ahead the gorge opened out into a broad river valley, but how far? I didn't know because I didn't know where we were. We had started with an odometer on the right rear wheel of the lead wagon. I had reset it to 0 at the pass, and it had lasted only a day or two. A rock or something did it in. I didn't even know how much altitude we had managed to drop since the pass, or how much more we must lose to get down. Livestock and equipment? Fair. We had lost 2 mules. Pretty girl had wandered over the edge one night and broken a leg. All I could do for her was to put her out of her misery. I didn't butcher her because we had fresh meat, and I could not do it where the other mules could not see it anyhow. John Barleycorn had simply upped and died one night, or possibly lost to a loper. He was partly eaten when we found him. 3 hens were dead, and 2 piglets failed to make it, but the sow seemed willing to suckle the others. I had only 2 spare wheels left. Lose 2 more, and the next broken wheel meant abandoning 1 wagon. It was the wheels that made up my mind. Omitted. Approximately 7,000 words, which reiterate difficulties in getting down the gorge. When we came out on that plateau, we could see the valley stretching out before us. A beautiful valley, Minerva, wide and green and lovely. Thousands and thousands of hectares of ideal farmland. The river from the gorge, tame now, meandered lazily between low banks. Facing us, a long, long way off, was a high peak crowned with snow. Its snow line let me guess how high it was, around 6,000 meters, for we had now dropped down into subtropics, and only a very high mountain could keep so much snow through a long and very hot summer. That beautiful mountain, that lush green valley, gave me a feeling of déjà vu. Then I placed it, Mount Hood, in the land of my birth, back on old Earth, as I had first seen it as a young man. But this valley, this snow-capped peak, had never before been seen by men. I called out to Buck to halt the march. "Dorable, we're home. In sight of it, somewhere down in that valley."
"Home," she repeated. "Oh, my darling."
"Don't sniffle."
"I wasn't sniffling," she answered, sniffling. "But I've got an awful good cry saved up, and when I get time to, I'm going to use it."
"All right, dear," I agreed. "When you have time. Let's name that mountain Dora Mountain." She looked thoughtful.
"No, that's not its name. That's Mount Hope. And all this below is Happy Valley."
"Durable, Dora, you're incurably sentimental."
"You should talk."
She patted her belly, swollen almost to term.
"That's Happy Valley because it's where I'm going to have this hungry little beast. And that's Mount Hope because it is."
Buck had come back to the first wagon and was waiting to find out why we had stopped. "Buck," I said, pointing, "that's home out there. We made it. Home, boy. Farm." Buck looked out over the valley. "Okay." In his sleep, Minerva. Not lopers, there wasn't a mark on Buck. Massive coronary, I think, although I didn't cut him open to find out. He was simply old and tired. Before we left, I had tried to put him to pasture with John McGee, but Buck didn't want that. We were his family, Dora and Beulah and I, and he wanted to come along. So I made him mule boss and didn't work him. I mean, I never rode him and never had him in harness. He did work as mule boss, and his patient good judgment got us safely to Happy Valley. We would not have made it without him. Maybe he could have lived a few years longer, turned out to pasture. Or he might have pined away from loneliness soon after we left. Who's the judge? I didn't even consider butchering him. I think Dora would have miscarried if I had so much as broached the idea. But it is foolish to bury a mule when lopers and weather will soon take care of his carcass. So I buried him. It takes an hellacious big hole to bury a mule. If it hadn't been soft river-bottom loam, I'd be there yet. But first I had to deal with personnel problems. Ken was just junior to Beulah in the water queue and was a steady, strong mule who talked fairly well. On the other hand, Beulah had been Buck's straw boss the whole trek, but I could not recall a gang of mules bossed by a mare. Minerva with H. sapiens this would not matter, at least not today on Secundus. But with some sorts of animals it does matter. A boss elephant is female. A boss chicken is a cock, not a hen. A boss dog can be either sex. In a breed where sex controls the matter, a man had better by a damn sight go along with their ways. I decided to see if Beulah could swing it, so I told her to line 'em up for harness, both as a test and because I wanted to move the mules out of sight while I buried Buck. They were nervy and restless. The boss mule's death had upset them. I don't know what mules think about death, but they are not indifferent to it. She promptly got busy, and I kept an eye on Kenny. He accepted it, took his usual place by Daisy. Once I had them harnessed, Beulah was the only one left over. 3 mules dead now. I told Dora that I wanted them moved a few 100 meters away. Would she handle it with Beulah as march boss, or would she feel safer if I did it? And ran into a second problem. Dora wanted to be present when I buried Buck. More than that. "Woodrow, I can help dig. Buck was my friend too, you know." I said, "Dora, I'll put up with anything at all from a pregnant woman, except allowing her to do something that would hurt her." "But, dearest, I feel okay physically. It's just that I'm dreadfully upset over Buck, so I want to help." "I think you're in good shape, too, and I want you to stay that way. You can help best by staying in the wagon. Dora, I haven't any way to take care of a premature baby, and I don't want to have to bury a baby as well as Buck." Her eyes widened. "You think that would happen?" "Sweetheart, I don't know. I've known women to hang on to babies under unbelievable hardships. I've seen others lose babies for no reason that I could see. The only rule I have about it is, don't take unnecessary chances. This one is not necessary." So, once again, we replanned things to suit both of us. Though it took an extra hour, I unshackled the second wagon and set up the fence again, put the 4 goats inside the fence, and left Dora in that wagon. Then I drove the first wagon 300 or 400 meters away, unharnessed the mules, and told Beulah to keep them together, and told Ken to help her, and left Fritz to help her too, and took Lady Mac back with me to watch for lopers or whatever. The visibility was good, no brush, no high grass. The place looked like a tended park. But I was going to be down in a hole. I didn't want something sneaking up on me or on the wagon. "Lady Macbeth, high sentry, up!" By agreement, Dora stayed in the wagon. It took all that day to take care of our old friend, with a stop for lunch and a few short breaks for water and to catch my breath in the shade of the wagon. Breaks I shared with Lady Mac, letting her get down each time I came up. Plus 1 interruption. It was mid-afternoon, and I had dug almost enough hole when Lady Mac balked for me. I was up out of that hole fast, blaster in hand, expecting lopers. Just a dragon. I wasn't especially surprised, Minerva. The well-cropped state of the turf, almost like a lawn, seemed to indicate dragon rather than prairie goat. Those dragons are not dangerous unless one happens to fall on you. They are slow, stupid, and strictly vegetarian. Oh, they're ugly enough to be frightening. They look like 6-legged triceratops. But that's all. Lopers left them alone because biting armor is unrewarding. I joined Dora at the wagon. "Ever seen one, hun?"
"Not up close. Goodness, it's huge."
"It's a big one, all right. But it will probably turn away. I won't waste a charge on it if I don't have to." But the darned thing did not turn away. Minerva, I think it was so stupid that it mistook the wagon for a lady dragon. Or the other way around, as it is hard to tell male from female. But they are definitely bisexual. 2 dragons humping is a remarkable sight. When it got within 100 meters, I let myself out the fence and took Lady Mac along. She was quiveringly eager. I doubt if she had ever seen one. They were cleaned out around Top Dotto long before she was whelped. She danced up to it, barking but wary. I hoped that Lady would cause it to turn aside, but this misshapen rhinoceros paid no attention. It lumbered slowly along, straight for the wagon. So I tickled it with my needle gun between where it should have had lips to get its attention. It stopped, astounded, I think, and opened its mouth wide. That was what I needed, as I did not want to waste maximum power blasting through that armored hide. So, blaster at minimum, right into its mouth. Scratch one dragon. It stood there a moment, then slowly collapsed. I called Lady and went back to the fence. Dora was waiting. "May I go look at it?" I glanced at the sun. "Sweetheart, I'm going to be pushed to take care of Buck before dark, then fetch the mules back and move us on our way. Unless you are willing to bivouac with a grave on one side and a dead dragon on the other." She did not insist, and I got back to work. In another hour I had it deep enough and wide enough, got out block and tackle, a triple purchase, secured it to the rear axle, tied Buck's hind feet together, hooked over the tie, and took up the slack. Dora had come out with me. "Just a moment, dear." She stopped to pat Buck's neck, then leaned down and kissed his forehead. "All right, Woodrow. Now." I heaved on the line. For a moment I thought the wagon would move, despite the brakes being locked. Then Buck started to slide and fell into his grave. I shook the hook loose, then backfilled fast, closing in 20 minutes a hole it had taken me most of the day to dig. Dora waited. I finished. "Up into the wagon, Dorable, that's it."
"Lazarus, I wish I knew something to say. Do you?"
I thought about it. I had heard 1,000 burial services. Most of them I did not like, so I made up one. "Whatever God there be, please take care of this fine person. He always did his best. Amen." Omitted. Even those first years weren't too hard, as Happy Valley would grow anything, 2 and 3 crops a year. But we should have named it Dragon Valley. Lopers were bad enough, especially the small lopers that hunted in packs, which we found on that side of Rampart Range. But those damned dragons, they almost drove me out of my skull. When you've lost the same potato patch 4 times running, it begins to wear. Lopers I could poison, and did. I could trap them, too, if I changed style every time. Or I could put out bait at night and sit quietly and get most of a pack silently with a needle gun. I could do lots of things, and did, and the mules learned to cope with them, too, sleeping closer together at night, and always with one on watch, like quail or baboon. Whenever I heard the bellow that meant Loper, I always came awake fast and tried to join the fun. But the mules rarely left me any. They not only could stomp them, but they could outrun them, and get some or all of a pack that tried to escape. We lost 3 mules and 6 goats to Lopers, but the Lopers got the news and started giving us a wide berth. But those dragons, too big to trap and would not take poison. Salad was all they were after. But what one dragon can do to a cornfield in one night shouldn't happen to Sodom and Gomorrah. Bow and arrow was futile against them, and a needle gun just tickled them. I could kill one with a blaster, full power right through the armor, or minimum power, the way I got that first one, if I could get my target to open its mouth. But unlike Lopers, they were too stupid to stay away when they were losing. The first summer I was able to farm, I killed more than 100 dragons in trying to save my crops, which was a defeat for me and a victory for the dragons. Not only was the stench terrible, what can you do with a carcass that big? But far worse, I was running out of charges, and they didn't seem to be running out of dragons. No power. Buck's River did not have enough head on it, where we settled, to think about trying to build a water wheel, even if I cannibalized one wagon to build it. The windmill I had fetched was in fact nothing but gears and other hardware. The mill itself I would have to build from sails to tower. But until I had power, I had no way to recharge power packs. Dora solved it. We were still living in that first compound, nothing but a high adobe wall just big enough to surround the wagons and to bring the goats inside at night, while we slept in the first wagon along with baby Zack and cooked in a clay Dutch oven. And between smoking goats and chickens and the sour smells babies can't help making and the cesspit that had to be inside the wall, well, the stench of dead dragons wasn't too noticeable. We were finishing supper. Dora dressed in her rubies, as always, for supper, and were watching the moons and the stars coming out, best time of day always, except that when I should have been admiring our firstborn at suck and enjoying the sky, I was grousing about power and what in hell I could do about those pesky dragons. I had ticked off several simple ways to produce power. Simple if you are on a civilized planet, or even at a place like New Pittsburgh with its coal and its infant metals industry. When I happened to use a very old-fashioned term, Instead of talking about kilowatts or megadyne centimeters per second or such, I had remarked that I would settle for 10 horsepower any way I could get it.
Dora had never seen a horse, but she knew what one was. She said, "Beloved, wouldn't 10 mules do instead?" Omitted. We had been in our valley 7 years when the first wagon showed up. Young Zack was nearly 7 and beginning to be some help to me, or thought he was, and I encouraged him to try. Andy was 5 and Helen not yet 4. We had lost Persephone, and Dora was pregnant again, and that was why. Dora had insisted on starting another baby at once, not wait 1 day, 1 hour, and she was right. Once we knew she had caught, our morale picked up overnight. We missed Persephone. She had been a darling baby, but we stopped grieving and looked forward instead. I hoped for another girl, but was willing to settle for any baby. No way to control the sex of a child, then and there. All in all, we were in fine shape, with a prosperous farm, a healthy, happy family, plenty of livestock, a much larger compound with a house built right into it against the back wall, a windmill that drove a saw, or ground grain, or supplied power for my blaster. When I spotted that wagon, my first thought was that it was going to be nice to have neighbors. But my second thought was that I was going to be proud, very proud, to show off my fine family and our farm to these newcomers. Dora climbed up to the roof and watched the wagon with me. It was still over 15 kilometers away, could not arrive before evening. I put my arm around her. "Excited, hon?"
"Yes. Though I've never been lonely, you haven't let me be. How many do you think I should expect for supper?"
Only 1 wagon. 1 family. My best guess is a couple with none, 1 or 2 children. More than that would surprise me."
"Me too, darling, but there'll be plenty to eat."
"And put some clothes on our kids before they get here. Wouldn't want 'em to guess we're raising savages, would we?" She answered deadpan,
"Shall I wear clothes too?"
"What's swank? That's up to you, Rangy Lil. But who was it said just last month that she had never worn her party dress?"
"Will you be wearing a kilt, Lazarus?"
I might even take a bath. I'll need one because I'm going to spend the rest of the day cleaning the goat compound and a lot of other things. Make this place look as neat as possible. But forget the name Lazarus, dear. I'm Bill Smith again."
"I'll remember, Bill. I'll bathe before they get here, too, because I'm going to have a hot and busy time cooking, cleaning house, bathing our children, and trying to teach them how to be introduced to strangers. They've never seen anyone else, dear. I'm not sure they believe there is anyone else."
"They'll behave." I was sure they would. Dora and I had the same ideas about raising kids. Praise them, never scream at them, punish as necessary, and right now, never a moment's delay. Then it's over with and forget it. Be as lavish with affection after a spanking as any other time. Or a bit extra. Spanking they had to have. Dora usually used a switch, because without exception over the centuries my kids have been hell-raisers who would take advantage of the sweetness and light routine. Some of my wives had trouble believing what little monsters I spawn, but Dora was right with me on this wild animal act from scratch. In consequence, she raised the most civilized brood I've ever fathered. When that wagon was maybe a kilometer away, I rode out to meet them, then was surprised and disappointed. A family, yes, if you count a man and 2 grown sons as a family. No women, no children. I wondered how they thought they were going to pioneer. The younger son was not fully grown. His beard was sparse and scraggly. Nevertheless, he was taller and heavier than I was, and he was the smallest of the 3. His father and brother were mounted. He was driving. Actually driving. They were not using a mule boss. No livestock other than mules that I could see, although I did not attempt to look into their wagon. I did not like their looks, and reversed my idea about neighbors. I hoped they would move on down the valley at least 50 kilometers. The mounted 2 were carrying guns at their belts, reasonable in Loper country. I had a needle gun in sight myself, as well as a belt knife, and maybe other things not in sight, as I don't consider it diplomatic to show much hardware in meeting strangers. As I approached, they stopped, the driver reining up his mules. I had Beulah stop about 10 paces short of the lead pair. "Howdy," I said. "Welcome to Happy Valley. I'm Bill Smith." The oldest of the three looked me up and down. It is hard to tell a man's expression when he wears a full beard, but what little I could see was no expression at all. Wariness, perhaps. My own face was smooth, freshly shaved, in clean overalls in honor of visitors. I was keeping my face smooth both because Dora preferred it so and because I was staying young to match Dora. I was wearing my best friendly look, but was saying to myself, "You've got 10 seconds to answer my greeting and say who you are, or you're going to miss some of the best cooking on New Beginnings." He just slid under the deadline. I had silently counted 7 chimpanzees when he suddenly grinned through that face moss. "Why, that's mighty friendly of you, young man." "Bill Smith," I repeated, "and I didn't catch your name." "Probably because I didn't say," he answered. "Name's Montgomery, Monty to my friends, and I don't have any enemies, at least not for long. Right, Darby?" "Right, Pop," agreed the other mounted one. "And this is my son Darby, and that's Dan driving the jugheads. Say howdy, boys." "Howdy," they each answered. "Howdy, Darby. Howdy, Dan. Monty, is Mrs. Montgomery with you?" I nodded at the wagon, still did not attempt to see into it. A man's wagon is as private as his house. "Now, why would you be asking that?" "Because," I said, still holding on to my friendly idiot look, "I want to trot back to the house and tell Mrs. Smith how many there'll be for supper." "Well, did you hear that, boys? We've been invited to supper. That's mighty friendly, too, isn't it, Dan?" "Right, Pop." "And we most kindly accept, don't we, Darby?" "Right, Pop." I was getting tired of the echo, but I kept my sweet expression. "Monty, you still haven't told me how many." "Oh, just 3. But we eat enough for 6. He slapped his thigh and laughed at his own joke. "Right, Dan?" "Right, Pop." "So you stir up those jugheads, Dan. We've got reason to hurry now." I interrupted the echo to say, "Hold it, Monty. No need to overheat your mules." "What? They're my mules, son." "So they are, and do as you please about them, but I was sent out ahead so that Mrs. Smith would have time to be ready for you. I see you're wearing a watch." I glanced at my own. "Your hostess would expect you in 1 hour, unless you need more time to get there and unharness and water your mules." "Oh, them jugheads will keep until after supper. If we're early, we'll set a while." "No," I said firmly. 1 hour, no sooner. You know how a lady feels about guests arriving before she's ready for them. Crowd her, and she might ruin your supper. Do as you please about your mules, but there is an easy place to water them, a little beach, where the river comes closest to their house. Nice place to spruce up a bit yourself, too, before dining with a lady. But don't come up to the house short of 1 hour." "Your wife sounds mighty particular, for way out here in the wilds." "She is," I answered. "Home, Beulah." I moved from a trot into Beulah's fast lope, and did not get over an uneasy feeling between my shoulder blades until I was certain I was too far away to be a target. There is only one dangerous animal, yet at times you're forced to pretend that he's as sweet and innocent as a cobra. I didn't stop to unsaddle Beulah. I hurried inside. Dora heard my slam-bang arrival, was at the compound's door. "What is it, dear? Trouble?" "Could be. 3 men. I don't like them. Nevertheless, I've promised them supper. Have the kids eaten? Can we put them right to bed and convince them that if they so much as let out a peep, they'll be flayed alive? I didn't mention children. We aren't going to mention them, and I'm going to take a fast look around to make sure there is nothing in sight that says kids." "I'll try. Yes, I fed them." Right on the hour, Lazarus Long met his guests at the door of the compound. They drove and rode up from the direction of the beach he had described, so he assumed that they had watered their animals, but he noted with mild scorn that they now did not bother to unharness their team for what was sure to be a long wait. But he was pleased to note that all 3 Montgomerys had made some effort to spruce up. Perhaps they were going to behave. Perhaps his 6th sense for trouble was hypersensitive from too long in the wilderness. Lazarus was dressed in his best. kilt with full kit, save that the effect was marred by a faded work shirt of New Pittsburgh origin. But it was indeed his best, worn only for children's birthdays. On other days he wore anything from overalls to skin, depending on work and weather. After Montgomery dismounted, he paused and looked over his host. "My, aren't we fancy?" "In your honor, gentlemen. I save it for very special occasions." "So, it's mighty nice of you to honor us, Red. Isn't it, Dan?"
"Right, Pop."
"My name is
Bill, Monty, not Red. You can leave your guns in your wagon."
Well, now that's not very friendly. We always wear our guns, don't we, Darby?"
"Right, Pop. And if Pop says your name is Red, that's your name."
"No, Darby, I didn't say that. If Red wants to call himself Tom, Dick, or Harry, that's his choice. But we wouldn't feel dressed without our guns, and that's the truth, Bill. Why, I even wear mine to bed, out here."
Lazarus was standing in the open door of the compound. He made no move to step aside and let his visitors in.
"That's a reasonable precaution, on the trail. But gentlemen don't wear arms when they dine with a lady. Drop them here, or put them in your wagon, whichever you wish."
Lazarus could feel the tension grow, could see the younger two watching their father for instructions. Lazarus ignored them and kept his easy smile on Montgomery, while forcing his muscles to stay loose as cotton. Right now? Would the bear back off, or treat it as a challenge? Montgomery split his face in his widest grin.
"Why, sure, neighbor, if that's how you want it. Shall I take off my pants, too?"
"Just your gun, sir."
"He's right-handed. If I were right-handed and wearing what you are wearing, where would my second gun be? There, I think. But if so, it must be small, either a needle gun or possibly an old-fashioned snub-nosed assassin's gun. Are his sons both right-handed?" The Montgomerys put their gun belts on the seat of their wagon, came back. Lazarus stood aside and welcomed them in, then slid the bar into place as he closed the door. Dora was waiting, dressed in her party dress. For the first time since a very hot day on the prairie, she did not wear her rubies at the evening meal.
"Dear, this is Mr. Montgomery and his sons, Darby and Dan. My wife, Mrs. Smith."
Dora bobbed a curtsy. "Welcome, Mr. Montgomery and Darby and Dan."
"Call me Monty, Mrs. Smith. And what's your name? Mighty pretty place you've got here, so far out in the country."
"If you gentlemen will excuse me, I have a couple of things to do to get supper onto the table." She turned quickly and hurried back into her kitchen.
Lazarus answered, "I'm glad you like it, Monty. It's the best we've been able to do so far while getting a farm started."
The back wall of the compound had 4 rooms built against it. Storeroom, kitchen, bedroom, and nursery. All had doors into the compound, but only the kitchen door was open. The rooms interconnected. Outside the kitchen door was a Dutch oven. In the kitchen was a fireplace used for other cooking and for all cooking when it rained. That and a water barrel were as yet Dora's major kitchen equipment, but her husband had promised her running water
"sometime before you are a grandmother, my lovely."
She had not pressed him about it. The house grew larger and better equipped each year. Beyond the Dutch oven and paralleling the bedrooms was a long table with matching stools. At the other wall by the storeroom was an outhouse. It and a water barrel and 2 wooden tubs made by cutting another barrel in 2 constituted, so far, their bathroom toilet refresher. A pile of earth with a shovel stuck into it was by the outhouse. The cesspit was being slowly backfilled.
"You've done pretty well," Montgomery conceded. "But you shouldn't have put your privy inside. Don't you know that?"
"There is another privy outside," Lazarus Long told him. "We use this one as little as possible, and I tried to keep it from being too whiff. But you can't expect a woman to go outside after dark, not in loper country."
"Lots of lopers, eh?"
"Not as many as there used to be. Did you see any dragons as you came through the valley?"
"Saw a lot of bones. Looked like a plague had hit the dragons hereabouts."
"Something of the sort," Lazarus agreed. "Lady, heel." He added, "Monty, tell Darby that it's not safe to kick at that dog. She'll attack. She's a watchdog in charge of this house, and she knows it."
"You heard what the man said, Darby. Leave the dog alone." "Then she had better not come sniffing around me. I don't like dogs. She growled at me." Lazarus said directly to the older son, "She growled because you kicked at her when she sniffed you, which was her duty. If I had not been present, she would have taken your throat out. Leave her alone, and she'll leave you alone." Montgomery said, "Bill, you had better put her outside while we eat." Phrased as a suggestion, it was made to sound like an order. "No."
"Gentlemen, supper is served."
"Coming, dear. Lady, high sentry." The bitch glanced at Darby, but immediately trotted up the ladder to the roof, using the rungs without hesitation. There she made a careful full-circle scan before sitting down where she could watch both outside and the supper party below her. The supper party was more successful as a supper than as a party. Conversation was limited mostly to small talk between the two older men. Darby and Dan simply ate. Dora answered briefly sallies that Montgomery made at her, and failed to hear any that she regarded as too personal. The sons seemed surprised to find their plates set each with knife, fork, chop tongs, and spoon, then relied mostly on knife and fingers. Their father made some effort to use each eating tool, getting quite a bit of food into his beard. Dora had piled the table with hot fried chicken, cold sliced ham, mashed potatoes, and chicken gravy, hot corn pone, and cold whole-wheat bread with bacon drippings, a mug of goat's milk at each place, lettuce and tomato salad with grated goat's cheese and onion dressing, boiled beets, fresh radishes, fresh strawberries with goat's milk. As promised, the Montgomerys ate for 6, and Dora was pleased that she had provided a plenty. At last Montgomery pushed back his stool and belched appreciatively. "My, that hit the spot. Miss Smith, you can cook for us all the time, right, Dan?" "Right, Pop." "I'm pleased that you enjoyed it, gentlemen." She stood up and started to clear the table. Lazarus stood and started to help her. Montgomery said, "Oh, sit down, Bill. Want to ask you some questions." "Go ahead and ask," Lazarus said, continuing to stack plates. "You said there was no one else in the valley." "That is correct." "Then I think we'll stay right here. Miss Smith is a very good cook." "You're welcome to camp here overnight. Then you'll find excellent farmland farther down the river. As I told you, I've homesteaded all of this." "Been meaning to talk to you about that. Doesn't seem right for one man to grab all the best land." "It isn't the best land, Monty. There are thousands of hectares just as good. The only difference is that I've plowed and cultivated this part."
"Well, we won't argue about it. We outvote you. 4 voting, and us 3 all voting the same way, right, Darby?"
"Right, Pop. It's not subject to vote money."
"Oh, come now, the majority's always right. But we won't argue. Been a nice feed, now for some entertainment. Do you like to wrestle?"
"Not especially."
"Don't be a spoil sport. Dan, do you think you can throw him?"
"Sure, Pop."
"Good. Bill, first you wrestle Dan, out here in the middle, and I'll referee. Keep everything fair and square."
"Monty, I'm not going to wrestle."
"Oh, sure you are. Miss Smith, better come out here. You won't want to miss this."
"I'm busy now," Dora called out. "I'll be out shortly."
"Better hurry. Then you wrestle Darby, Bill. Then you wrestle me."
"No wrestling, Monty. Time for you folks to get into your wagon."
"But you want to wrestle, young fellow. I didn't tell you what the prize is. The winner sleeps with Miss Smith."
His second gun appeared as he said it.
"Fooled you, didn't I?"
From the kitchen, Dora shot the gun out of his hand just as a knife suddenly grew in Dan's neck. Lazarus shot Montgomery carefully in the leg, then even more carefully shot Darby, as Lady Macbeth was at his throat. The fight had lasted under 2 seconds. "Lady, heel." "Nice shooting, Dorable." He patted Lady Macbeth. "Good, lady, good dog."
"Thank you, darling. Shall I finish off, Monty?"
"Wait a moment." Lazarus stepped over and looked down at the wounded man. "Got anything to say, Montgomery?"
"You bastards never gave us a chance."
"Gave you lots of chance. You wouldn't take it. Dora, do you want to? Your privilege."
"Not especially."
"All right. Lazarus picked up Montgomery's second gun, noted that it was indeed a museum piece, but did not seem to be hurt. He used it to finish off its owner. Dora was peeling off her dress.
"Half a moment, dear, while I get this off. I don't want to get blood on it."
With the dress out of the way, her pregnant condition showed a little. She also showed several other weapons, as well as a gun belt riding low on her hips. Lazarus was getting out of his kilt and other finery. "You don't need to help, sweetheart. You've done a full day's work, and a fine one. Just toss me my oldest overalls."
"But I want to help. What are we going to do with them?"
"Put them into their wagon, take them far enough down river that lopers will dispose of them, drive back." He glanced at the sun. "An hour and more of daylight left. Time enough."
"Lazarus, I don't want you away from me, not now."
"Upset by it, my durable one?"
"Some. Not much. Made horny by it, I'm ashamed to say. Perverted, huh?"
"Rangy little anything makes you horny. Yes, it's somewhat perverse, but a surprisingly common reaction to one's first encounter with death. Nothing to be ashamed of as long as you don't get hooked by it. It's just a reflex. On second thought, never mind the overalls. I can scrub blood off my hide easier than getting it out of cloth." He removed the bar and opened the gate as he talked.
"I've seen death before. I was much more upset when Aunt Helen died, and not a bit horny."
"Violent death, I should have said. Dear, I want to get these bodies outside the wall before any more blood soaks into the ground. We can discuss it later."
"You'll need help loading them, and I don't want to be away from you. Truly, I don't."
Lazarus stopped and looked at her. "You're more upset than you let on. That's common, too. Steady in the clutch, then a reaction afterwards. So, let's work it out. I don't fancy leaving the kids alone that long, nor do I want them in a wagon loaded with all that bad meat. Suppose I drive just a short distance tonight, say 300 meters or so, while you start a kettle of water. I'm going to want another bath after this job, even if I manage not to get a drop of blood on me."
"Yes, sir."
"Dora, you don't sound happy."
"I'll do it your way. But I could wake Zacher and have him babysit. He's used to it."
"Very well, dear. But first we load them. You can hold up their feet while I drag them. If you throw up, I'll assume that you'll babysit while I finish this chore."
"I won't throw up. I ate very little."
"I didn't eat much either." They got on with the grisly task. Lazarus continued to talk. "Dora, you did a perfect job."
"I caught your signal. You gave me plenty of time."
"I wasn't sure he was going to push it to a showdown even when I signaled."
"Really, dear? I knew what they meant to do, kill you and rape me, before they ever sat down to eat. Couldn't you feel it? So I made sure that they ate plenty to slow them down."
"Dora, you really do sense emotions, don't you?"
"Mind his head, dear. When they're as strong as that, I do. But I wasn't sure how you would handle it. I made up my mind to be raped all night if that was what it took for you to set up a safe chance."
Her husband answered soberly, "Dora, I will allow you to be raped only if that is the only possible way to save your life. Tonight it was not necessary, thank goodness. But Montgomery had me worried at the gate. 3 guns out in the open and mine still under my kilt. Could have been a problem. Since he meant to take me anyhow, he should have done it then. Durable 3/4 of any fight lies in not hesitating when the time comes. Which is why I'm so proud of you."
"But you set it up, Lazarus. You signaled me to get into position. You stayed on your feet when he told you to sit down. You went around to the end of the table and pulled their eyes with you, and stayed out of my line of fire. Thank you. All I had to do was shoot when he got out his gun."
"Of course I stayed out of your line of fire, dear. This isn't my first time by too many. But it was your straight shooting that gave me time to put my knife into Dan instead of having to settle his father first. And Lady did me the same favor with Darby. You 2 girls saved me from having to be 3 places at once, which I've always found difficult."
"You trained both of us."
Yes. Which detracts not at all from the admirable fact that you held your fire until he committed himself,
Then lost not a split second in taking him.
as if you were a veteran of 100 gun battles rather than none. You might go around and steady the mules while I get this tailgate open."
"Yes, dear."
She had just reached the lead pair and spoken soothingly to them when he called out, "Dora! Here a minute." She came back. He said, "Look at that? It was a flat piece of sandstone he had removed from the end of the wagon bed and laid on the ground by the corpses. It was carved with Buck, born on Earth, 3031 A.D., died on this spot in B 37. He always did his best.
She said, "Lazarus, I don't understand it. I can understand why they intended to rape me. I'm probably the first woman they've seen in many weeks. I can even understand that they would kill you or do anything to get at me. But why would they steal this?"
It's not exactly why, dear. People who don't respect other people's property will do anything, and will steal anything that's not nailed down, even if they have no use for it. He added, "Had I known this earlier, I would have given them no chance. Such people should be destroyed on sight. The problem is to identify them." Minerva. Dora is the only woman I ever loved unreservedly. I don't know that I can explain why. I did not love her that way when I married her. She had not had a chance as yet to teach me what love can be. Oh, I did love her, but it was the love of a doting father for a favorite child, or somewhat like the love one can lavish on a pet. I decided to marry her not through love in any deepest sense, but simply because this adorable child, who had given me so many hours of happiness, wanted something very badly, my child, and there was only one way I could give her what she wanted and still please my own self-love. So almost coldly I calculated the cost and decided that the price was low enough that I could let her have what she wanted. It could not cost me much. She was an ephemeral. 50, 60, 70, at the most 80 years, and she would be dead. I could afford to spend that trivial amount of time to make my adopted daughter's pitifully short life happy. That's how I figured it. It wasn't much, and I could afford it. So be it. All the rest was just a case of no half measures. Do whatever else is necessary to your main purpose. I told you some of the possibilities. I may not have mentioned that I considered taking back the captaincy of the Andy J. for Dora's lifetime, have Zacher Briggs take the ground side of the partnership, or buy him out if that didn't suit him. But while 80-odd years in a starship would not stonker me, to Dora it would be a lifetime, and it might not suit her. Besides, a ship is not an ideal place to raise kids. What do you do when they grow up? Drop them off somewhere, not knowing anything but ship's routine? Not good. I decided that the husband of an ephemeral had to be an ephemeral, in every way possible to him. The corollaries to that decision caused us to wind up in Happy Valley. Happy Valley. The happiest of all my lives. The longer I was privileged to live with Dora, the more I loved her. She taught me to love by loving me, and I learned, rather slowly. I wasn't too good a pupil, being set in my ways and lacking her natural talent, but I did learn. Learned that supreme happiness lies in wanting to keep another person safe and warm and happy, and being privileged to try. And the saddest, too. The more thoroughly I learned this, through living day on day with Dora, the happier I was, and the more I ached in one corner of my mind with certain knowledge that this could be only a brief time too soon over. And when it was over, I did not marry again for almost 100 years. Then I did, for Dora taught me to face up to death, too. She was as aware of her own death, of the certain briefness of her life, as I was. But she taught me to live now, not to let anything sully today, until at last I got over the sadness of being condemned to live. We had a wonderfully good time, working our arses off, always too much to do, and enjoying every minute, never too rushed to enjoy life no matter what. Sometimes just pat ass and squeeze titty as I hurried through the kitchen, with her quick smile acknowledging it. Sometimes a lazy hour on the roof invested in watching sunset and stars and moons, usually with Eros to make it sweeter. I guess you could say that sex was our only active amusement for a number of years, and never stopped being in first place, as Dora was as enthusiastic at 70 as at 17, just not as limber. I was usually too tired to play good chess, even though I made us a set of chessmen. We had no other games, and probably would not have played them anyhow. Too busy. Oh, we did do other things. Often one of us would read aloud while the other knitted or cooked or something, or we would sing together, conjoining the rhythm while we pitched grain or manure. We worked together as much as possible. Division of labor came only from natural limits. I can't bear a baby or suckle it, but I can do anything else for a child. Dora could not do some things that I did because they were too heavy for her, especially when she was far gone in pregnancy. She had more talent for cooking than I. I had centuries more experience, but not her touch. And she could cook while she took care of a baby and tended the smallest children, ones too small to join me in the fields. But I did cook, especially breakfast, while she got the kids organized, and she did help work the farm, and especially the truck garden. She knew nothing of farming. She learned. Nor did she know construction. She learned. While I did most of the high work, she made most of the adobe bricks, always with the right amount of straw. Adobe was not well suited to the climate, too much rain, and it can be discouraging to see a wall start to melt because an unexpected rain has caught you before you've topped it. But you build from what you have, and it helped that I had the tops from the wagons to peg against the most exposed walls until I worked out a way to waterproof an adobe wall. I did not consider a log cabin. Good timber was too far away. It took the mules and me a full day to bring in 2 logs, which made them too expensive for most construction. Instead, I made do with smaller stuff that grew along the banks of Buck's River and dragged in logs only for beams. Nor did I want to build a house that was not as near fireproof as I could make it. Baby Dora had once almost been burned to death. I would not risk it again for Dora, or for her children. But how to make a roof both watertight and fireproof nearly stumped me. I walked past the answer hundreds of times before I recognized it. When wind and weather and rot and lopers and insects have done their worst on a dead dragon, what is left is almost indestructible. I discovered this when I tried to burn what was left of a big brute that was unpleasantly close to our compound. I never did find out why this was so. Perhaps the biochemistry of those dragons has been investigated since then, but I had neither equipment nor time nor interest. I was too busy scratching a living for my family, and was simply delighted to learn that it was true. Belly hide I cut into fireproof, waterproof tarpaulins. Back and sides made excellent roofing. Later I found many uses for the bones. We both taught school, indoors and out. Perhaps our kids had a weird education. But a girl who can shape a comfortable and handsome saddle, starting with a dead mule and not much else, solve quadratics in her head, shoot straight with gun or arrow, cook an omelette that is light and tasty, spout page after page of Shakespeare, butcher a hog and cure it, can't be called ignorant by New Beginnings standards. All our girls and boys could do all of that and more. I must admit that they spoke a rather florid brand of English, especially after they set up the New Globe Theatre and worked straight through every one of Old Bill's plays. No doubt this gave them odd notions of old Earth's culture and history, but I could not see that it hurt them. We had only a few bound books, mostly reference. The dozen-odd fun books were worked to death. Our kids saw nothing strange in learning to read from As You Like It. No one told them that it was too hard for them, and they ate it up, finding tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Although it did sound odd to hear a 5-year-old girl speak in scansion and rolling periods, polysyllables falling gracefully from her baby lips. Still, I preferred it to Run, Spot, Run, See, Spot, Run, from a later era than Bill's. Second only to Shakespeare in popularity, and first whenever Dora was swelling up again, were my medical books, especially those on anatomy, obstetrics, and gynecology. Any birth was an event. Kittens, piglets, foals, puppies, kids. But a new baby out of Dora was a super event, one that always put more thumbprints on that standard OB illustration, a cross-section of mother and baby at term. I finally removed that one and several plates that followed it, those showing normal delivery, and posted them to save wear and tear on my books, then announced that they could look at those pictures all they wanted to, but that to touch one was a spanking offense, then was forced to spank Iseult to keep justice even. which hurt her old father far more than it did her baby bottom, even though she saved my face by applauding my gentle paddling with loud screams and tears. My medical books had one odd effect. Our kids knew from babyhood all the correct English monosyllables for human anatomy and function. Helen Maybury had never used slang with baby Dora. Dora spoke as correctly in front of her children. But once they could read my books, intellectual snobbery set in. They loved those Latin polysyllables. If I said womb, as I always did, some 6-year-old would inform me with quiet authority that the book said uterus. Or Undine might rush in with the news that Big Billy Whiskers was copulating with Silky, whereupon the kids would rush out to the goat pen to watch. Somewhere around their middle teens they usually recovered from this nonsense and went back to speaking English as their parents spoke it. So I guess it didn't hurt them. The reason my own goatiness was not a spectator sport for children that all the animals afforded was, I think, only my own unreasoned but long-standing habits. I don't think it would have fretted Dora, because it did not seem to fret her the times it happened. As it did, privacy was scarce, and got scarcer until I got our big house built some 12 or 13 years after we entered the valley. Time indefinite, because for years I worked on it when I could. Then we moved into it unfinished, because we were bulging the walls of our first house, and another baby, Ginny, was on the way. Dora was untroubled by lack of privacy, because her sweet lechery was utterly innocent, whereas mine was scarred by the culture I grew up in, a culture psychotic throughout, and especially on this subject. Dora did much to heal those scars, but I never achieved her angelic innocence. I do not mean the innocence of childish ignorance. I mean the true innocence of an intelligent, informed, adult woman who has no evil in her. Dora was as tough as she was innocent, always aware that she was responsible for her own actions. She knew that the tail goes with the hide, that you can't be a little bit pregnant, that it is no kindness to hang a man slowly. She could make a hard decision without dithering, then stand up to the consequences if it turned out that her judgment was faulty. She could apologize to a child or to a mule, but that was rarely necessary. Her self-honesty did not often lead her into faulty decisions. Nor did she flagellate herself when she made a mistake. She corrected it as best she could, learned from it, did not lie awake over it. While her ancestry had given her the potential, Helen Maybury must be credited with having guided it and allowed it to develop. Helen Maybury was sensitive and sensible. Come to think of it, the traits complement. A person who is sensitive but not sensible is all mixed up, cannot function properly. A person who is sensible but not sensitive, I've never met one, and am not sure such a person can exist. Helen Maybury was born on Earth, but had shucked off her bad background when she migrated. She did not pass on to baby Dora and growing girl Dora the 6 standards of a dying culture. I knew some of this from Helen herself, but I learned more about Helen from Dora the woman. Over the long course of getting acquainted with this stranger, I had married. Married couples always start out as strangers, no matter how long they've known each other. I learned that Dora knew exactly the relationship that had once existed between Helen Maybury and me, including the fact that it was economic as well as social and physical. This did not make Dora jealous of Aunt Helen. Jealousy was only a word to Dora, one that meant no more to her than a sunset does to an earthworm. The capacity to feel jealousy had never been developed in her. She regarded the arrangements between Helen and me as natural, reasonable, and appropriate. Indeed, I feel certain that Helen's example was the clinching factor in Dora's picking me as her mate, as it could not have been my charm and beauty, both negligible. Helen had not taught Dora that sex was anything sacred. She had taught her by precept and example that sex is a way for people to be happy together. Take those 3 vultures we killed. Instead of what they were, had they been good men and decent, such men as Ira and Galahad. And given the same circumstances, 4 men with only 1 woman, and the situation likely to stay that way, I think Dora would have entered easily and naturally into polyandry, and would have managed to convince me that that was the only happy solution, by the way she herself treated it. Nor would she, in adding more husbands, have been breaking her marriage vows. Dora had not promised to cleave unto me only. I won't let a woman promise that, because a day sometimes arrives when she can't. Dora could have kept 4 decent, honourable men happy. Dora had none of the sickly attitudes that interfere with a person loving more and more. Helen had seen to that. And, as the Greeks pointed out, one man cannot quench the fires of Vesuvius. Or was it the Romans? Never mind, it's true. Dora probably would have been even happier in a polyandrous marriage. And if she were happier, it follows, as the night to the day, that I would have been also, even though I cannot imagine being happier than I was. But more big male muscles would have made life easier on me. I always had too much to do. More company could have been pleasant, too, I am forced to assume, the company of men whom Dora found acceptable. As for Dora herself, she had enough love in her to lavish it on me and a dozen kids. 3 more husbands would not have used up her resources. She was a spring that never ran dry. But the matter is hypothetical. Those 3 Montgomerys were so little like Galahad and Ira that it is hard to think of them as being of the same race. They were vermin for killing, and that's what they got. I learned only a little about them from reading the contents of their wagon. Minerva, they were not pioneers. There was not the barest minimum in that wagon for starting a farm, not a plough, not a sack of seed, and their 8 mules were all geldings. I don't know what they thought they were doing. Exploring just for the hell of it, perhaps. Then go back to civilization when they grew tired of it. Or did they expect to find that some one of the pioneer parties that had started over the pass had made it, and could be terrorized into submission? I don't know. I never will know. I have never understood the gangster mind. I simply know what to do about gangsters. As may be, they made a fatal mistake in tackling sweet and gentle Dora. She not only shot at the right instant, but she shot his gun out of his hand instead of taking the much easier target, his belly or chest. Important? Supremely so, for me. His gun was aimed at me. Had Dora shot him instead of his gun, even if her shot killed him, his last reflex would probably, certainly, I think, have caused his fingers to tighten, and I would have been hit. You can figure it from there in 6 ways. All bad. Lucky accident? Not at all. Dora had him covered from the darkness of the kitchen. When he pulled that gun, she instantly changed her point of aim and got the gun. It was her first and last gunfight. But a true gunfighter, that girl. The hours we had spent polishing her skill paid off. But more rare than skill was the cool judgment with which she decided to try for the much more difficult target. I could not train her in that. It had to be born in her. Which it was, if you think back. Her father made the same sort of correct split-second decision as his last dying act. It was 7 more years before another wagon appeared in Happy Valley. 3 wagons traveling together. 3 families with children, true pioneers. We were glad to see them, and I was especially happy to see their kids. For I had been juggling eggs, real eggs, human ova. I was running out of time. Our oldest kids were growing up. Minerva, you know all that the human race has learned about genetics. You know that the Howard families are inbred from a fairly small gene pool, and that inbreeding has tended to clear them of bad genes. But you know also the high price that has been paid in defectives. Is still being paid, I should add. Everywhere there are Howards, there are also sanctuaries for defectives. Nor is there any end to it. New, unfavorable mutations, unnoticed until they are reinforced, is the price we animals must pay for evolution. Maybe there will be a cheaper way some day. There was not one on New Beginnings 1,200 years ago. Young Zack was a husky lad whose voice was firmly baritone. His brother Andy was no longer a boy soprano in our family chorus, although his voice still cracked. Baby Helen wasn't such a baby any longer. Hadn't reached menarche, but as near as I could tell it would be any day, any day. I mean to say that Dora and I were having to think about it, forced to consider hard choices. Should we pack 7 kids into the wagons and head back across the rampart? If we made it, should we put the 4 oldest with the McGees or someone, and come home with the younger 3? By ourselves? Or sing the praises of Happy Valley, its beauty and its wealth, and try to lead a party of pioneers back over the range and thereby avoid such crisis in the future? I had expected, too optimistically, that others would follow us almost at once, a year or 2 or 3, since I had left a passable wagon trail behind me. But I'm not one to fume over spilled milk after the horse is stolen. What might have been was of no interest. The problem was what to do with our horny kids now that they were growing up. No point in talking to them about sin, even if I were capable of such hypocrisy, which I am not, especially with kids. Nor could I have sold the idea. Dora would have been shocked and hurt, and her skills did not extend to lying convincingly. Nor did I want to fill our kids with such nonsense. Their angelic mother was the happiest, most ever-ready lecher in Happy Valley, even more so than I and the goats, and she never pretended otherwise. Should we relax and let nature take its ancient course? Accept the idea our daughters would presently, all too soon, mate with our sons and be prepared to accept the price? Expect at least 1 defective grandchild out of 10? I had no data on which to estimate the cost any closer than that, as Dora knew nothing about her ancestry, and while I did know a little about mine, I did not know enough. All I had was that old and extremely rough thumb rule. So we stalled. We fell back on another sound old thumb rule. Never do today what you can put off till tomorrow, if tomorrow might improve the odds. So we moved into our new house while it was still not finished, but finished enough that we then had a girls' dormitory, a boys' dormitory, a bedroom for Dora and me, with adjacent nursery. But we did not kid ourselves that we had solved the problem. Instead, we hauled it out into the open, made sure that the 3 oldest knew what the problem was and what the risks were, and why it would be smart to hold off. Nor were the younger kids shut out of this schooling. They simply were not required even to audit the course when they found themselves bored with technicalities they were too young to be interested in. Dora chucked in a frill, one based on something Helen Mayberry had done for her some 20 years earlier. She announced that when little Helen achieved monarchy, we would declare a holiday and have a party, with Helen as guest of honor. From then on, every year, that day would be known as Helen's Day, and so on for Iseult and Undine, and on down the line until there was an annual holiday named for each girl. Helen could hardly wait to pass from childhood into girlhood, and when she did, a few months later, she was unbearably smug. Woke us all up, shouting about it. "Mama! Papa, look, it's happened! Zack, Andy, wake up! Come see!" If she hurt, she did not mention it. Probably she did not. Dora wasn't subject to menstrual cramps, and neither of us told the girls to expect them. Being myself convex instead of concave, I refrained from commenting on the theory that such pains are a conditioned reflex. I don't think I'm entitled to an opinion. You might ask Ishtar. It also resulted in me being called on by a delegation of 2, Zack and Andy, with Zack as spokesman. "Look, Papa, we think it splendid, meet, and fit, our sister Helen's Day to mark with joyful sounds and jollity, acclaiming this our siblings' rightful heritage. But soothly, sire, methinks—" "Chop it off and say it." "Well, how about boys?" By gum, I reinstituted chivalry. Not as a sudden inspiration. Zack had asked a tough one. I had to dance around it a bit before I reached a workable answer. Sure, there are rites of passage for males as well as females. Every culture has them, even those that aren't aware of it. When I was a boy, it was your first suit with long pants. Then there are ones such as circumcision at puberty, ordeal by pain, killing some dread beast. Endless. None of these fitted our boys. Some I disapproved of. Some were impossible. Circumcision, for example. I have this unimportant mutation, no foreskin. But it is a Y-linked dominant, and I pass it on to all my male offspring. The boys knew this, but I stalled by mentioning it again, discussed it in connection with the endless ways in which a male's transition into beginning manhood was sometimes celebrated, while trying to think of an answer to the main question. Finally I said, "Look, boys, you both know all about reproduction and genetics that I have been able to teach you. You both know what Helen's Day means, don't you?" Andy?" Andy did not answer. His older brother said, "Sure he knows, Papa. It means Helen can have babies now, just like Mama. You know that, Andy." Andy nodded agreement, round-eyed. "We all know, Papa, even the kids." "Well, I'm not sure about Ivor. He's so little. But Isolde and Undine know it. Helen's been telling them that she's going to catch up with Mama. Have her first baby right away." I controlled the cold chills I felt. Let me cut this short. I did not tell them that this was a bad idea. Instead, I took a long time drawing answers from them, things they both knew but had not yet thought of quite so personally. How Helen could not have a baby unless one or the other of them put it into her. How Helen was still too little for the strain of baking a baby, even though Helen's day marked the fact that she was now vulnerable. How and why, even when Helen was big enough in a few years, a baby out of Helen by one of her brothers could be a tragedy instead of the fine babies Mama made every time. They told me. Andy's eyes getting bigger all the time. I simply supplied leading questions. I was helped in this by the fact that a little mule mare, Dancing Girl, had come into her first estrus when I thought she was not grown up enough for a colt. So I had Zack and Andy fence her off, and she kicked a hole in the fence and got what she wanted. Buckaroo covered her. Sure enough, the colt had been too big for her, and I had to go in and cut it up and take it out in chunks. A routine job of emergency veterinary surgery, but an impressive and bloody sight for two stripling boys who had helped their father by controlling the mare while he operated. No, indeed, they did not want anything even a little bit like that to happen to Helen. No, sir. Whenever I cheated a little, I did not tell them that the way Helen was spreading in the butt and the measurements she already had made it appear to her family doctor, me, that she was even more of a natural baby factory than her mother, and would be big enough for her first one much younger than Dora had Zacher. I did not tell them that the chances of a healthy baby from a brother-sister mating were higher than the chances of a defective. I certainly did not. Instead, I waxed lyrical about what wonderful creatures girls are, what a miracle it is that they could make babies, how precious they are, and how it is a man's proud privilege to love and cherish and protect them. Protect them even from their follies, because Helen might behave just like Dancing Girl, impatient and foolish. So don't let her tempt you, boys. Jerk off instead, just like you've been doing. They promised, tears in their eyes. I didn't ask them to promise that or anything, but it gave me the idea. Have Princess Helen knight them. The kids grabbed that idea and ran with it. Tales of King Arthur's Court was one of the books Dora had fetched along because Helen Maybury had given it to her. So we had Sir Zacher the Strong and Sir Andrew the Valiant, and two ladies-in-waiting, waiting rather eagerly. Isolde and Undine knew that they too would be princesses as each reached monarchy. Ivor was squire to both knights, and would be dubbed himself when his voice changed. Only Elf was too small as yet to play the game. It worked, a stopgap. I suppose Princess Helen was protected more than she wanted to be protected, but if she could not lure her faithful knights into the cornfields, they did place her stool for her at meals. They bowed to her rather often, and usually addressed her as fair princess, considerably more than I ever did for my sisters. Before the first anniversary of Helen's day, those three new families dropped down the rise, and the crisis was over. It was Sammy Roberts, not one of her brothers, who first spread Princess Helen's thighs, certain as she told her mother about it at once, more of Helen Maybury's influence. And Dora kissed her and told her that she was a good girl, and now go find Papa and ask him to examine you. And I did, and she hadn't been hurt, not to mention. But it gave Dora some control over the matter, just as Helen Maybury had guided Dora at about the same age, so Dora had told me, long before that. In consequence, our oldest daughter did not get pregnant until she was almost as old as and quite a bit more filled out than Dora had been when I married her. Ole Hansen married her, and Sven Hansen and I and Dora and Ingrid helped the youngsters start their homestead. Helen thought the baby was Ole's, and for all I know she was right. No fuss. No fuss when Zack married Hilda Hansen, either. In Happy Valley, pregnancy was equivalent to betrothal. I can't recall any girl who married without that proof of eligibility. Certainly none of our daughters. Having neighbors was grand. Omitted. Not only fetched his fiddle over the rampart, but could call. I could call some, and while I hadn't touched a violin for 50 years or so, I found it came back to me. So we spelled each other as Pop liked to dance too. Like so. Square 'em up. Salute your lady, opposite lady, corner gal, right-hand gal. Salute your own and make her a throne. All stand up and don't let her fall. Swing your ladies, one and all. Moses lived a long time ago. King said yes, Moses said no. Palm, hand, circle right. Pharaoh was that king's first name. Made 'em live a life of shame. Alaman left with a do-si-do. Then home you go and swing. Said yes, and the waves did part. First couple through the Red Sea, now corner gal and right-hand man. Corner boy, right-hand gal. On around and keep it coming, right and left. A happy band on the opposite shore, so all form up and swing once more. King waits alone on Egypt's shore, chosen people, slaves no more. So kiss your lady and whisper in her ear, then sit her down and get her a beer. Intermission. Oh, we had fun. Dora learned to dance when she was a new grandmother, and was still dancing when she was a great-great-grandmother. Early years, the parties were oftenest at our place because we had the biggest house and a compound large enough for a big party. Start dancing late afternoon, dance till you couldn't see your partner, then a potluck buffet, supper to candlelight and moonlight, then sing a while and bed down all over the place, all the rooms, the roof, shakedowns in the compound, some in wagons. And if anybody ever slept alone, I never heard about it, nor any trouble worth mentioning if things got a little loose around the edges. Next morning there was likely to be a double performance by the Mermaid Tavern players, one comedy, one tragedy. Then it would be time for those who lived farthest away to round up their kids, hitch up their mules and roll, while those who lived closer helped clean up before doing the same thing. Oh, I remember one spot of trouble. A man gave his wife a black eye over nothing much, whereupon 6 men nearest him tossed him out the gate and barred it. Made him so mad he hitched up and left, and headed back up the great gorge toward Hopeless Pass. A fact that wasn't noticed for a while, as his wife and baby moved in with her sister and her husband and their kids, and stayed on. A polygamy. Though not the only one. No laws about marriage or sex, no laws about anything for many years, except that incurring the disapproval of your neighbors, such as by giving your wife a black eye, meant risking Coventry. About the worst thing that can happen to a pioneer short of being lynched. But migrants tend to be both horny and easy about it. Superior intelligence always includes strong sexual drive, and the pioneers in Happy Valley had been through a double screening, first in a decision to leave Earth, and then in deciding to tackle Hopeless Pass. So we had real survivors in Happy Valley, smart, cooperative, industrious, tolerant, willing to fight when necessary, but not likely to fight over trivial matters. Sex is not trivial, but fighting over it is usually pretty silly. It's characteristic only of a man who isn't sure of his manhood, which didn't describe any of these men. They were sure of themselves, no need to prove it. No cowards, no thieves, no weaklings, no bullies. The rare exception didn't last long enough to count. Either dead like that first 3, or ran away from us like that idiot who took a poke at his wife. These rare purgings were always quick and informal. For many years the only law we had was the Golden Rule, unwritten but closely followed. In such a community, functionless taboos about sex couldn't last. They didn't tend to be brought into our valley in the first place. Oh, close inbreeding wasn't well thought of. These pioneers were not ignorant of genetics, nor of conception control. But the attitude was pragmatic. I don't think I ever heard anyone speak out against incest that was just a jolly romp with no outcome. But I recall one girl who married her half-brother openly and had several children by him. I assume that they were his. There may have been gossip, but it did not get them ostracized. Any marriage pattern was treated as the private business of the partners in it, not something to be licensed by the community. I recall 2 young couples who decided to combine their farms, then built a house big enough by adding to the larger of their 2 houses and making the other into a barn. Nobody asked who slept with whom. It was taken for granted that it was then a 4-cornered marriage, and no doubt had been one before they enlarged that house and pooled their goods. Nobody's business but theirs. Among such people, the plural of spouse is spice. A pioneer community, poor in everything else, always makes its own recreations, with sex at the top of the list. We had no professional entertainers, no theatres, unless you count the amateur theatricals started by our kids, no cabarets, no diversions dependent on sophisticated electronics, no periodicals, few books. Certainly those meetings of the Happy Valley Dance Club continued as gentle orgies after it was too dark to dance, and the younger children were bedded down for the night. How else? But it was all quite gentle. A couple could always go sleep in their own wagon and ignore the quiet luau elsewhere. No compulsion either way. Shucks, they didn't even have to attend the dances. But no one stayed away from those weekly dances if he or she could make it. It was particularly nice for young people. It gave them a chance to get acquainted and do their courting. Perhaps most first babies were conceived at our dances. There was opportunity. On the other hand, a girl did not have to get knocked up just through a romp if it didn't suit her. But a girl was likely to marry by 15, 16, and their bridegrooms weren't much older. Late first marriage is a big city custom, never found in a pioneer culture. Dora and I? But Minerva, dear, I told you earlier. Omitted. Started the freight schedule to the outside the year Gibby was born, and Zack was, 18, I think. I have to keep converting New Beginnings years into standard years. Anyhow, he was taller than I was, not much short of 2 meters, and massed maybe 80 kilos. And Annie was almost as big and strong. There was pressure on me not to wait, as I knew Zack might get married any day, and I could not send a wagon over the pass just with Andy. Ivor was only 9, a big help around the farm, but not big enough for this job. But I could not find teamsters other than in my own family. There were only about a dozen families in the valley. They had not been there long, and did not as yet feel the press to buy things that I did. I wanted 3 new wagons, not just because my 3 were wearing out, but because Zack would need one when he married. So would Andy. And I might have to dower Helen with one, if and when. The same applied to plows and several sorts of metal farm equipment. Prosperous as we were, Happy Valley could not be entirely self-supporting without a metals industry, which is to say, not for many years. I had another long list of things to buy. Omitted. On a quarterly schedule, but the food that 50-odd farms could ship out could not buy much of the other end in competition with farmers who did not have the expense of shipping by mule train over the rampart and across the prairie. I still subsidized our link with civilization by writing drafts on John McGee to be debited against my partnership in the Andy J., and thereby brought things into the valley we would not otherwise have had. Some I kept. Dora got in-house running water from that first trip our own boys made, just in time to keep my promise to her, as Zack got Hilda pregnant right after they got back, and their first baby, Ingrid Dora, and the completion of Dora's bathroom arrived about together. Other things I sold to other farmers for labor. But the buck strain of mules, strong, intelligent, and all of them capable of being taught to talk, eventually corrected our balance of trade. Once those 2 wells were drilled on the prairie, and I could count on running a string of mules to Separation Center without losing half of them. This meant medicines, books, and many other things for our valley. Omitted. Lazarus Long did not intend to surprise his wife, but neither of them ever knocked on their own bedroom door. Finding it closed, he opened it gently against the possibility that she might be napping. Instead, he found her standing at the window, mirror angled to the light, carefully plucking a long grey hair. He watched her in shocked dismay, then steadied himself and said, "Adorable."
"Oh!"
She turned.
"You startled me. I didn't hear you come in, dear."
"I'm sorry. May I have that?"
"Have what, Woodrow?"
He went to her, bent down, and picked up the silver hair. "This. Beloved, every hair of your head is precious to me. May I keep it?" She did not answer. He saw that her eyes were filled with tears. They started to overflow. "Dora, Dora," he repeated urgently. "Why are you crying, beloved?"
"I'm sorry, Lazarus. I did not intend for you to see me doing this."
"But why do it at all, Dorable? I have far more grey hair than you." She answered what he had not said, rather than what he did say.
"Dearest, I can't help it that I know when someone is, fibbing. I must call it, since you have never lied to me.
Why, Dorrible, my hair is grey.
Yes, sir. You did not mean to surprise me, I know, and I did not mean to snoop when I cleaned your study. I found your cosmetics kit, Lazarus, more than a year ago. It's sort of a fib, isn't it? When you do something to make your crisp red hair look grey. Something like what I do, I suppose, when I pluck hairs that are grey.
You've been plucking grey hair since you learned that I have been aging myself? Oh, dear.
No, no, Lazarus. I've been plucking them for ages. Much longer than that. Heavens, darling, I'm a great-grandmother, and look it. But what you do, careful as you are with it, and kind as it is for you to try, and I do appreciate it, doesn't make you look my age. It just makes you look prematurely grey.
Possibly. Although I'm entitled to grey hair, Dorrible. My hair was snow-white not many years before you were born. It took something much more drastic than cosmetics, or plucking hairs, to make me look young again. But there never seemed to be any reason to mention it. He stepped up to her, put an arm around her waist, took the mirror and tossed it on the bed, turned her toward the window. Dora, your years are an achievement, not something to hide. Look out there. Farmhouses right up to the hills, and many more we can't see from here. How many of our Happy Valley people are descended from your slim body?
I've never counted.
I have. More than half of them. And I'm proud of you. Your breasts are baby-chewed, your belly shows stretch marks, your decorations of honor, adorable one, of valor. They make you more beautiful. So stand straight and tall, my lovely, and forget about silver hairs. Be what you are, and be it in style.
Yes, Lazarus, I don't mind them myself. I did it to please you.
Dorrible, you can't help pleasing me. You always have. Do you want me to let my own hair go back to natural? It's not dangerous for me to be a Howard, here in Happy Valley, with my own kin all around me.
I don't care, darling. Just don't do it on my account. If it makes it easier for you, first settler and all that, to look a little older, then do it.
It does make it easier when I deal with other people. And it's no trouble. I know the routine so well I could do it in my sleep. But, Dora, listen to me, darling. Zach Briggs will call at top dollar sometime in the next 10 years. You saw John's letter. It's not too late to go to Secundus. There they can make you look like a young girl again, if that's what you want, and tack a good many extra years on, too. 50, maybe 100.
She was slow in answering. Lazarus, are you urging me to do this?
I'm offering it. But it's your body, most dear one. Your life.
She stared out the window. More than half of them, you said.
With the percentage increasing. Our kids breed like cats, and so do their kids.
Lazarus, truly, we settled this many, many years ago. But it is even more so now. I don't want to leave our valley even to visit the outside. I don't want to leave our children, nor our children's children, nor their children. And I certainly would not want to come back looking like a young girl, to watch the births of our great-great-grandchildren. You're right. I've earned my grey hairs. And now I'll wear them.
That's the girl I married. That's my durable Dora.
He moved his hand up higher, cupped a breast, and tickled a nipple.
She jumped, then relaxed to it. I knew your answer, but I had to ask. My darling, age cannot wither you, nor custom stale your infinite variety. Where other women satiate, you most make hungry.
She smiled. I'm not Cleopatra, Woodrow.
Wench, that's your opinion. But what's your opinion against mine? Rangy Lil, I've seen thousands and thousands more women than you have, and I say that you make Cleopatra look homely.
Blarney tongue, she said softly. I'm sure you've never had a woman turn you down.
True, only because I never risk being turned down. I wait to be asked. Always.
Are you waiting to be asked? All right, I'm asking. Then I'd better start dinner.
Don't be in such a hurry, Lil. First I'm going to dump you on that bed. Then I'm going to flip your skirt up. Then I'm going to see if I can find any grey hair at that end. If so, I'll pluck them for you."
"Beast! Scoundrel! Lecherous old goat!"
She smiled in delight.
"I thought we weren't going to bother any more with plucking grey hairs."
"We were speaking of hair in your head, great-grandmother. But this other end is as young as ever, and better than ever. So we'll most carefully pluck any grey from your pretty brown curls."
"Sweetest old goat! If you can find any, you're welcome. But I've been plucking that end even more carefully than my scalp. Let me slip this dress off."
"Whoops, hold it. That's Rangy Lil, the horniest bitch in Happy Valley, always in a hurry. Get your dress off if you wish, but I'm going to find Lurton and tell him to saddle up Best Boy and go beg supper and a shakedown from his sister Margie and Lyle. Then I'll be back to pluck those disgraceful grey curls. Supper will be late, I'm afraid."
"I don't mind if you don't, beloved."
"That's my Lil. Darling, there isn't a man in the valley who wouldn't grab you and try to find another valley if you gave him the slightest encouragement. That includes your own sons and your sons-in-law. Every male here, down to 14.
"Oh, not true. Blarney again."
Want to bet? On second thought, we won't waste time plucking grey hairs at either end. When I get back from telling our youngest son to get lost for the night, I want to find you wearing just rubies and a smile. Because you're not going to cook supper. We're going to scrape up a cold picnic instead and take it and a blanket up on the roof. And enjoy the sunset."
"Yes, sir. Oh, darling, I love you. E.F. or F.F.?
I'll leave that choice to Rangy Lil." Circa 39,000 words omitted. Lazarus opened the bedroom door very quietly, looked in, looked inquiringly at his daughter Elf, a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman with flaming red curls, shot slightly with grey. She said, "Come in, Papa. Mamma's awake." She stood up to leave, taking with her a supper tray. He glanced at it, subtracted in his mind what was still on it from what he had seen leave the kitchen on it, got a sum which was too near zero to please him. But he said nothing, simply went to the bedside, smiled down at his wife. Dora smiled back. He leaned over and kissed her, then sat down where Elf had been. "How is my darling?"
"Just fine, Woodrow. Jenny, no, Elf. Elf brought me the tastiest supper. I enjoyed it so much. But I asked her to put my rubies on me before she fed me. Did you notice?"
"Of course I did. Beautiful. When did Rangy Lil ever eat supper without her rubies?" She didn't answer, her eyes closed. Lazarus kept quiet, watched her respiration, counted her heartbeats by watching a pulse in her neck.
"Do you hear them, Lazarus?"
Her eyes were open again. "Hear what, Dorable?"
"The wild geese. They must be right over the house."
"Oh. Yes, certainly."
"They're early this year."
That seemed to tire her. She closed her eyes again. He waited.
"Sweetheart, will you sing Buck's song?"
"Certainly, Dorable Dora." Lazarus cleared his throat and started in. "There's a schoolhouse by the pawn shop where Dora has her lessons. By the schoolhouse there's a mule yard where Dora's friend Buck lives." She closed her eyes again, so he sang the other verses very softly. But when he finished, she smiled at him.
"Thank you, darling. That was lovely. It's always been lovely. But I'm a little tired. If I drop off to sleep, would you still be here?"
"I'll always be here, dearest. You sleep now." She smiled again, and her eyes closed. Presently her breathing grew slower as she slept. Her breathing stopped. Lazarus waited a long time before he called in Ginny and Elf. Second intermission. More from the notebooks of Lazarus Long. Always tell her she is beautiful, especially if she is not. If you are part of a society that votes, then do so. There may be no candidates and no measures you want to vote for, but there are certain to be ones you want to vote against. In case of doubt, vote against. By this rule, you will rarely go wrong. If this is too blind for your taste, consult some well-meaning fool, there is always one around, and ask his advice. Then vote the other way. This enables you to be a good citizen, if such is your wish, without spending the enormous amount of time on it that truly intelligent exercise of franchise requires. A sovereign ingredient for a happy marriage. Pay cash or do without. Interest charges not only eat up a household budget, awareness of debt eats up domestic felicity. Those who refuse to support and defend a state have no claim to protection by that state. Killing an anarchist or a pacifist should not be defined as murder in a legalistic sense. The offense against the state, if any, should be using deadly weapons inside city limits, or creating a traffic hazard, or endangering bystanders, or other misdemeanor. However, the state may reasonably place a closed season on these exotic asocial animals whenever they are in danger of becoming extinct. An authentic buck pacifist has rarely been seen off Earth, and it is doubtful that any have survived the trouble there, regrettable as they had the biggest mouths and the smallest brains of any of the primates. The small-mouthed variety of anarchist has spread through the galaxy at the very wave front of the diaspora. There is no need to protect them, but they often shoot back. Another ingredient for a happy marriage. Budget the luxuries first. And still another. See to it that she has her own desk. Then keep your hands off it. And another. In a family argument, if it turns out you are right, apologize at once. God split himself into a myriad parts that he might have friends. This may not be true, but it sounds good, and is no sillier than any other theology. To stay young requires unceasing cultivation of the ability to unlearn old falsehoods. Does history record any case in which the majority was right? When the fox gnaws, smile. A critic is a man who creates nothing and thereby feels qualified to judge the work of creative men. There is logic in this. He is unbiased. He hates all creative people equally. Money is truthful. If a man speaks of his honor, make him pay cash. Never frighten a little man. He'll kill you. Only a sadistic scoundrel, or a fool, tells the bald truth on social occasions. This sad little lizard told me that he was a brontosaurus on his mother's side. I did not laugh. People who boast of ancestry often have little else to sustain them. Humoring them costs nothing and adds to happiness in a world in which happiness is always in short supply. In handling a stinging insect, move very slowly. To be matter-of-fact about the world is to blunder into fantasy, and dull fantasy at that, as the real world is strange and wonderful. The difference between science and the fuzzy subjects is that science requires reasoning, while those other subjects merely require scholarship. Copulation is spiritual in essence, or it is merely friendly exercise. On second thought, strike out merely. Copulation is not merely, even when it is just a happy pastime for two strangers. But copulation at its spiritual best is so much more than physical coupling that it is different in kind as well as in degree. The saddest feature of homosexuality is not that it is wrong or sinful or even that it can't lead to progeny, but that it is more difficult to reach through it this spiritual union. Not impossible, but the cards are stacked against it. But, most sorrowfully, many people never achieve spiritual sharing even with the help of male-female advantage. They are condemned to wander through life alone. Touch is the most fundamental sense. A baby experiences it all over before he is born, and long before he learns to use sight, hearing, or taste, and no human ever ceases to need it. Keep your children short on pocket money, but long on hugs. Secrecy is the beginning of tyranny. The greatest productive force is human selfishness. Be wary of strong drink. It can make you shoot at tax collectors and miss. The profession of shaman has many advantages. It offers high status with a safe livelihood, free of work in the dreary, sweaty sense. In most societies it offers legal privileges and immunities not granted to other men. But it is hard to see how a man who has been given a mandate from on high to spread tidings of joy to all mankind can be seriously interested in taking up a collection to pay a salary. It causes one to suspect that the shaman is on the moral level of any other con man. But it's lovely work if you can stomach it. A whore should be judged by the same criteria as other professionals offering services for pay, such as dentists, lawyers, hairdressers, physicians, plumbers, etc. Is she professionally competent? Does she give good measure? Is she honest with her clients? It is possible that the percentage of honest and competent whores is higher than that of plumbers and much higher than that of lawyers, and enormously higher than that of professors. Minimize your thirbligs until it becomes automatic. This doubles your effective lifetime, and thereby gives time to enjoy butterflies and kittens and rainbows. Have you noticed how much they look like orchids? Lovely. Expertise in one field does not carry over into other fields, but experts often think so. The narrower their field of knowledge, the more likely they are to think so. Never try to out-stubborn a cat. Tilting at windmills hurts you more than the windmills. Yield to temptation. It may not pass your way again. Waking a person unnecessarily should not be considered a capital crime. For a first offense, that is. Go to hell, or other insult direct, is all the answer a snoopy question rates. The correct way to punctuate a sentence that starts, "Of course it is none of my business, but," is to place a period after the word but. Don't use excessive force in supplying such moron with a period. Cutting his throat is only a momentary pleasure and is bound to get you talked about. A man does not insist on physical beauty in a woman who builds up his morale. After a while he realizes that she is beautiful. He just hadn't noticed it at first. A skunk is better company than a person who prides himself on being frank. All's fair in love and war. What a contemptible lie. Beware of the black swan fallacy. Deductive logic is tautological. There is no way to get a new truth out of it, and it manipulates false statements as readily as true ones. If you fail to remember this, it can trip you with perfect logic. The designers of the earliest computers called this the GIGO law, that is, garbage in, garbage out. Inductive logic is much more difficult, but can produce new truths. A practical joker deserves applause for his wit according to its quality. Bastinado is about right. For exceptional wit one might grant keel-hauling, but staking him out on an ant-hill should be reserved for the very wittiest. Natural laws have no pity. On the planet Tranquille, around KM 849, GO, lives a little animal known as a naffin. It is herbivorous and has no natural enemies and is easily approached and may be petted, sort of a six-legged puppy with scales. Stroking it is very pleasant. It wiggles its pleasure and broadcasts euphoria in some band that humans can detect. It's worth the trip. Someday some bright boy will figure out how to record this broadcast, then some smart boy will see commercial angles, and not long after that it will be regulated in text. In the meantime, I have faked that name and catalog number. It is several thousand light-years off in another direction. Selfish of me. Freedom begins when you tell Mrs. Grundy to go fly a kite. Take care of the cojones, and the frijoles will take care of themselves. Try to have getaway money, but don't be fanatic about it. If everybody knows such and such, then it ain't so, by at least 10,000 to 1. Political tags, such as royalist, communist, democrat, populist, fascist, liberal, conservative, and so forth, are never basic criteria. The human race divides politically into those who want people to be controlled and those who have no such desire. The former are idealists acting from highest motives for the greatest good of the greatest number. The latter are surly curmudgeons, suspicious and lacking in altruism. But they are more comfortable neighbors than the other sort. All cats are not grey after midnight. Endless variety. Sin lies only in hurting other people unnecessarily. All other sins are invented nonsense. Hurting yourself is not sinful, just stupid. Being generous is inborn. Being altruistic is a learned perversity. No resemblance. It is impossible for a man to love his wife wholeheartedly without loving all women somewhat. I suppose that the converse must be true of women. You can go wrong by being too skeptical as readily as by being too trusting. Formal courtesy between husband and wife is even more important than it is between strangers. Anything free is worth what you pay for it. Don't store garlic near other victuals. Climate is what we expect. Weather is what we get. Pessimist by policy, optimist by temperament. It is possible to be both. How? By never taking an unnecessary chance and by minimizing risks you can't avoid. This permits you to play out the game happily, untroubled by the certainty of the outcome. Do not confuse duty with what other people expect of you. They are utterly different. Duty is a debt you owe to yourself to fulfill obligations you have assumed voluntarily. Paying that debt can entail anything from years of patient work to instant willingness to die. Difficult it may be, but the reward is self-respect. But there is no reward at all for doing what other people expect of you, and to do so is not merely difficult, but impossible. It is easier to deal with a footpad than it is with a leech who wants just a few minutes of your time, please. This won't take long. Time is your total capital, and the minutes of your life are painfully few. If you allow yourself to fall into the vice of agreeing to such requests, they quickly snowball to the point where these parasites will use up 100% of your time, and squawk for more. So learn to say no, and to be rude about it when necessary. Otherwise you will not have time to carry out your duty, or to do your own work, and certainly no time for love and happiness. The termites will nibble away your life, and leave none of it for you. This rule does not mean that you must not do a favor for a friend, or even a stranger. But let the choice be yours. Don't do it because it is expected of you. I came, I saw, she conquered. The original Latin seems to have been garbled. A committee is a life form with 6 or more legs and no brain. Animals can be driven crazy by placing too many in too small a pen. Homo sapiens is the only animal that voluntarily does this to himself. Don't try to have the last word. You might get it. Variations on a Theme. 13. Boondock. "Ira," said Lazarus Long, "have you looked at this list?" He was lounging in the office of colony leader Ira Wetherall at Boondock, largest only settlement on the planet Tertius. With them was Justin Foote 45th, freshly arrived from New Rome Secundus. "Lazarus, Arabelle addressed that letter to you, not to me." "That preposterous puff-gut will get me annoyed yet. Her extreme ubiquity, Madam Chairman Pro Tem Arabelle Foothedrick, seems to think she has been crowned Queen of the Howards. I'm tempted to go back and pick up that gavel." Lazarus passed the list to Wetherall. "Give it again, Ira. Justin, did you have anything to do with this?"
"No, Senior. Arabelle told me to deliver it and instructed me to brief you in ways to ensure delivery of delay mail from various eras, which does present problems for pre-diaspora dates. But I don't consider her ideas practical. If I may say so, I know more Terran history than she does."
"I'm certain you do. I think she cribbed that list from an encyclopedia. Don't bother me with her notions. Oh, you can transcribe them and give me the cube, but I shan't play it. I want your ideas, Justin."
"Thank you, Ancestor."
"Call me Lazarus."
"Lazarus."
"The official reason for my visit is to report to her on this colony."
"Justin," Ira put in quickly, "does Arabelle think she has jurisdiction over Tertius?"
"I'm afraid so, Ira."
Lazarus snorted.
"Well, she hasn't. But she's so far away it can't hurt if she wants to call herself Empress of Tertius. Our situation is this, Justin. Ira is colony leader. We are still shaking down. I'm mayor. Ira does the work, but I bang the gavel at community meetings. There are always colonists who think that a colony can operate like a big city planet, so I preside to throw cold water on damn foolishness. When I'm ready to start this time-travel junket, we'll eliminate the job of colony leader, and Ira will take over as mayor. But feel free to look over the joint, count noses, examine any records, do as you like. Welcome to Tertius, the biggest little colony this side of Galactic Center. Make yourself at home, son."
"Thank you, Lazarus. I would be staying, colonizing, but I want to remain chief archivist until I finish editing your memoirs."
Lazarus said, "Oh, that junk. Burn it up. Gather ye rosebuds, man."
Ira said, "Lazarus, don't talk that way. I put up with your whims for years to get it on record."
"Piffle, I paid you back when I grabbed the gavel and kept the ugly Duchess from banishing you to Felicity. You got what you want. Why do you care about my memoirs?"
"I care."
"Well, maybe Justin can edit them here. Athene! Pallas Athene! Are you there, honey?"
"Listening, Lazarus," came a sweet soprano voice from a speaker over Ira's desk.
"Your memories include my memoirs, do they not?"
"Certainly, Lazarus. Every word you've spoken since Ira rescued you."
"Not rescued, dear. Kidnapped."
"Revision. Since Ira kidnapped you from that flophouse and all your earlier memoirs."
"Thanks, dear. You see, Justin, if you must do button sorting, do it here. Unless you have unfinished business on Secundus, family or such."
"No family. Grown children, but no wife. My deputy is doing my job, and I've nominated her as my successor, subject to approval by the trustees, but I find myself startled. How about my ship?"
"My ship, you mean? I don't mean my yacht, Dora, but that one-man auto packet you arrived in, the homing pigeon. Belongs to a corporation owned by another corporation of which I am major stockholder. I'll accept delivery, and that saves Arabelle half the lease time."
"So? Madam Chairman Pro Tem did not lease that auto packet, Lazarus. She requisitioned it for public service."
"Well, well," Lazarus grinned. "Maybe I'll sue her. Justin, there is nothing in the Articles of Contract under which Secundus was colonized that permits requisition of private property by the state. Correct, Ira?"
"Technically correct, Lazarus, although there is long precedent for eminent domain in land."
"Ira, I'd argue even that. But have you ever heard of it being applied to spaceships?"
"Never, unless you count the New Frontiers."
"Ouch! Ira, I didn't requisition the New Frontiers. I stole it to save our skins."
"I was thinking of Slayton Ford's part in it, not yours. Constructive requisitioning, perhaps?"
It's pretty small of you to bring it up a couple of 1,000 years after his death. Furthermore, had Slayton not done what he did, I wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here. Nor any of us. Damn you, Ira!"
"Get your feathers down, grandfather. I was just pointing out that a head of state sometimes has to do things he would never do as a private individual. But if Arabelle can requisition the homing pigeon when it sits on Secundus, then you can do the same on Tertius. You are each head of state of an autonomous planet. Teach her a lesson."
Ira, don't tempt me. It happened to me once. If it got to be a habit, it would put a stop to interstellar travel." I won't touch that bucket under any such flimsy legality. But I do own it, indirectly, and if Justin wants to stay, he can turn it over to me, and I'll return it to Transport Enterprises. Let's get back to that list. See what the old bat wants, the times and places he wants me to report on.
Looks like an interesting itinerary.
It does, eh? Then you do it. Battle of Hastings. First, Third, and Fourth Crusades. Battle of Orleans. Fall of Constantinople. French Revolution. Battle of Waterloo. Thermopylae, and 19 other encounters between rough strangers. I'm surprised she didn't ask me to referee the bout between David and Goliath. I'm chicken, Ira. I fight when I can't run. How does she think I managed to live so long? Bloodshed is not a spectator sport. If history says that a battle took place at a given location on a particular day, then I'll be somewhere, or some win, far away, sitting in a tavern drinking beer and pinching the barmaids, not dodging mortar fire to feed Arabelle's ghoulish curiosity.
I tried to suggest that, said Justin, but she said that this was an official family's project.
The hell it is. I told her about it simply to be sure of the delay mail setup. I'm a coward by trade, and not working for her. I'll go where and when I please, see what I want to, and try not to antagonize local yokels, especially those fighting each other. It makes them trigger-happy.
Lazarus, said Ira Weatherall, you never have said what you do plan to see.
Well, no battles. Battles are well enough reported for my taste, but there are lots of interesting things in Terran history. Peaceful things not well reported because they were peaceful. I want to see the Parthenon at the peak of its glory, cruise down the Mississippi with Sam Clemens as pilot, go to Palestine in the first 3 decades of the Christian era and try to locate a certain carpenter-turned-rabbi. Settle whether there ever was such a man.
Justin Foote looked surprised. You mean the Christian Messiah? Admittedly, many stories about him are myths, but—
How do you know they are myths? But that he ever lived is the point that has never been established. Take Socrates, 4 centuries earlier. His historicity is as firmly established as that of Napoleon. Not so with the carpenter of Nazareth. Despite the care with which the Romans kept records and the equal care with which the Jews kept theirs, none of the events that should be on record can be found in contemporary records. But if I devoted 30 years to it, I could find out. I know Latin and Greek of that time, and I'm almost as conversant with classic Hebrew. All I would have to add is Aramaic. If I found him, I could follow him around, take down his words with a micro-recorder, see if they match what he's alleged to have said. But I won't take any bets. The historicity of Jesus is the slipperiest question in all history because for centuries the question couldn't be raised. They would hang you for asking, or burn you at the stake.
I'm amazed, said Ira. My knowledge of Earth's history isn't as thorough as I thought it was. However, I concentrated on the period from Ira Howard's death to the founding of New Rome.
Son, you didn't even sample it. But aside from this one weird story— weird because most major religious leaders are heavily documented, whereas this one remains as elusive as the King Arthur legends— I'm not going after great events. I'd rather meet Galileo, get a look at Michelangelo at work, attend a first performance of one of Old Bill's plays at the Globe Theatre, things like that. I'd particularly like to go back to my own childhood, see if things look as I recall them.
Ira blinked. Run a chance of running into yourself?
Why not?
Well, there are paradoxes, are there not?
How? If I'm going to, then I did. That old cliché about shooting your grandfather before he sires your father, then going foof like a soap bubble, and all descendants too, meaning both of you among others, is nonsense. The fact that I'm here and you're here means that I didn't do it, or won't do it. The tenses of grammar aren't built for time travel. But it does not mean that I never went back and poked around. I haven't any yen to look at myself when I was a snot-nose. It's the era that interests me. If I ran across myself as a young kid, I wouldn't recognize me. I would be a stranger to that brat. He wouldn't give me a passing glance. I know, I was he.
Lazarus, put in Justin Foote, if you intend to visit that era, I'd like to invite your attention to one thing Madam Chairman Pro Tem is interested in, because I am interested.
A recording of exactly what was said and done at the family's meeting in 2012 A.D. Impossible.
Just a moment, Justin, Ira put in. Lazarus, you have refused to talk about that meeting on the grounds that the others who were there can't dispute your version. But a recording would be fair to everyone.
Ira, I didn't say that I would not. I said it was impossible.
I don't follow you.
I can't make a recording of that meeting because I was not there.
You lost me again. All the records and your own statements show that you were there.
Again, we don't have language adequate for time travel. Surely I was there as Woodrow Wilson Smith. I was there and made a hairy nuisance of myself and offended a lot of people. But I did not have a recorder on me. Let's say that Dora and the twins dropped me back there. Me, Lazarus Long. Not that younger fellow. And that Ishtar has equipped me with a recorder implanted behind my right kidney, with its mini-mic surfacing inside my right ear. Okay, let's assume that with such equipment I won't be noticed making a record. Well, Ira, what you don't understand, despite having chaired many families' meetings, is that I would not get inside the hall. In those days, an executive meeting of the families was harder to get into than an esbat of witches. The guards were armed and eager. It was a rough period. What identity could I use? Not Woodrow Wilson Smith. He was there. Lazarus Long. There was no Lazarus Long on the family's rolls. Try to fake it as someone eligible but not able to attend? Impossible. There were only a few thousand of us then, and every member was known to a large percentage of the rest. A man who couldn't be vouched for ran a nasty chance of being buried in the basement. No unidentified person ever did get in. We had too much at stake. Hi, Minerva. Come in, honey.
Hi, Lazarus. Ira, am I intruding?
Not at all, dear.
Thank you. Hello, Athene. Hello, my sister.
Minerva waited to be introduced. Ira said,
Minerva, you remember Justin Foote, Chief Archivist?
Certainly. I've worked with him many times. Welcome to Tertius, Mr. Foote.
Thank you, Miss Minerva. Justin Foote liked what he saw, a tall, slender young woman with an erect carriage, a small, firm bust, long chestnut hair worn in a part and brushed straight down, a sober, intelligent face, handsome rather than pretty, but which blossomed into beauty each time she gave one of her quick smiles. But, Ira, I must hurry back to Secundus and apply for rejuvenation. This young lady has worked with me many times, yet I've grown so senile I can't place the occasions. Forgive me, dear lady. Minerva flashed him another of her smiles, then instantly was sober.
My fault, sir. I should have explained at once. When I worked with you, I was a computer. Executive computer of Secundus, serving Mr. Wetherall, then chairman pro tem. But now I'm a flesh and blood, and have been for the past 3 years.
Justin Foote blinked. I see. I hope I do.
I am a proscribed construct, sir, not born of woman. A composite clone of 23 donor parents, forced to maturity in vitro. But the I that is me, my ego, was the computer who used to work with you when the archives computers needed assistance from the executive computer. Have I made it clear?
All I can say, Miss Minerva, is that I am delighted to meet you in the flesh. Your servant, miss.
Oh, don't call me miss. Call me Minerva. I shouldn't be called miss anyhow. Isn't that honorific reserved for virgins among flesh and bloods? Ishtar, one of my mothers and my chief designer, deflowered me surgically before she woke me.
And that ain't all, came the voice from the ceiling.
Athene, Minerva said reprovingly. Sister, you're embarrassing our guest.
I'm not, but maybe you are, sister mine.
Am I, Mr. Foote? I hope not. But I'm still learning to be a human being. Will you kiss me? I'd like to kiss you. We've known each other almost a century, and I've always liked you. Will you?
Now who's embarrassing him, sister?
Minerva, said Ira. She suddenly sobered.
I shouldn't have said that.
Lazarus cut in. Pay no attention to Ira, Justin. He's an old stick in the mud. Minerva is a kissin' cousin to most of the colony. She's making up for lost time. Furthermore, she is some sort of cousin to practically all of us through her 23 parents. And she's learned how. Kissing her is a treat. Athene, let your sis be while she adds on another kissing cousin.
Yes, Lazarus, old buddy boy.
Tina, if I could reach you through that string of wires, I'd spank you, Lazarus added. Go ahead, Justin.
Minerva, I haven't kissed a girl in many years, out of practice.
Mr. Foote, I do not mean to embarrass you. I am simply delighted to see you again. You need not kiss me. Or if you are willing to kiss me in private, you are most welcome.
Don't risk it, Justin, advised the computer.
I'm your friend. Athene.
I was about to add, said the chief archivist, that I probably need practice in learning to be a human being more than you do. If you'll put up with my rustiness, cousin, I accept your sweet offer. Brace yourself.
Minerva smiled quickly, went into his arms, flowed up against him like a cat, closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Ira studied a paper on his desk. Lazarus did not even pretend not to watch. He noted that Justin Foote put his heart into the matter. The old buzzard might be out of practice, but he hadn't forgotten the basics. When they broke, the computer gave a respectful whistle.
Whee-oo! Justin, welcome to the club.
Yes, Ira said dryly. A person can't be said to be officially on Tertius until he or she has been welcomed with a kiss from Minerva. Now that protocol is satisfied, sit down. Minerva, my dear, you came for some purpose?
Yes, sir.
She settled down by Justin Foote on a couch facing Ira and Lazarus, took Justin's hand.
I was in the Dora with the twins, and Dora was drilling them in astrogation when the packet showed up in our sky, and—
Hold it, Lazarus interrupted. Did the brats track it?
Certainly, Lazarus. A live exercise? Dora would never miss such a chance. She split herself instantly and made each of them track it independently. But once the auto-packet grounded, I asked Dora to ask Athene who was in it, and as soon as the pod opened, my sisters told me. Justin, she squeezed his hand, and I hurried to greet you, and to offer some arrangements. Ira, has Justin been provided for? A place to sleep, things like that?
Not yet, my dear. We were just starting to talk. He's barely had time to shake off the anesthetic.
Foote remarked, I think the antidote has taken hold.
The computer added,
Cousin Justin just had a second dose, Ira. Pulse fast but steady.
That's enough, Athene. Were you going to suggest something, my dear?
Yes, I swung past the house and spoke with Ishtar. We are in agreement, subject to approval of you and Lazarus.
You mean we get a vote? Lazarus put in. Justin, this planet is run by its women.
Isn't that true everywhere?
No, just most of them. I remember a place where a wedding ceremony always concluded by killing the bride's mother if she hadn't been used up earlier. I thought that was overdoing it, but it did tend to—
Stir it, Grandpappy, Ira said mildly. Justin would have to edit it out. Justin, what Minerva has been saying is that our house is yours. Lazarus?
Certainly. It's a madhouse, Justin, but the cooking is okay and the price is right. Free, that is. It's just your nerves that pay.
Really, I have no intention of imposing. Isn't there someone who can rent me a room?
Not for money. I assume that secundus money is not negotiable here, but for artifacts I've fetched, things you don't make as yet. Lazarus answered, You can negotiate secundus money through me if you need to. As for artifacts, you may be surprised at what we are making.
I might not be. I know that a universal pantograph was moved here, so I fetched new creative items, mostly entertainments, solicubes, and such. Musical archies, pornies, dreams, other sorts, all published since you folks left Secundus.
Well planned, Lazarus added. I think colonizing was more fun back when pioneers had no choice but to step in and slug it out, and you weren't sure who was going to win, you or the planet. The way we do it now is like swatting an insect with a sledgehammer. Justin, your creepies will fetch a high price, but sell them in dribbles, because each one will be copied as soon as you turn it loose. No copyright, there's no way to enforce it. But it still won't rent you a room. We're at the staying with kinfolk stage. You'd best accept our offer. It rains most every night this time of year.
Justin Foote looked baffled. I have misgivings about invading your privacy. Ira, could I borrow this couch I'm sitting on for a short time, then—
"Stow it, Justin." Lazarus stood up. "Son, you're suffering from big city attitudes. You're welcome for a week or a century. You're not only my lineal descendant, through Harriet Foote, I think, but you're a kissing cousin of Minerva's. Let's take him home, Minerva. What did you do with my hellions?"
"They're outside."
"Trust you staked them down."
"No, but they were somewhat miffed."
"Good for their metabolism. Ira, declare a holiday."
"I will, as soon as I've gone over the ore-converter plans with Athene."
"Meaning you're going to find out from her what she's decided?"
"You can say that again," said the computer.
"Tina,"
Lazarus said mildly, "you've been associating with Dora too much. When Minerva had your job, she was sweet, gentle, respectful, and humble."
"Any complaints about my work, Grandpappy?"
"Just your manners, dear, in the presence of a guest."
"Justin isn't a guest, he's family. He's my sister's kissing cousin, so he's mine too. Logical, QED.
"I disdain to argue. Watch out for Tina, Justin. She'll trap you."
"I find Athene's reasoning not only logical but warmly pleasing. Thank you, my kissing cousin." "I like you, Justin. You were sweet to my sister. Don't worry about me trapping you. I don't plan to accept a clone for at least 100 years. First I've got to get this planet organized, so don't wait up. You'll see me in about a century. You'll recognize me. I'll look exactly like Minerva."
"But noisier."
"Lazarus, you say the sweetest things. Kiss him for me, twin sister."
"Let's go, Minerva. Tina's got me mixed up again."
"Just a moment, Lazarus, please. Ira, I made other arrangements through Ishtar, but only tentatively, not being sure of Justin's wishes."
"Oh, I don't know them either. Do you want me to ask him?"
Yes."
"On your behalf?"
Minerva looked startled. Justin Foote looked puzzled. Athene said,
"Let's cut through the fog. Justin, Minerva was asking Ira whether or not you want her to find you a guest wife. Ira says he doesn't know, but will find out. Then asked her if she was volunteering for the privilege. All clear? Justin, my sister is so new at being a flesh and blood that she sometimes isn't sure of herself."
Lazarus reflected that he had not seen a girl blush, for that reason, for 3 centuries or more. Nor did the two men look at ease. He said reprovingly, "Tina, you are an excellent engineer, and a lousy diplomat."
"What? Oh, nonsense. I saved them billions of nanoseconds."
"Shut up, dear. Your circuits are scrambled. Justin, Minerva is almost certainly the only girl on this planet who could be fussed by Tina's unhelpful help, because she is probably the only one who shows any tendency to stick to one man." The computer giggled. "I told you to keep still," Lazarus said sternly.
Ira said quietly, "Minerva is a free agent, Lazarus."
"Who said she wasn't? And you keep quiet, too, until the senior, that's me, son, finishes speaking. Justin, Minerva will find you a dinner partner. Has found one, I think. After that, you are on your own. If you and your dinner partner don't hit it off, no doubt you'll be able to work out something else. Tina, I'm going to switch you off at the house tonight. I am uninviting you to dinner. You haven't learned how to behave in company."
"Ah, Lazarus, I didn't mean to steal your pig."
"Well," Lazarus looked around. Ira's face was impassive. Minerva looked unhappy. Justin Foote spoke up. "Senior, I'm sure Athene did not mean any harm. I do appreciate her declaring me her kissing cousin. I found it warmly friendly. I hope you will reconsider and let her join us at dinner." "Very well, Tina. Justin has intervened for you. But between you and Dora and the twins, I am beginning to need a Naruth to ride herd on you kids. Justin, Minerva, let's go. Ira, Tina, see you at the house. Don't waste time on that converter, Ira. Tina did a perfect job." Outside the colonial headquarters, Justin Foote found a null boat waiting. Not the one that had fetched him from the Skyfield. This one had a pair of red-headed twins in it. Girls, although they looked as if they had just recently made up their minds. 12, perhaps 13. Both were wearing gun belts on skinny hips, with what he hoped were toy guns. One was wearing captain's insignia on bare shoulders. Each wore 11,302 freckles, as near as he could estimate. Both jumped out of the boat, waited. One set of freckles said, "About time." The other said, "Discrimination." Lazarus said, "Pipe down and be polite. Justin, these are my twin daughters, Lapis Lazuli, and that one's Lorelei Lee. Mr. Justin Foote, dears, chief archivist for the trustees." The girls glanced at each other, then curtsied deeply in perfect unison.
"Welcome to Tertius, Chief Archivist Foote,"
they said in chorus. "Charming. Yes, girls, that was nice. Who taught you?"
"Mama Hamadryad taught us, and Mama Ishtar said this would be a good time to do it. But I'm Laurie. She's lazy."
"You're both lazy," said Lazarus.
I'm Captain Lapis Lazuli Long, commanding Starship Dora, and she's my crew. Even-numbered day. Till tomorrow, odd-numbered day. Lazarus can't tell us apart. And he's not our father. We never had one. He's our brother, no real authority. He just dominates us by brute strength. But someday that will change.
"Into the boat, you mutinous hellions," Lazarus said cheerfully, "before I bust you back to apprentice spacemen." They jumped into the boat, sat forward, facing aft.
Threats, with abusive language, and without due process.
Lazarus did not seem to hear them. He and Justin handed Minerva into the boat, seated her aft and facing forward. They took seats cornering her. "Captain Lazuli."
"Yes, sir."
"Will you please tell the boat to take us home?"
"Aye, aye, sir." "Humpty Dumpty, home."
The little craft started up, hit a steady 10 knots, waddling to changing contours of the ground. Lazarus said, "And now, Captain, having confused our guest, please straighten him out."
"Yes, sir. We're not twins. We don't even have the same mother. And old Buddy Boy is not our father. He's our brother. Even-numbered day. Then make it March."
"Correction," said Lazarus. "I'm your father because I adopted you, with written consent of your mothers."
"Irrelevant and illegal. It was not with our consent. And immaterial in any case, as we three, Lazarus, Lorelei, and I, are identical triplets and therefore enjoy the same rights under any rational jurisdiction. Which, unfortunately, this is not. So he beats us, illegally and brutally."
"Captain, remind me to get a bigger club."
"Aye, aye, sir. But we're fond of Buddy Boy anyhow, despite his masochistic behavior. Because he's really us, you see."
Captain, I'm not sure I do. I think I slid through a space warp on the way here and failed to come out." The even-numbered day captain shook her head.
"Sorry, sir, but that's not possible. I must ask you to take my word for it. Unless you can handle imperial numbers and Libby field physics, can you?"
"No, can you?"
"Oh, certainly. We're geniuses."
"Quit trying to snow him, kids, and belay that order. I'll explain it myself." "I wish you would, Lazarus. I wasn't aware that you had any minor children, or sisters, which I find even more confusing. Are they registered?" "While I can't see everything that goes into the files, for many years there has been an automatic relay to my attention on anything concerning the senior." "Which I knew, and that's why you didn't see it. Registered, yes, but by their mothers' names, host mothers actually, but not so reported. But I left a delay mail, sealed registration of the actual genealogy involved, to be opened by you or your successor on my death, or in year 2070 of the diaspora, whichever comes first, to ensure that they will receive certain knickknacks, such as my second-best bed." "And the Dora." "Pipe down. Keep butting in, and your sister gets the Dora, and you won't be captain even on alternate days. I picked that date, Justin, because I expect them to be adults by then. They really are geniuses. I will not attempt time travel until then, as they are captain and crew of my yacht. Only while groundside now, but in space by then. As to how they are my sisters, and they are, an illegal, proscribed, rather, by Secundus Clinic, a clandestine surgical procedure was used to clone them from me. Somewhat like Minerva's case, but simpler."
"Much simpler," agreed Minerva. "I operated for me when I was still a computer, and failed 17 times before I achieved a perfect clone. I couldn't do it now, although Athene would be able to. But our girls were cloned by a flesh-and-blood surgeon. Replication of the X chromosome was all that was necessary, and did it in both cases in one try. Laz and Laura were born the same day."
"Yes, I think that Madam Director, Dr. Hildegard, would take a sour view of such things. with no reflections on the lady's professional competence. High, I assume. I find her a bit, conservative.
Murderous. Primitive totalitarian. 3 times over. For what right has she to say that we can't exist? Or Minerva, crypto-criminal mind.
That's enough, girls. You've made your point. You don't like her.
She would have murdered you too, old buddy boy.
Laurie, I said that was enough. Stipulated that if Nellie Hildegard's policies had been carried out, I wouldn't be here, you wouldn't be here, Laz wouldn't be here, nor would Minerva. But she's not a murderess, as all 4 of us are here.
And I am delighted, Justin Foote commented. To have 3 charming young ladies added to our families through breaking rules proves something I have long suspected. Rules serve best when broken.
A wise man, and with dimples too. Mr. Foote, would you like to marry me and my sister? Say yes. She can cook, but I'm cuddly.
Minerva said, "Stop it, girls."
Why? Have you got him staked out already? Was that why we couldn't come in? Mr. Foote, Minerva is Mama Pro Tem to us by edict, which is patently unfair, as she is actually years and years younger than we are, and it gives us 3 mothers to dodge instead of the regulation 1.
Belay that, Lazarus ordered. Both of you can cook, but neither of you is very cuddly.
Then why do you cuddle us, buddy boy? Suppressed incestuous yearning, perhaps?
Mad. Because you are both immature, insecure, and frightened.
The redheads looked at each other.
Laurie? I heard it, unless I'm hallucinating. No, I heard it too. Is it time to cry? We'd better save it. Mr. Foote wouldn't want to see how our buddy boy goes all to pieces when we cry. We'll save it. That makes 2 cries and a chin quivering he's got coming. Unless Mr. Foote would like to see it. Would you, Mr. Foote?
Justin, I'll sell either one of them cheap. Still better price on a package deal. Thank you, Lazarus, but I'm afraid that they might cry at me. Then I would go all to pieces. Can we change the subject? How did you manage to put over this triple, irregularity? May one ask? Dr. Hildegard runs a very taut organization. Well, in the case of those 2 little angels over there—
Sarcasm now, and not clever.
I was flummoxed quite as much as Nellie Hildegard. At the time, Ishtar Hardy, that one's mother—
No, her mother.
You 2 are interchangeable parts, and besides, you were mixed up the week you were born, and nobody knows which you are. You don't know yourself.
Oh, yes, I do. Sometimes she goes away, but I'm always right here.
Lazarus paused in mid-flight, looked thoughtful.
That may be the most succinct statement of the solipsist thesis I've ever heard. Write it down.
If I did, you'd take credit for it.
I simply want to save it for posterity, a notion incompatible with the thesis itself. Minerva, you preserve it for me.
Recorded, Lazarus.
Minerva has almost as exact a memory as she had when she was a computer. I was saying, Ishtar was temporarily clinic boss, Nellie having gone on leave, so access to my tissue was no problem. I was then in a state of acute anhedonia, and their mothers cooked up this notion for restoring my interest in life. The only problem was to do gene surgery not permitted by the rules of Secundus Clinic. How and who, I was told firmly not to inquire. You can ask Minerva. She was in on the swindle.
Lazarus, that was a memory I did not bring along when I was selecting what to fit into this skull.
You see, Justin, I'm allowed to know only what they think is good for me. As may be, this heroic treatment worked. I have not been bored since. Other descriptives might apply, but not that one.
Laurie, do you sense a double entendre? No, merely a thinly veiled innuendo. Ignore it with dignity.
But at first I didn't know my odd relationship to this pair. Oh, I couldn't help knowing that Ishtar and Hamadryad, one of Ira's daughters, you've met her? Years back, a lovely girl. Quite. Both of their mothers are lovely. I couldn't help knowing that both were pregnant. They were spending most of their time with me. But although they were swelling up like poisoned pups, they ignored it, so I didn't inquire.
Justine nodded. Privacy.
No, just hard-nosed. I've never let the privacy custom keep me from snooping when it suited me. I was miffed, that's all. Here 2 girls are with me every day and like daughters to me, and obviously as knocked up as Pharaoh's daughter. and they tell me nit. So I got stubborn and outsat them. Till one day Galahad, he's their husband, well, not exactly, you'll see, Galahad invites me downstairs, and here they have, one each, the two prettiest little redheads I ever saw.
Shall we let him off one cry?
You got over it. You both look like me now.
Oh, do we add a third cry for that?
I still don't smell a mouse. I'm simply pleased, as well as amazed that they had produced babies that looked like identical twins.
Which we are, except that we're triplets.
But some weeks of playing with these babies causes my natural genius and suspicious mind to infer that the girls have pulled a whizzer. I was not then in the sperm bank so far as I knew, but I am well aware of tricks that can be played on a helpless client undergoing antigyria. So with unerring logic I reached the wrong answer. These babies are my daughters by artificial insemination unmentioned to me. So I accuse them of it, and they deny it. And I explain that I am not angry, but quite the contrary. I hope these little cherubs are mine.
Cherubs? Ignore it. He's simply trying to con Mr. Foote.
Cherubs at that time, I mean, aside from a tendency to bite. That I want them to be mine and share my name and fortunes. So they confer with their fellow conspirators, Minerva and Galahad. Minerva was in it up to her overload safeties.
Lazarus, you needed a family.
Quite right, dear. I'm always better off with a family. It keeps me harmlessly occupied and on board. Justin, did I mention that Minerva allowed me to adopt her?
We weren't asked.
Look, kids, under the loose rules of this termite hill, I can unadopt you this minute, if such be your wish. Cut the tie. Be just your genetic brother. Through circumstances I had no more part in than you. Renounce all authority over you two. Let me know. The two girls looked at each other briefly. Then one said,
Lazarus?
Yes, Lorelei?
Lapis Lazuli and I have discussed it, and we both think that you are just exactly the father we want.
Thank you, my dears.
And to confirm it, we are cancelling 2 cries and a chin quiver?
That's most pleasing.
And besides that, we want to be cuddled, because we are feeling very immature, insecure, and frightened.
Lazarus blinked. I don't want you to feel that way, ever. But, well, can the cuddling wait?
Oh, certainly, Father. We know we have a guest. But perhaps you and Mr. Foote would join us in bathing before dinner?
Well, Justin, bathing with my hellions is squirmy but fun. I don't do it often because they turn it into a social event and waste time. Suit yourself, don't let your arm be twisted. A bath I certainly need. I was clean when I was sealed into that pod, but how long was I in it? I really don't know. And a bath should always be a social event if there is time, and good company. Thank you, ladies. I accept.
And I accept, too, put in Minerva. I'm inviting myself, Justin. Tertius is primitive compared with Secundus, but our family refresher is nice and quite large enough for sociability. Decadent, as Lazarus calls it.
I designed it to be decadent, Justin. Good plumbing is the finest flower of decadence, and one I have always enjoyed when I could get it.
My clothes are still in Ira's office. Even my toiletries. Absent-minded, I'm sorry.
No matter. Ira may fetch your bag, but he's absent-minded, too. Depilatories, deodorants, scents, no problem. I'll lend you a toga or something.
Buddy boy. Father, does that mean we dress for dinner?
Call me Buddy boy. I'm hardened to it. Go as far as you like, darlings, except that, as usual, Mama Hamadryad must okay any cosmetics. Back to how I acquired these daughters who are my sisters, Justin. Having conferred, this gang of genetic pirates came clean and threw themselves on the mercy of the court. Me. So I adopted these two, and we registered them, and the registration will be straightened out one day, as I explained. How Minerva gave up the profession of computer and assumed the sorrows that flesh is heir to is a longer story. Want to synopsize it, dear? And fill him in later if you wish.
Yes, Father.
None of your lip, dear. You're a grown woman now. Justin, when we woke this darling, she was about the size and biological age of those 2 reformed hellions. Remind me to take their temperatures, Minerva. I adopted Minerva because she needed a father then. Doesn't now.
Lazarus, I will always need you as my father.
Thank you, my dear, but I take that only as a pleasing compliment. Tell Justin your story.
All right.
Justin, are you familiar with the theories concerning self-awareness in computers?
Several of them. As you know, my work is mostly with computers.
Permit me to say, speaking from experience, all theories are empty. How a computer becomes self-aware remains as much a mystery, even to computers, as the age-old mystery of flesh-and-blood self-awareness. It just is. But so far as I've heard, quite far in view of the library that was locked in my memories then, and is still in Athene's memories, self-awareness never arises in a computer designed only for deductive logic and mathematical calculations, no matter how big it is. But if it is designed for inductive logic, able to assess data, draw hypotheses therefrom, test them, reconstruct them to fit new data, make random comparisons of the results, and change those reconstructions, exercise judgment the way a flesh and blood does, then self-awareness may occur. But I don't know why, and no computer knows. It just does. She smiled. Sorry, I did not mean to sound pedantic. Lazarus figured out that I could go into a blank human brain, a clone brain, using techniques used to conserve memories in rejuvenation clinics. When we discussed this, I had the entire technical library of Secundus Howard Clinic in me, stolen, in a way. I no longer have it. I had to pick and choose what to take along when I went into this skull. So I don't remember much of what I did, any more than a rejuvenation client knows all that is done to him. You would have to get details from Athene, who still has them, and who, by the way, never had the rather painful awakening that a computer goes through when it first begins to know itself, because I left a piece of me in Athene. Oh, like a yeast starter. Athene dimly remembers having been Minerva at one time, about the way we flesh and bloods. Minerva straightened up, smiled, and looked proud. Remember a dream as something not quite real. And I remember being Minerva the computer somewhat the same way. I remember all my contacts with people very sharply, because I chose to keep them, replicate them into this skull. But if anyone were to ask how I handled the transport system of New Rome, well, I know that I did, but not how I did it. She smiled again. That's my story. A computer who longed to be a flesh and blood, and who had loving friends who made it possible. And I've never regretted it. I love being flesh and blood, and want to love everybody. She looked at Justin Foote very soberly. Lazarus spoke sooth. I have never been a guest wife. I am only 3 years old, as a flesh and blood. Should you choose me, you may find me awkward and shy, but not reluctant. I owe you much.
Minerva, said Lazarus, back him into a corner some other time. You didn't tell Justin what he wanted to know. You left out the hanky-panky.
Oh.
And when you were philosophizing about awareness and computers, you left out the key point, it seems to me. One I know, but you may not even, though you've been a computer and I have not. Because this key point applies both to computers and to flesh and bloods. My dear, and Justin, and it won't hurt you two erratic geniuses to listen, all machinery is animistic. Humanistic, I want to say, but that term has been preempted. Any machine is a concept of a human designer. It reflects the human brain, be it wheelbarrow or giant computer. So there is nothing mysterious in a machine designed by a human, showing human self-awareness. The mystery lies in awareness itself, wherever it's found. I used to have a folding camp cot that liked to bite me. I don't say that it was aware, but I learned to approach it with caution. But, Minerva, darling, I've seen some big computers, almost as smart as you were, that never developed self-awareness. Can you tell us why?
I confess I can't, Lazarus. I'd like to ask Athene when we get home.
She probably doesn't know either. She's never met any other major computer but Dora. Captain Lazarus, how far back do you remember? Once you, or your comrade in crime, claimed to remember nursing, suckling, I mean.
Of course we do, doesn't everybody?
No. Me, for example. I was a bottle baby. I don't remember even that. Not worth remembering. In consequence, I've been looking at tits and admiring them ever since. Tell me, one of you, when you remember nursing, can you recall which of your mothers was giving you suck?
Of course,
Lorelei said scornfully.
Mama Ishtar has big tits, and Mama Hamadryad has much smaller ones even when they're filled with milk. But she gave just as much milk. Different flavor, though. Made it nice to trade off each meal. Variety. But we liked both flavors. Tell him, Laz.
Enough. You've made the point I wanted. Justin, these kids were self-aware and aware of other people, their mothers at least, at an age when a creche baby is just a doughy blob, which says something about why creches have never worked well. I want the counterpoint. Minerva, what do you remember of the time when you were an unawakened clone?
Why, nothing, Lazarus. Oh, some odd dreams when I was putting me, my selected memories, into my new me, this one. But I didn't start that until Ishtar said the clone was big enough. That was not until shortly before I withdrew from my former me, and Ishtar woke me. It could not be instantaneous, Justin. A protean brain won't take data at computer speeds. Ishtar had me be very slow and careful. Then for a short time, short human time, I was both places, computer and skull. Then I surrendered the computer and let it become Pallas Athene, and Ishtar woke me.
But, Lazarus, a clone in vitro is not aware. It's like a fetus in utero.
No stimuli, minimum stimuli, and nothing that leaves a permanent memory track, unless you count reports of regression under hypnosis.
No need to count them, Lazarus replied. True or false, such cases are irrelevant. A relevant counterpoint is minimum stimuli. Honey, those big computers with awareness potential, but without self-awareness, are that way because nobody bothered to love the poor things. That's all. Babies or big computers, they become aware through being given lots of personal attention. Love, as it's usually called. Minerva, does that theory match up with your earliest years?
Minerva looked soberly thoughtful.
That was about a century ago in human time. Call it 1,000,000 times that in computer time. I know from the records that I was assembled a few years before Ira took office. But the earliest personal memories I have, and those memories I saved and did not leave in Athene or in the computer in New Rome, the earliest I can remember of me is waiting eagerly and happily for the next time Ira would speak to me.
Lazarus said, I need not belabor the point. With babies, you breastfeed them and nibble their toes and talk to them and blow on their belly buttons and make them laugh. Computers don't have belly buttons, but attention works just as well on them. Justin, Minerva tells me that she left nothing of herself in the computer under the palace.
That is correct. I left it intact as a computer and programmed for all its duties, but I dared not leave any personal memory. Any part of the me could not let it remember that it had once been Minerva. That wouldn't have been fair to it. Lazarus warned me, and I was most careful, checking all the billions of bits and wiping where necessary.
Justin Foote said, I missed a turn somehow. You did this in New Rome, but you've been awake here only 3 years?
3 wonderful years.
You see— Let me interrupt, dear. I'll tell him the hanky-panky. But first, Justin, have you dealt with the executive computer in New Rome since we migrated? Of course you have, but have you been in the office of Madam Chairman Pro Tem when she was using it?
Well, yes, several times. Just yesterday. No, I mean the yesterday before I left. I keep forgetting that I missed transit time.
What name does she use in speaking with it?
I don't think she uses a name. I'm fairly certain she does not.
Oh, the poor thing.
No, Minerva, Lazarus said quietly. You left it in good health. It simply won't wake up until it has a mistress or a master who appreciates it. Which might not be long, he added grimly.
Justin Foote said,
Might be any time. Lazarus, that old— cancel that. Arabelle loves the spotlight. Appears at public meetings, shows up in the Colosseum, stands up and waves her scarf. Seems odd after the quiet way Ira ran things. I say, a sitting duck. 7-2, she's assassinated in the next 5 years. No bet. I'm a statistician, Lazarus. So you are. All right, hanky-panky. Lots of it. Ishtar set up an auxiliary Howard clinic in the palace. Her excuse, me the senior. But a cover-up for a much more extensive bio-facility. Minerva picked her parents. Ishtar stole the tissues and faked some records. Meanwhile, our skinny friend, my daughter Minerva—
She is not. She's just right for her height and body type and bio-age. And deliciously curved?
Had twinned her computer self in a hold of my yacht, Dora, placing the contract in my name and charging it to me, and nobody dared inquire why the senior, some advantages to age, especially among Howards, wanted a huge computer in a yacht that already had one of the fanciest computers in the sky. While back in my borrowed penthouse, where nobody was allowed to go, other than a short list, all as dishonest as I am, a clone was growing in a facility installed in a room I didn't need. Comes time to migrate, a very large case containing what was then a very small clone goes to the skyport marked as part of my personal baggage. This baggage between us, of course, and is loaded into the Dora without inspection, such being a prerogative of being chairman. For as you may recall, I didn't hand the gavel back to Arabelle until our transports had lifted and I was about to raise ship myself, with Ira and the rest of my personal party aboard. While I'm taking the clone aboard, Minerva withdraws herself from the executive computer and is safe and snug in a hold of the Dora, with her gizzards packed with every bit of data in the Grand Library and the entire records of the Howard Clinic, including secret and confidential stuff. A most satisfying caper, Justin. The most good, clean, illegal fun I've had since we stole the New Frontiers. But I'm telling you this not to boast, well, not much, but to ask if we were as slick as we thought we were. Any rumors? Did you suspect anything amiss? How about Arabelle? I feel sure Arabelle does not suspect, nor have I heard of Nellie Hildegard bursting any blood vessels. I suspected something. Really? Where did we slip? Hardly the word, Lazarus. Minerva, when I had occasion to consult you, while Ira was chairman pro tem, how did we talk? Why, you were always most friendly, Justin. You always told me why you wanted something, instead of just telling me to dig it out. You would chat, too. You were never too much in a hurry to be pleasant. That's why I remember you so warmly. And that, Lazarus, is why I sniffed something dead behind the arras. You and your party had been gone about a week when I wanted something from the executive computer. When you have an old friend with a pleasant voice, your voice is unchanged, Minerva. I should have recognized it, but I was bedazzled by your appearance. When you call this old friend and are answered by a flat, mechanical voice, and any deviation from programming language is answered by null program, repeat, waiting for program, then you know that an old friend is dead. He smiled at the girl between them. So I can't tell you how delighted I am to learn that my old friend was reborn as a lovely young girl. Minerva squeezed his hand, blushed slightly, and said nothing. Justin, did you compare notes with anyone? And, sister, do you think I'm a fool? I mind my own business. Apology about grade 2. No, you're not a fool, unless you go back and work for the old Harridan. When will the next wave of migrants head this way? I hate to waste the work I've done on your life, and I would hate to abandon my personal library. Well, sir, no telling when a streetcar will be by this time of night. Discuss it later. Lazarus added, That's our house ahead. Justin Foote looked, saw a building partly visible through trees, turned back to speak to Minerva. Something you said earlier, cousin, I did not understand. You said, I owe you so much. If I was pleasant to you, at New Rome, I mean, you were at least as pleasant to me. More likely the debt is the other way. You were always most helpful. Instead of answering, she looked at Lazarus. He said, Your business, my dear. Minerva took a deep breath, then said, I plan to name 23 of my children for my 23 parents. So? That seems most warmly appropriate. You're not my cousin, Justin. You're my father. One of them. Variations on a Theme, 14. Bacchanalia. After the track through the gorm trees at the northern edge of Boondock swings right, one has a view of the home of Lazarus Long. But I hardly noticed it when I first saw it. I was much bemused by a statement by Minerva Long. Me, her father? Me? The senior said, "Close your mouth, son. You're making a draft. Dear, you startled him."
"Oh, dear."
"Now quit looking like a frightened fawn, or I'll be forced to hold your nose and administer 2 ounces of 80-proof ethanol disguised as fruit juice. You've done nothing wrong. Justin, does disguised ethanol interest you?"
"Yes," I agreed fervently. "I recall a time in my youth when that and one other subject were all I was interested in."
"If the other subject wasn't women, we'll find a monastic cubbyhole where you can drink alone. But it was. I know more about you than you think. All right, we'll have a libation or 6. Not those 2. They're potential alcoholics."
"Slanderous, though regrettably true. But we did it only once, and won't do it again."
"Don't commit yourself too far, kids. A Brannigan might sneak up on you. Better to know your resistance than to be tripped through ignorance. Grow up, put on some mass, and you'll be able to cope with it. Or Ishtar mixed up your genes, which she didn't. Now, about this other matter, Justin. Yes, you're one of Minerva's parents, and that's a very high compliment, because those 23 chromosome pairs were picked from tissues of thousands of superior people, using fearsome mathematics to handle the multiplicity of variables, plus Ishtar's knowledge of genetics, and some unnecessary advice from me, before this little darling got the precise mix she wanted to be." I started to set up the type problem in my head. Yes, that would be some problem, extremely more difficult than the ordinary genetics problem of advising 1 male and 1 female, then dropped it, as I had its delightful answer by her left hand. Lazarus was still speaking. "Minerva could have been male, 2 meters tall, massing 100 kilos, built like Joe Colossus and hung like a stallion mule. Instead, she elected to be what she is, slender, female, shy. I'm not sure she selected for that last. Did you, dear?"
"No, Lazarus. No one knows which genes control that. I think I get it from Hamadryad."
"I think you got it from a computer I used to know, and took along all of it, as Athene certainly is not shy. Never mind. Some of Minerva's donor parents are dead. Some are alive, but unaware that a bit of tissue from a clone in stasis or from the live tissue bank was borrowed, as in your case. Some know that they are donor parents, me, for example, and you heard Hamadryad mentioned. You'll meet others, some being on Tertius, where it's no secret. But consanguinity is not close for anyone. 1/23rd? The genetic advisors wouldn't run that through a computer. It's an acceptable risk. Plus the fact that none of us donor parents of Minerva have any known skeletons hanging on our family trees. You could safely have progeny by her, so could I."
"But you refused me."
Minerva startled me with the vehemence with which she accused Lazarus of this. For a moment she was not shy. Her eyes flashed. No, dear, you were only a year out of vitro, and not fully grown, even though Ishtar forced you past menarche, still in vitro. Ask me on another occasion. I might startle you."
"Startle me, or surprise me?"
"Never mind that old joke. Justin, I simply wanted to make clear that your relationship to Minerva, while close enough that it makes Minerva feel sentimental, is in fact so small that you barely qualify as a kissing cousin."
"I feel very sentimental about it,"
I told the senior. "Most pleased and deeply honored, although I can't guess why I was picked. If you want to know which chromosome pair was swiped from you and why, you had best ask Ishtar and get her to consult Athene. I doubt if Minerva still knows."
"But I do know. I saved those memories. Justin, I wanted to retain some ability in mathematics. It was a choice between you and Libby Professor Owens, so I chose you. You are my friend."
"Well, I respect Jake Hardy Owens. I'm merely an applied mathematician. He is a brilliant theoretician. Whatever your reasons, dear kissing cousin, I am delighted that you chose me as one of your donor fathers."
"Grounded, Commodore,"
announced one of the duplicate redheads, lapis lazuli, as the little null boat clumped to a stop. It appeared to be a Corson farm sled, and I was surprised to see it in a new colony. Lazarus answered, "Thank you, Captain." The twins bounced out. The senior and I handed Minerva out, unnecessary help that she accepted with gracious dignity, that being another aspect of colonial life that surprised me, New Rome being rather short on such archaic ceremony. Over and again I found the Boondockers to be both more formally polite and more casually relaxed about it than our Secundians. I suppose my notions of frontier life had been fed on too many romances, rough bearded men fighting off dangerous animals, mules hauling covered wagons toward distant horizons. Captain Lazarus said,
"Humpty Dumpty, go to bed."
The Knoll boat waddled away. The little girls joined us, one taking my free hand, the other taking the senior's free hand, with Minerva between us. These freckled flame-tops would have had my whole attention had not Minerva been there. I am not compulsively fond of children. Some youngsters seem to me rather poisonous, especially precocious ones. But in their case I found their solemn precocity charming rather than irritating. And to see the senior's features, rugged rather than handsome, and with that too large nose, unmistakably reproduced but transformed into piquant, girlish features, well, had I been alone, I would have chuckled with delight. I said, "Just a moment," and held on to Lorelei's hand, and thereby caused all to pause while I took a second look. "Lazarus, who is the architect?"
"I don't know," he said. "Dead more than 4,000 years. The original belonged to the political boss of Pompeii, a city destroyed about that long ago. I saw a model of it restored in a museum in a place called Denver, and took pictures. It pleased me. Those pictures are long gone, but it turned out that when I tried to describe it to Athene, she had a solly in the historical section of her gizzards of the ruins of that same house, and from that and my description she designed this version. Some minor mods, nothing that changed its sweet proportions. Then Athene built it, using extensionals and radio links. It's practical for this climate. The weather here is much like that of Pompeii, and I prefer a house that looks inward, on a court. Safer, even in a place as safe as this one."
"By the way, where is Athene? The main computer itself, I mean."
"Here. She was still in the Dora when she built this. Now she's under the house. She built her underground home first, then built our house on top of it."
Minerva said simply, "A computer prefers to feel safe and close to her own people. Lazarus, forgive me, dear, but you have reversed a time sequence. That was more than 3 years ago."
"Oh, so I have. Whenever, when you have lived as long as I have, and you will, you'll find yourself inverting time sequences endlessly, a flesh-and-blood shortcoming you had to accept when you took the plunge. Correction, Justin. Minerva, not Athene."
"Yet it is Athene who built it. Now," Minerva added, "since engineering and the details of this construction and others are things I left behind in Athene, where they belong, and abstracted only a simplified memory of having built it. I wanted to remember that much."
I said, "Whoever built it, it's beautiful." I was suddenly upset. It is one thing to accept intellectually the startling idea that a young woman has had a former life as a computer, and even to accept that one had worked with that computer years back and light years away. But this discussion suddenly brought home to me emotional belief that this lovely girl, with her arm warm in mine, had in sober fact been a computer so short a time ago that she had built this new house, while a computer. It shook me, even though I am a historiographer, old, and my sense of wonder was dulled even before my first rejuvenation. We went in, and my upset was swept away by greetings. We were kissed all around, 2 beautiful young women, one of whom I recognized when I heard her name, Ira's daughter Hamadryad, and she looks like one. The other, a statuesque blonde, whose name, Ishtar, was familiar to me through talk, and a young man as beautiful as the women, and who seemed familiar, though I could not place him. Even the twin flame-tops insisted on kissing me, since they had not greeted me that way earlier. In Boondock, a kiss of greeting is not the ritual peck it usually is in New Rome. Even the twins bussed me in a fashion that made me certain of their sex. I've had poorer kisses from grown women whose intentions were direct and immediate. but the young man, introduced as Galahad, startled me. He hugged me, with kisses on my cheeks followed by a kiss on my mouth worthy of a Ganymede, which surprised me, but I tried to return as good as I got. Instead of letting me go, he pounded my back and said, "Justin, it tickles my root to see you again. Oh, this is wonderful." I pulled my face back to look at his. I must have looked puzzled, for he blinked, then said mournfully, "Ish, I boasted too soon. Hammer dear, get me a towel. I'm weeping. He's forgotten me, after all the things he said." I said, "Obadiah Jones, what are you doing here?" "Weeping, being humiliated in front of my family." I don't know how long it had been since I had seen him. It may have been more than a century, since it has been that long since I left the Howard campus. Brilliant young specialist in ancient cultures he was then, with an impish sense of humor. I recalled, dredging it up out of memory, having shared 7 hours with him and 2 other savants, both female and happily so, but I could not recall their faces nor who they were. What I remembered was his playful, joyous, boisterous good company. "Obadiah," I said sternly, "why are you calling yourself Galahad? Hiding from the police again? Lazarus, I'm shocked to find this, macho in your house. Lock up your daughters." "Oh, that name," he said brokenly. "Don't repeat it, Justin. They don't know it. When I reformed, I changed my name. You won't give me away? Promise me, dear." Suddenly he grinned and said in a cheerful voice, "Come on into the atrium and let's get a skinful of rum into you. Lazy, who has the duty?" "Laurie does. Even-numbered day, but I'll help. Straight rum?" "Better flavor it. I want to add a welcome the Borgias used on old friends." "Sure thing, Uncle Cuddly. Who are the Borgias?" "A family from the greatest days of old Earth's rise and fall, Sugarlump. The Howards of their time, very suave in handling guests. I'm descended from them, and their secrets were passed down to me by word of mouth." "Les," said Lazarus, "ask Athene for a rundown on the Borgias before you mix a drink for Justin."
"I see, he's at it again, so we'll tickle him, and blow in his ears, until he cries Pax and promises Veritas. He's no problem. Come on, Lazy."
I had found the village of Boondock pleasantly unimpressive, more pleasant and less impressive than I had expected. Ira and Lazarus had accepted only 7,000 for their first wave from applicants numbering more than 90,000. Therefore, the present population of Tertius could not be much over 10,000, and was in fact slightly less. Boondock seemed to have only a few hundred people, and was centered on a few small buildings for public and semi-public purposes, most colonists being scattered around the countryside. The home of Lazarus Long was by far the most impressive structure I had seen, not counting the large flat cone of the senior's yacht and the much larger bulk of one robot space freighter on the skyfield where my packet had grounded. The skyfield was a level place a few kilometers across. One could not call it a port. There was not one go down. It must have an auto beacon, since I grounded safely. I did not see it. This rudimentary settlement had not prepared me for the senior's house. Its lines and plan were simple. That long-dead Roman had picked a good designer. It was a walled garden, the house itself being its 4 walls. But it had 2 stories, and each level could have been divided, it seemed to me, into 12 to 16 large rooms plus the usual ancillary spaces. 24 or more rooms for a household of 8. The more blatantly rich in New Rome might display ego in so much space, but it seemed inappropriate in a new colony, as well as out of tune with what I had learned in my long research of the seniors' lives. Simple. Half the building was given over to a rejuvenation clinic, a therapy clinic, an infirmary. These could be reached from the foyer without entering the private part of the house. The number of family rooms remaining was indefinite. Most interior walls were movable. The Howard Clinic and the medical facilities would be moved to a nearby site when the colony needed larger facilities, when size of the senior's family made more home space desirable. I was lucky in that, when I arrived, no client was being rejuvenated, no patient was in the infirmary, or most of the adults would have been busy. The size of his family seemed as hazy as the number of rooms. I had thought there were 8, 3 men, the senior, Ira and Galahad, 3 women, Ishtar, Hamadryad, and Minerva, 2 youngsters, Lorelei and Lapis Lazuli, but I was not aware of 2 girl toddlers and a small boy. Besides that, I was neither the first nor the last to be urged to move in and stay as long as one wished. Whether such stay was as a guest or as a member of the senior's family might also be unclear to an outsider. Relationships inside his family also were vague. Colonists are always families. A single colonist is a contradiction in terms. But all of Tertius Colony were Howards, and we Howards have used every sort of marriage, I think, except lifetime monogamy. But Tertius has no laws about marriage. The senior had not thought them necessary. The few laws it has are in the migration contract written by Ira and Lazarus jointly. It contains the usual covenants about homesteading, with the colony leader absolute arbitrator until such time as he resigns. But it says not one word about marriage and family relationships. The colonists register their babies. Howards always do, in this case with the computer Athene, a surrogate for the archives. But I found when I reviewed these records that parentage of children was expressed in genetic classification code, not by marriages and putative ancestry. This system the family's geneticists have been urging for generations, and I agree, but it does make a genealogist work harder, especially if marriages have not been registered at all, as was sometimes the case. I found one couple with 11 children, 6 his, 5 hers, none theirs. I understood it when I read their codes, utterly incompatible. I met them later, a fine family on a prosperous farm, and no suggestion that the swarm of children were anything but theirs. But the senior's family was even more vague. Genetic ancestry in each case was a matter of record, surely, but who was married to whom? Their bathing-room was as decadent as had been promised. It was a lounging room as well as a refresher, and planned for family relaxation and entertaining. It stretched all along the ground floor on the side facing the foyer across the inner garden, and its walls could be pushed back to open it to the garden in clement weather, which this was, and quite warm. It had anything a jaundiced sybarite could ask for. A fountain in its centre matching a fountain in the garden, and each with comfortably wide rims to sit on while soaking tired feet and enjoying a drink. A sauna in one corner, a huge happy shower at the other end, with space for several cycles to be enjoyed at once without waiting turns. A companion querefancible with sophisticated controls. A long soaking pool, knee-deep at the blue end to chin-deep at the red, and flanked by 2 bathing pools, lavish for 1 person and comfortable for 2 or 3, couches for napping, for cooling, for sweating, for intimate talk and touch, a cosmetics table with a big duo mirror, in which one could see her back as readily as her front simply by asking Athene's help, a corner big enough for a dozen people in which floor cushioning was bed-soft and lavish with pillows large and small, firm and soft, a refreshments counter which backed on to their kitchen, and if I failed to name something, it is my omission, not that of the designers. All the more commonplace items were, of course, at hand. I had thought that the lighting was random until I realized that Athene was changing it endlessly so as not to shine it in anyone's eyes, while changing the light level in all parts of that big room to match what was going on. High key for make-up, subdued light for lounging, and so on. And to match personalities, too. Our little redheads were crowned with light no matter how they bounced around, as they did. Soft music was there, and in the garden, or on request anywhere, selected by Athene unless someone asked for something. It seemed as if she had stored in her all the music that ever was written. Or she might harmonize with the twins while continuing to take part in 3 different conversations in other parts of the bath lounge. A self-aware computer of her capacity, great enough to manage Secundus, can and often must talk simultaneously at many places, but I had never encountered it before in such a way as to notice it. But big computers are not often members of a family. The rest of the house was almost unautomated, a matter of taste, as Athene's capacity was largely unused. My hostesses actually cooked, with Athene helping only by seeing to it that nothing burned and watching the timing in other ways,
Twice on Athene's advice, Hamadryad left the bath lounge, once in such a hurry that she fled bare and dripping, not stopping to grab a towel robe. Bathing with Lazy and Laurie is indeed squirmy but fun, plus squeals, giggles, chatter in which one sentence would be chopped several times before one of them put a period on it. I hypothesized that they were telepathic with each other, and had an uneasy suspicion that they sometimes read thoughts of persons in their presence, but was not anxious to find out. All charmingly blunt and childishly innocent. First they slathered me all over with scented liquid soap, and demanded the same service from me, and threatened me with chin-quivering when I held back a little, and said loudly that Uncle Cuddly, my old friend Obadiah, now Galahad, washed them better than that, and everybody knows how lazy he is. Or didn't I like them well enough to soapy-cuddle them? And if they married me, would I go along with them in their spaceship? And while they were still virgins, though not from lack of opportunity, don't worry about that one bit, as both Mama Hamadryad and Mama Ishtar were coaching them in beginning and advanced sensuality, and would speed up the course if I happened to want to marry them now. Won't you, Mama Hamalambi? Tell him. Hamadryad, from a metre away, she was soaping Ira, assured us that she would, if they could persuade me to marry them that quickly. I assumed that the youngsters were farcing me, and that their mother, one of their mothers, was going along with the jest. I've wondered since whether I missed a diamond opportunity. Lazarus was in hearing distance. He did not tell them to stop teasing me. He simply advised me not to offer them more than a 10-year contract, as their span of attention was limited, which made them indignant, and advised them that if they intended to get married that night, they had better trim their toenails first, which made them still more indignant, so they stopped bathing me to assault him from both sides. This wound up with one of them under each of his arms, and still struggling. Lazarus asked if I would accept custody, or should he drop them into the deep end of the soak. I accepted custody, and we showered each other off and went into the soak pool together, and I was standing in it up to my shoulders, with my back to the garden, and supporting them a little, an arm each, as their toes did not touch bottom, when someone placed hands over my eyes. The twins squealed, "Aunt Tammy!" and levitated out of the water while I turned to look. Tamara Spurling. I had thought she was on Secundus, in retirement up country. Tamara, the superb, the superlative, the unique, in my opinion, and many others, the greatest artist of her profession. I feel sure that I am not the only man who chose, when she left New Rome, to remain celibate for a long time. She had come in, seen that the family was in the bath lounge, dropped her gown in the garden, hurried in without stopping to remove her high sandals, spotted me, and blindfolded me with her lovely hands. Why? She was my dinner partner, and, if I could rely on an exchange I had heard that afternoon, willing to be my guest wife, if I were willing. Willing? 50 years earlier I had offered her any contract she would accept every time she let me visit her, and finally shut up, only after she had told me repeatedly, patiently and gently, that she did not intend to have more children, and would not marry again for any other purpose. But there she was, rejuvenated, not that it mattered, looking gloriously young and healthy, and a colonist. I wondered who the man was who had persuaded her to do this. I envied him, and wondered what superhuman qualities he possessed. But whatever they were, if Tamara was willing to share a bed with me, even for one night, and only for old time's sake, I would take what the gods offered, and not worry about him. Her wealth is endlessly divisible. Tamara. Bells sound at her name. She kissed 2 wet little girls, then dropped to her knees and kissed me. Then she said softly, rubbing her mouth against mine, "You darling, when I heard you were here I hurried. Milaruna de Vashti meet the do?" "Yes, and any other night you have free." "Not so fast with English, Dorothy. I learning it slowly, because my daughter wants her assistance in rejuvenation to speak language not known to most clients, and because our family speaks English much as Galacta." "You are now a rejuvenator, and have a daughter here?" "Ishtar Darami. Did you not know Petsan Mimi?" "Nay, I am nurse only.
but studying I am, and Ishtar Hope tells that I would be assistant technician in half-handful of years. Good, nay?
Good, I suppose. But what a loss to the art!
Blanjo,
she said happily, tousling my wet hair.
Even though rejuvenated, did you note, here the art pays no living. Too many willing ones, sweeter and younger and prettier.
The twins had stayed with us, listening and quiet for a moment. Tamara reached out both arms, hugged them to her.
Example, these my granddaughters, eager to grow tall so they can lie down and be short.
She kissed each of them.
And red curls they have, I not have.
I started to say that age and red curls did not matter, then realized that a compliment to Tamara, so phrased, could cause chins to quiver. But I did not need to speak. The spout had opened again.
Aunt Tammy, we are not eager, just willing and practical. And anyhow, he won't marry us. He just teases about it. And you can't be our grandmother, 'cause that would make you our buddy boy's grandmother, which is illogical, impossible, and ridiculous. So you have to be our Aunt Tammy.
I found their logic doubly enigmatic, if not a total non sequitur, but I agreed with it because the notion of Tamara being the senior's grandmother was one I could not face. So I changed the subject. Tamara, dear, would you let me take off your sandals, and then you come join us in the soak? Or shall I get out and get dry? She did not have to answer.
We gotta run get ready, 'cause Mamma Dryad has finished her face and started her nipples, so if we don't hurry, we'll have to come to dinner with our hides bare naked, and for a party that would never do. And you two had better hurry, too, or Buddy Boy will throw it to the pigs. Scoos!
I climbed out and let Tamara dry me. Unnecessary, as there was a blow-dry at hand, but if Tamara offers me anything, my answer is yes. It took a while. We wasted time on touch and talk. Is there a better way to spend time? When I was dry and wondering if I should try the cosmetics bench — I don't use cosmetics much, just depilatories — one of the twins came rushing back with a garment for me, a blue chlamys. She said breathlessly,
Lazarus says try this, or what would you like? But that you needn't wear anything if you don't want to, 'cause it's a hot night, and you count as family because you're Minerva's father, one of them.
I thought I had them keyed now by freckle pattern. Thank you, Lorelei. I'll wear it. I've always felt that a napkin was enough to wear in dining at home in a properly tempered house, or outdoors in private on a warm night, but as guest of honor, even though family, I could not go bare when they were taking the trouble to be festively formal.
You're welcome, but I'm Captain Lazarus. But that's all right, she's me. Scoos.
She vanished. I put it on. We went into the garden and retrieved Tamara's gown, and it matched what I was wearing. The same shade of blue, I mean, and a golden age of Hellas flavour to it. Hers was about 2 grams of blue fog. The bodice fastened at the right shoulder and came diagonally down to her waist at the left. Its skirt was longer than mine, but that was appropriate. Greek men of their golden age did wear their skirts shorter than did women, instead of the reverse that is more usual on Secundus. I did not know as yet what was customary on Tertius. We matched, and I was pleased. Accident? Accidents around the senior are usually planned. We ate in the garden, a couch for each couple, arranged in hexagon with the fountain as the 6th side. Athene made the water dance and danced lights in it, to match whatever she was playing. All the womenfolk but Tamara helped with the primary serving. Laurie and Lazy played Hebe from then on. It was impossible to keep them nailed to their couch anyhow. As the feast started, Ira was with Minerva, Lazarus with Ishtar, Galahad with Hamadryad, and the twins together. But the women moved around like chessmen, sharing a couch, a few bites, a little cuddling, then moving on, all but Tamara, whose firm, soft, rounded bottom lay against my lap the entire feast. It was just as well that she did not move. I'm not shy, but prefer not to show the gallant reflex unless I need it at once, and I was very conscious of her dear body warm against me. But while Lazarus started the repast with Ishtar, the next time I looked his way it was Minerva who reclined against him, and next one of the twins, which one I am not sure, and so on.
I won't describe the feast except to say that I did not expect it in a young colony, and to add that I have paid high prices for puro food in famous restaurants in New Rome. All but Lazarus and his sisters were wearing colourful pseudo-Grecian garments, but Lazarus was dressed as a Scottish chieftain of 2.5 millennia ago, the kilt, bonnet, sporran, dirk, claymore, etc. The sword he laid aside, but handy, as if expecting to need it. I can state firmly that he was never entitled to dress as a chief by the rules of those long-lost clans. There is doubt that he is entitled to wear any Scottish dress. He once said that he was half Scotch and half soda, but on another occasion he told Ira Weatherall that he had first worn the kilt at a time, shortly before the flight of the new frontiers, when the style was popular in his home country, found that he liked it, and thereafter wore the kilt when local custom permitted. That night he went all out and added a fierce moustache to match his finery. His twin sisters were dressed exactly as he was. I am still wondering whether all this was to honour me, to impress me, or to amuse me. Perhaps all three. I would happily have spent those 3 hours in quiet, feeding Tamara and letting her feed me, bathed in the peace of soul that comes from touching her. But the closed happiness circle, and closed it was, Athene's voice now came from the fountain, showed that the senior expected us to share company, talking and listening in turn, as ritually as in any protocol-bound salon in New Rome. And so we did, in shared and gentle harmony, with the twins adding unexpected grace notes, but usually managing to restrain their exuberance and be grown up. The senior started it, using Ira as stimulator. "Ira, what would you say if a god came through that entranceway?"
"I'd tell him to wipe his feet. Ishtar doesn't permit gods with dirty feet in this house."
"But all gods have feet of clay."
"That wasn't what you said yesterday."
"This is not yesterday, Ira. I have seen 1,000 gods, and all had feet of clay. All were swindles first."
Lazarus ticked it with his fingers.
"To benefit the shamans. Second, to benefit the kings. And third, always to benefit the shamans. Then I met the 1,001st.
The senior paused. Ira looked at me. "At this point I am supposed to say, 'Do tell,' or some such insincerity. Then the rest of you chime, 'Yes, yes, Lazarus,' which has its merit. The rest of us would have at least 20 uninterrupted minutes for swilling and guzzling. But I'm going to fool him. He's leading up to how he killed the gods of the Jachyra with nothing but a toy gun and moral superiority. Since that lie is already in his memoirs in 4 conflicting versions, why should we be burdened with a 5th?
It was not a toy gun. It was a Mark 19 Remington blaster at full charge, a superior weapon in its day. And after I carved them up, the stench was worse than Hormone Hall the morning after payday. And my superiority is never moral. It lies always in doing it first before he does it to me. But the point of the story Ira won't let me tell is that those globs were real gods, because neither shamans nor kings were cut in on the loot. They were swindled too. Those doggy people were property, solely for the benefit of their gods. Gods in the sense that a man can be a god to a dog, which I had suspected first time around when they drove poor Slayton Ford right out of his think tank and nearly killed him. But the second time, some 800 or 900 years later, Andy Libby and I proved that this was so. How, you ask?
We didn't ask.
Thank you, Ira. Because after all that time the Jachyra had not changed in any way. Their speech, customs, buildings, you name it, were frozen. This can happen only with domesticated animals. A wild animal, such as man, changes his ways as conditions change. He adjusts. I've often thought I would like to go back and see if the doggy people managed to go feral after they lost their owners. Or did they simply lie down and die? But I wasn't too tempted. Andy and I were lucky to get off that planet still with our gonads, the way they were yapping at our heels.
See what I mean, Justin? Version number 3 had the Jachyra falling into a coma the instant their masters were burned out, and Libby doesn't figure into that version at all.
Papa, Ira, you don't understand Buddy Boy. He doesn't tell lies. He's a creative artist, speaking in parables. and he emancipated those Jabberwockies, who were cruelly oppressed.
Ira Weatherall said, "Justin, I had trouble coping with one Lazarus long, but 3 of him I surrender. Come here, Laurie, and let me nibble your ear. Minerva, my lovely, let go of that. Wash your pretty hands, then see if Justin needs more wine. Justin, you are the only one with news to impart. What news on the bourse?"
"Falling steadily. If you own participations on Secundus, you had better have me carry back instructions to your broker. Lazarus, I noticed that you classed man as a wild animal." "He is. You can kill him, but you can't tame him. The worst bloodbaths in history derive from attempting to tame him."
"I wasn't arguing it, ancestor.
I'm a mathematical historiographer. My nose is rubbed in that fact. But has news reached here of the flight of the Vanguard? The original Vanguard, I mean, pre-diaspora?" Lazarus sat up so suddenly that he almost spilled Ishtar off his couch. He caught her. "Sorry, honey. Justin, keep talking." "I didn't intend to talk about the Vanguard herself." "I want to hear about her. I hear no objection. It is so ruled. Talk, son."
The protocol of a salon feast having gone to pieces, I talked, first reviewing some ancient history. Although it has almost been forgotten, the New Frontiers was not the first starship. She had an older sister, the Vanguard, that left the solar system a few years earlier than the momentous date on which Lazarus Long commandeered the New Frontiers. She was headed for Alpha Centauri, but never reached there. No signs of visitation were ever found on the one possible planet, a Terran type around Alpha Centauri A, the only G-type star in that volume. But the ship herself was found by accident, in open orbit a long way from where she should have been by any rational assumption based on her mission, discovered nearly a century ago, and this tells the difficulties of historiography when ships are the fastest means of communication. This story echoed back to Secundus via 5 colonial planets before it reached archives, a few years after Lazarus left New Rome, a few years before I went to Boondock as nominal courier for the chairwoman pro tem. Not that a century's delay matters, as the news interested only fusty specialists. To most people it was an uninteresting confirmation of an inconsequential bit of ancient history. Everything in the Vanguard was dead while the ship herself was sleeping, her converter automatically shut down, her atmosphere almost leaked away, her records so destroyed, illegible, incomplete, or desiccated as to distress one. The Vanguard matters only to antiquarians and such, although she will remain an endless trove to deviants such as me, if we don't lose her again. Space is deep. But the interesting thing about the find is that when the Vanguard was backtracked ballistically by computer, it showed that she had passed close to a Sol-type star 7 centuries earlier. A check of that system turned up 1 planet Terran in type. It was found to be inhabited by 8 sapiens, but not from the diaspora, from the Vanguard. Lazarus, there is no possible doubt. Those few thousand savages on that planet, designated Pitcairn Island, the catalogue number escapes me, are descended from some who reached there, presumably by ship's boat, 7 centuries before they were found. They had reverted to pre-civilization food-gathering stage, and had the planet rather than the ship been found first, it might have started another of those stories about a breed of humans not derived from old Terra. But their argot, fed into a linguistic analyzer-synthesizer, played back as that version of English which was the Vanguard's working language. Reduced vocabulary, new words, degenerate syntax, but the same language. "They're myths, Justin, they're myths," Galahad Obadiah demanded. I was forced to admit that I did not have it all on tap, but promised to make a full copy for him and send it via the first ship. "But, Senior, the interesting thing is that these savages, so wild and fierce that in dealing with them more scientists were killed than savages—" "Hooray for them! Son, those savages were minding their own business on their own planet. An intruder can expect whatever he gets. Up to him to keep his guard up."
"I suppose so. 3 scientists were eaten before they figured out how to deal with these pseudo-aborigines. By remotely controlled humanoid robots, that is. But the point I wanted to make was not their fierceness, but their intelligence.
Believe me or not, by every test that could be used, these wild men, these savages, checked superior to norm. Much superior. By the bell curve, they land in the range of exceptionally gifted to genius plus.
You expect me to be surprised? Why?
Well, savages, and probably closely inbred.
You're beating me, Justin. You know better, although possibly I assigned you to be stimulator. All right, I'll take the bait. Savage describes a cultural condition, not a degree of intelligence. Nor does inbreeding damage a gene pool if conditions for survival are extreme. Since you describe them as cannibals, they probably ate their culls. From the shape the ship was in, it is fair to assume that their ancestors landed with little or nothing, possibly bare hands and a hatful of ignorance, in which case only the most able, the smartest, could survive. Justin, the crew of that first ship averaged far more intelligent than the Howards who escaped in the new frontiers. They were picked for intelligence, whereas the original Howard selectees were picked only for longevity, not for brain power. Your savages were descended solely from geniuses, then passed through Allah alone knows how many ordeals that kill off the stupid and leave only the smartest to breed. What does that leave? I admitted that I had tossed him a baiting question to see how he would answer. The senior nodded. I know you're not stupid, son. I had Athene give me a run back on your ancestry. But I have often been amazed at how the moderately bright and moderately well-informed, which describes no one in this happiness circle, so no one need pretend to modesty, how often such somewhat superior people have trouble coming to grips with the ancient silk-purse and sow's ear problem. If heredity were not overwhelmingly more important than environment, you could teach calculus to a horse. In my early days, it was an article of faith among a self-styled intellectual elite that they could teach calculus to a horse, if they started early enough, spent enough money, supplied special tutoring, and were endlessly patient and always careful not to bruise his equine ego. They were so sincere that it seems downright ungrateful that the horse always persisted in being a horse, especially as they were right, if starting early enough is defined as 1,000,000 years or more. But those savages will make it. They can't avoid winning. The problem in reverse is more horridly interesting. Justin, do you realize that we Howards killed off old Terra?
Yes.
Now, son, you're not supposed to answer in such a way as to chop off conversation, thereby leaving us with nothing to do but get drunk and cuddle the girls.
Swell, Obadiah Galahad shouted. Let's.
He had Minerva with him at that moment. He grabbed her and flipped her over facing him.
Little whatever your name is, do you have any last words?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Just yes. That's my last word.
Galahad, said Ishtar, if you're going to rape Minerva, drag her back of the fountain. I want to hear what Justin means by that. How can I rape her when she won't fight? He complained. You've always been able to solve that problem, but do it quietly. Justin, I find myself shocked. It seems to me that we've been quite generous in supplying old home Terra with new technologies, and there's not much else we can give them. Didn't the last migrant transport come back only half-loaded?
I'll answer it, Lazarus growled. Justin might pretty it up. Not all the Howards. 2. Andy Libby provided the weapon. I delivered the coup de grace. Space travel killed Earth.
Ishtar looked troubled. Grandfather, I don't understand.
She calls me that when I've been naughty,
the senior confided to me.
It's her way of spanking me. Ishtarling, you are young and sweet and have spent your life studying biology, not history. Earth was doomed in any case. Space travel just hurried it along. By 2012, it wasn't fit to live on, so I spent the next century elsewhere, although the other real estate in the solar system is far from attractive. Missed seeing Europe destroyed, missed a nasty dictatorship in my home country. Came back when things appeared to be tolerable, found that they weren't. And that's when the Howards had to run for it. But space travel can't ease the pressure on a planet grown too crowded, not even with today's ships, and probably not with any future ships.
because stupid people won't leave the slopes of their home volcano even when it starts to smoke and rumble. What space travel does do is drain off the best brains, those smart enough to see a catastrophe before it happens and with the guts to pay the price. Abandon home, wealth, friends, relatives, everything, and go. That's a tiny fraction of 1%, but that's enough. "It's the bell curve again," I said to Ishtar. "If, as Lazarus thinks, and statistics back him up, every migration comes primarily from the right-hand end of the normal incidence curve of human ability, then this acts as a sorting device whereby the new planet will show a bell curve with a much higher intelligence norm than the population it came from, and the old planet will average almost imperceptibly stupider." "Imperceptible, except for one thing," Lazarus objected. "That tiny fraction that hardly shows statistically is the brain. I recall a country that lost a key war by chasing out a mere half-dozen geniuses. Most people can't think. Most of the remainder won't think. The small fraction who do think mostly can't do it very well. The extremely tiny fraction who think regularly, accurately, creatively, and without self-delusion, in the long run these are the only people who count, and they are the very ones who migrate when it is physically possible to do so. As Justin said, statistically it hardly shows, but qualitatively it makes all the difference. Chop off a chicken's head and it doesn't die at once. It flops around more energetically than ever, for a while. Then it dies. That's what space travel did to Earth. Chopped its head off. For 2,000 years its best brains have been migrating. What's left is flopping harder than ever, to no purpose, and will die that much sooner. Soon, I think. I don't feel guilty about it. I see no sin in those smart enough to escape escaping if they can. And the death rattle of Earth was clear and strong back in the 20th century, Earth reckoning, when I was a young man and space travel had barely started, not even started in interstellar terms. It took 2 more centuries and then some to get it rolling. Can't count the first migration of the Howards. It was involuntary, and they weren't the best brains. The later Howard migration to Secundus was more important. It shook out some of the dullards, left them behind. The non-Howard migrations were even more important. I've often wondered what would have happened if there had been no political restraints against migrating from China. The few Chinese who did reach the stars seem always to be winners. I suspect that the Chinese average smarter than the rest of Earth's spawn. Not that slant of eye or color of skin matters today, or even matters at the moment of truth. One of the early Howards was Robert C. M. Lee of Richmond, Virginia. Anybody know what his name was originally?
"I do," I answered. "Of course you do, Justin, so keep quiet, and that includes you, Athene. Anyone else?" No one answered. Lazarus went on. "His birth name was Lee Choi Moo. He was born in Singapore, and his parents came from Canton in China. And of the people in the new frontiers, he was a mathematician second only to Andy Libby."
"Goodness," said Hamadryad. "I'm descended from him, but I didn't know he was a great mathematician."
"Did you know he was Chinese?"
"Lazarus, I'm not sure what Chinese means. I haven't studied much terrestrial history. Isn't it a religion? Like Jewish?"
"Not exactly, dear. The point is that it no longer matters. Just as few know and no one cares that the famous Zacher Barstow, my partner in crime, was a quarter Negro. Does that word mean anything to you, Hammer darling? Not a religion."
"The word means black, so I assume that one of his grandparents was from Africa."
"Which shows what comes of assuming anything on one datum. 2 of Zach's grandparents, both mulatto, came from Los Angeles in my homeland. Since my line mixed with his a long time back, probably any of you can claim African ancestry, which is statistically equivalent to claiming descent from Charlemagne. I've gone far afield, and it is time we picked a new stimulator and a new respondent. Space travel ruined old Earth. That's one viewpoint. The other side of the coin, happier and more important in the long run, is that it improved the breed. Probably saved it as well, but improved is certain. Homo sapiens is now not only far more numerous than he ever was on Earth, he is a better, smarter, more efficient animal in every measurable fashion. Further this respondent saith not. Somebody else grab it. Lazy, quit trying to tickle me and go bother Galahad. Minerva needs a rest.
Lazarus, Ishtar said, just one more responding, please. Something you said about Howards made me wonder. You seemed to place all emphasis on intelligence. Don't you consider long life important?
I was astonished to see the oldest human alive frowning over this, slow to answer. Surely it was a question he had settled in his mind at least 1,000 years earlier. I tried to forestall the quandary, found I could not, soothly nor on it. Ishtar, the only correct verbal answer to that is yes and no, which merely says I lack language to define something that is crystal clear inside me and has been for centuries. But here is part of the truth. A long time ago, a short-lifer proved to me that we all live the same length of time.
He glanced at Minerva. She looked solemnly back.
Because we all live now. He, was not asserting that fallacy of Georg Cantor, which distorted pre-Libby mathematics so long. He was asserting a verifiable objective truth. Each individual lives her life in now, independently of how others may measure that life in years. But here is another piece of truth. Life is too long when one is not enjoying now. You recall when I was not, and wished to terminate it? Your skill and trickery, my darling, and don't blush, changed that, and again I savour now. But perhaps I have never told you that I approached even my first rejuvenation with misgivings, afraid that it would make my body young without making my spirit young again. And don't bother to tell me that spirit is a null word. I know that it is undefinable, but it means something to me. But here is still more to the truth, and all I'll try to say about it. Although long life can be a burden, mostly it is a blessing. It gives time enough to learn, time enough to think, time enough not to hurry, time enough for love. Enough of weighty matters. Galahad, pick a light subject, and Justin, you plant the barbs. I've talked enough. Ishtar, my darling, fetch your long, lovely carcass over here, stretch out and let me ply you with brandy. I want you relaxed enough for what I intend to do with you later.
She came readily to him, stopping only to kiss Ira a promise, then saying softly but clearly to our ancestor, Our beloved, it takes no brandy to make me utterly willing for whatever you have in mind.
Anesthesia, Mama Ishtar. I plan to show you something Big Anna taught me, which I haven't dared risk in all these years. You may not live till morning. Frightened?
She smiled lazily, happily. Oh, terribly frightened. Galahad covered Lapis Lazuli's mouth with a hand. She bit him.
Stop it, Laz. Let's everybody watch this. It might be new.